I changed my suit, Mark, so you don't think I was here all night in the pain. So I had to go to car.
I changed those.
Oh, okay, we are live. I heard from my boss to my right, not you, Mark. Callie's my boss now. We switch.
Ah, I see. Okay. And we are now streaming, so.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, we'll be back momentarily.
Audio test for YouTube.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Counselor.
You're holding up well. Thank you for all this work.
No problem.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Counselor.
Just so you know, I'm going to be shoving my children out the door to school right around 9:05. So I'm here and I'll jump back in, but literally shoving them out the door. The joys of parenthood, right?
Yes. Good morning, Councillor Kavanagh, Councillor DeRose.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I hope you have some rest last night because you have another marathon day.
Oh, we'll do fine. I believe we'll stay on today till we finish all delegations. So the less we ask questions, maybe the better. But
Laura's very happy.
all right, thank you. Good morning, Councillor King.
Good morning, Chair.
I just sent it to you. Take a look at it. I think that's clear. Yeah, don't share it. No, I don't want to. Okay. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning, colleague.
We will start momentarily.
Morning.
Council.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our second day. Before we do roll call, and we thought I have going to ask Mr. Willis to say a few. Mr. Willis, are you on the screen?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Of course, sir.
Members of the Joint Committee, when I delivered my closing remarks yesterday and acknowledged the contribution of the various groups to the document before you, I missed an important group, and I apologize to him, and I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge a particular group who deserves a lot of credit for what you have before you. Our GIS team, led by Randall Roger, and particularly the work by Sheila Morton, has been very pivotal in creating all of the maps that are part of the document before you. And this is not just a creation of a map. This is a complete modernization of the system of how we track this information from a very antiquated system of graphics that we had in the old official plan to a modern system. And this new system will allow us to link to monitoring when we do more monitoring, and it'll allow us to link more to Geo Ottawa than we even do today. And there's a lot of innovation, below the waterline in the maps you see. And the final remark I want to say is, as planners, we always think about what the legacy is, something you do that's meant to last for 25 years. And in a funny sort of way, the words, we spend a lot of time talking about them, but it's the maps everybody remembers. And I think the team deserves the credit that they deserve. And I hope council appreciates the really high quality of graphics that are part of that GIS mapping for you before in your plan today. So I apologize to them. I didn't say this yesterday, and I appreciate the chairs giving me the chance to say it today.
I'm in the meeting room.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Thanks to the team as well. Mr. Desjardins, if we can have roll call, please.
Yes, Chair. Councillor Brockington. Conseiller Cloutier.
Présent.
Councillor Derouz.
Here.
Councillor Dudas.
I'm here.
Councillor Hubley. Councillor Leeper.
Good morning.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Menard. Councillor Tierney. Vice Chair Kitts.
Here.
Chair El Shantiri.
Present.
Chair Gower.
Here.
And Chair Moffat.
Here.
So before I turn it over to our co-chair, just a reminder to my colleagues, we do similar to yesterday, we'll break at 12:30 for lunch, and we'll break at 5:30 for dinner. We're hoping to receive all the delegation today. So on Monday, we focus on asking staff, questions to staff, and the motions. So with that, I turn over to my colleague. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning. We can get right to it. You received the email last night where you have the link to the motion. So at least at this point, councillors can review those motions. But for the sake of time and with respect to our delegations who waited a long time yesterday, I know Mr. Lindbergh is up next, and we saw him on the screen at the very end of last night, but we had to keep to our commitment. So Mr. Lindbergh, you are our first up today.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee staff. I thank you for this opportunity. What AVCA seeks is clarity. We believe planning for intensification needs to be context sensitive. To us, the top-down approach, which is frequently formulated in the official plan, seems to be a one-size-fits-all approach and doesn't clearly take into account circumstances of local neighborhoods. And we're particularly concerned with the new evolving overlay provisions and how they are to be provided. Now, the Alta Vista Community Association works closely with the, pardon me, the Faircrest Heights Community Association, and Judy Korecki and I had planned our presentations to complement each other. But since we're now time separated, I'd like to first repeat a few points that made by Judy last night. She noted the significant concerns we have with respect to the new evolving overlay and its top-down broad brush approach. She noted that this is the biggest planning experiment the city has ever undertaken to date, and so it's important to get it right and to make sure it respects existing community character, that it is elaborated and implemented in a clear and transparent manner. And she suggested a motion to add wording to the official plan to ensure this would happen. So Judy addressed our concerns around the general implementation of the evolving overlay provisions, our desire to have some clarifications added to our secondary plan, and to have Smythe Road redesignated. I would like to address some Alta Vista Community Association concerns in two other areas. Next slide, please. The evolving overlay proposes immediately implementing its increased density and urban form changes around proposed transit stations. In our catchment area, there are two such stations on the proposed Heron Bus Rapid Transitway. But there's no schedule for building this busway. It will happen sometime after 2031. And recently, the city has signaled clearly that this transitway has little priority. The city's preparing to spend tens of millions of dollars on the Bank Street redevelopment in the mid-2020s, but they will not be taking into account the Heron Bus Rapid Transitway. That's left to some modifications at some later date. And the Planning Committee has recently dealt with Herongate, the proposed new town of 15,000 residents. However, the Herongate Transportation Impact Assessment says there's no compelling need for the bus transitway until 2045 or later, even though the Herongate will add more than 10,000 new residents. I specifically asked if the final stages of Herongate should be conditional on the bus transitway being completed, and the response was no. And of course, we have no idea if the post-pandemic Origins Destination Survey and the new Master Transportation Plan will still include this line, or will transit take different directions? You need to remember that the official plan provisions already move these areas from existing largely single-family homes to densities of 40 to 60 units per hectare with low-rise buildings along the Collector Heron Road. So we don't feel we need the added evolving overlay applied at this time. So our proposal is simple. It's not appropriate to start the application of the evolving overlay provisions around such transit stations until there are real schedules or construction dates for the associated transitway. We provided some suggested wording and would urge that you add our suggested clarification to the official plan. Since time's short, please go to my last slide, which touches on parks and green space. We submitted our comprehensive assessment of the first draft OP with respect to parks and green space and listed our concerns. Sadly, the second draft really has not adequately addressed these concerns. And earlier heard from Jane Berlin, one of our green space experts. And rather than formulate our own proposed motions, we just want to note that we strongly support the FCA motions and the POP motions on access to green space, canopy cover, and targets and metrics. So we urge you to please significantly consider them. And for consideration of time, I'll stop there.
Councillor Boots here.
Thank you, Chair Shantiri. And Gary, thank you very much for coming back this morning. And I am sorry about the time separation. And there's probably not more people in Ottawa who've given time like you have to the official plan. So thank you. With respect to the Heron Bus Rapid Transit, and I will point out Herongate is scheduled to be built out over 15, 20, 25 years. So I understand. Would the AVCA Planning Committee be supportive of expediting the Heron Road Bus Rapid Transit to as soon as possible?
One of the reasons for my questions about making its availability conditional on the complete build out of Herongate was to avoid what the transportation impact assessment also says in the beginning stages. Their solution to providing transit and transportation to this huge new development is simply to pour more cars and more buses through our community. So certainly it would make sense to build it sooner, but what we find clearly obvious from both the responses we got for Herongate and what we're finding on the Bank Street redesign process now in detailed design is there's no appetite within the city to do that. And so it's not clear to us why the evolving overlay should be applied in anticipation of something in the deep and distant future.
Thank you for that. So the evolving overlay, let me ask you the same question I asked Judy last night, 12 hours ago. Your thoughts on, is it in of itself the concern or the uncertain wording in that definition that causes you most concern?
Well, it's the fact that it's just a broad brush, one size fits all. And I think Judy gave a couple of examples. It draws circles around transit stations, existing transit stations such as Smythe Road or Riverside. It doesn't take into account the fact that there's a high-speed railway track separating the community from the transit station. And yet it says all that stuff within the bingo daub, as Judy characterizes, or as me as the compass drawer, is immediately characterized as evolving. So it has to be carefully applied on a community by community basis, and then perhaps assess just how rapidly communities can evolve. You have to recognize that the official plan taking Alta Vista to 40 to 60 hectares with the changes on our minor corridors, our collector streets, and really changes in the neighborhoods. We're talking about approving 3 and 4 stories. And as we heard yesterday, talking about approving businesses in local neighborhoods. Those are already significant changes. And if you want to up the ante by applying the evolving overlay to make it change even more aggressive and progressive and rapid, then you really have to consider that with care.
Thank you for that. Thank you. And thank you for all the exchanges we've had in the last year and on the OP, and there'll be many more. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cloutier. Thank you, Mr. Lindbergh. Our next speaker is number 40, Paul Hicks with Avenue 31 Capital. Following Paul Hicks, we will have Rosaline Hill, Bart Bilmer, Heather Pearl.
Good morning, joint chairs and members of committee. I do have a small slide deck that I just wait to see if it can be brought up.
I assume that's the slide deck that was also slated to be brought for speaker 41. That's
there. So there were two slide decks, one for myself and one for Athens Rugs, which was to follow. Mr. Kitzian is he's unable to attend actually this morning due to an urgent work matter. So I do encourage committee members to review that submission as well too.
Our staff is just checking to see if they have your submission. Is that it?
That would be that would be the second submission for 41.
Okay. I'm not sure that we have one for you.
Okay. It was submitted to Monsieur Desjardins. Just looking for some direction on how you'd like me to proceed. Would the chairs prefer if I sent that, resent that deck to Monsieur Desjardins right now?
I think Mark's checking on it right now.
Thank you.
No, so Mark doesn't have it. So I'll tell you what, so how about you send it to us? I'm going to skip to 42 and I'll come back to you.
Sure, thank you very much.
Be patient though, because I don't expect that the next speaker is going to be only 5 minutes long.
No problem. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hicks. So we'll come back to you. All right.
Thank
So our next speaker then is Rosaline Hill.
Hi. Thank you so much for listening to all of us. It's really wonderful. So my name's Rosaline Hill. I'm the founder of Walkable Ottawa, which is a group that's been working over the past year and a half to have conversations collaboratively with different groups and find clear ideas and paths forward for neighborhoods to transition from car dependence to becoming fully walkable. I'm also an architect, and I do infill residential housing from apartment buildings to single family homes. I am a development consultant, and in that capacity, I assist developers in making informed decisions about development choices. I have been an active member of the People's Official Plan Group, which has been a fascinating way of engaging with people who are very motivated to make this city better. I am a member of the Urban Infill Council and have been for the whole time that it's existed. It's a group at Greater Ottawa Home Builders Association, where we have been advocating for better zoning, for better neighborhoods for years now. I've also consulted with the city on the recent R4 study, which was an exercise in understanding the value of form-based zoning. So I wanted to talk to you today just about two things. There's an endless number of things we could talk about, but two things. And both focused on making sure that we have a few final tweaks to our official plan so that we can give the zoning writers at the city all the tools that they need to do a really great job for our neighborhoods. And so the tools are largely in place, but there's a few things that are critically missing or a little off. So the first one I'll talk about is simulation modeling. I understand that city staff now have a clear plan to include simulation modeling in their zoning, in the process of drafting their new zoning, which is fantastic. But I would like you to add it into the official plan, because I know that within planning department, as in any planning department or any structure, plans change over time, and that simulation modeling is extremely valuable. So it's a tool that can allow you to anticipate the effect of proposed changes in neighborhoods. To understand, okay, so if we make these regulatory changes, what will it mean? What will it mean for housing supply? What will it mean for housing affordability? How will it reduce greenhouse gas emissions? How will it affect tree canopy? You guys have been talking, or Jeff's been talking about squaring the circle. To be able to know, have a clear direction on what regulations will reduce tree canopy and by how much, what protective regulations to protect trees would reduce rates of infill and by how much, that is a tool that is invaluable. So we're talking about a couple of words in the new bylaw, in the new official plan. Right now, there's one word that in one clause that's really excellent. I'll give it as an example. The official plan calls for a new simple zoning. Simple is a really important word. What we have now is a zoning that's been combined over many, from different municipalities. It's been tweaked and fine-tuned over the years, and we've got a very, very complex zoning bylaw. So that one word in the official plan is fantastic. Simple zoning bylaw. It makes a big difference. It will make housing more affordable, development more efficient, and allow for community consultation to be much more effective because we'll know what we're talking about. In the same way, making a reference to the need for simulation modeling, it's just a little phrase to be added. There's a motion proposed, but it could make a big difference. And you don't need to define exactly what it is or when it happens. Just the idea that that's going to be part of the plan, so that it doesn't fall by the wayside. It's too valuable to lose. If it's in the plan, if people are planning to do it, let's make it in the official plan. Second point is building heights. I have begun some preliminary zoning, sort of out of despair that we don't have any yet, but also because it's new, something to test out and to demonstrate the potential of. And I see that we can increase the populations in our neighborhoods by 1.6 to 2.4 times without increasing our building heights as they're zoned now. So you've got some stuff in the official plan now that is going to tie zoning staff to go higher. And they won't have a choice. Once they do their own modeling and figure out what to do, their hands are tied. So let's get that stuff out so that we can free our zoning staff to do a great job.
Thank you. I know we had a question already. Oh. Not sure why. Okay. Yeah, I knew we'd have serious questions for it. So we'll go to Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Rosalind. It's good to see you this morning. Can you just give me a bit more precision? When you say simulation modeling should be included in the OP, what would your intention be? You mentioned, for example, our zoning implementation, that it could have a use there, but do you see this as part of every secondary plan process going forward? But by including it in the OP, how should the city be, or how could the city be using this kind of an approach?
So it's useful in many myriad of different ways, but right now, because we have a climate crisis and a housing crisis, because about over 70% of us are housed in neighborhood style housing, so houses on streets. A lot of our land area is taken up just by houses and streets. So and we're now at a shifting point where planning needs to shift and find new ways for neighborhoods to evolve. Using modeling for that one thing would be enormously beneficial to ensure that the changes that we make particularly have a really positive impact on our rather desperate housing situation. And the kinds of changes that are possible in neighborhoods can affect or reduce emissions in ways that are really affordable for our city. So the neighborhood transition stuff is really the sweet spot for modeling right now, because it's cost-effective ways of making a huge difference for those two crises.
So we've heard from a lot of delegations yesterday with concerns about what intensification will mean to the character of their communities. Character's a difficult thing to define, but how would simulation modeling help to allay some of those concerns, or could it help understand better understand what intensification means to what a neighborhood might look like in 10 years or in 20 years?
Yes, but even more than that. So not only can it help us to get a clearer understanding of exactly how a neighborhood can change, but it can also help us to make choices that enhance the valuable qualities of neighborhoods and make our neighborhoods better and more interesting without losing the things that we value. Because you can test out ideas and see, did that make it better? No, let's try something else. Extremely valuable that way. And then you can also complement that kind of data modeling exercise with 3D visualizations to give, to pass on the information more easily to people.
Okay, thanks, Rosa. And I've seen a preview of what you've been working on, and it is really interesting, and I can see how it'd be very helpful to our planning going forward. So thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next speaker is Councillor Cavanagh. Councillor Cavanagh.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hi, Rosalind. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming out. I appreciate it. In terms of what you're presenting, how do neighborhoods fit in? Because one of the concerns we've heard from many delegations is the involvement of neighborhoods and towards the planning in terms of what they're living in now in terms of communities and what is being brought forth. So how does that play a role?
The modeling itself is an abstract exercise. Requires a lot of expertise. But understanding what's contextually appropriate for intensification and understanding what the value characteristics of a neighborhood are, that can't be done without the involvement of the community. So if modeling is targeting to enhance value characteristics and to preserve those things that are considered to be valuable, it necessitates a certain amount of consultation. So one thing that Walkable Ottawa has been doing over the past year, and most recently we've been doing it together with Ecology Ottawa, is running neighborhood workshops that are very simple exercises, but leveraging the knowledge that's in the community to understand some of the key pieces that would be part of their neighborhood's transition to walkability. So if we were to complement our rezoning process with that kind of very simple community level activity, we'd be miles ahead, I think.
Okay, because I think that's a key part of it, that it's not just top down, that communities are involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor McKenna.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Rosalind. I've lost you. Oh, there you are. Oh, my screen kind of shifted. Thanks for your patience. I think you stayed late last evening and then came back this morning, bounced you to this morning. So glad to see you here. On the modeling, I can appreciate what it does, certainly in terms of presenting that option for us on how we develop our communities and what they look like, and how we're able to provide kind of that housing needs that can adapt over time as well. I mean, we've had this conversation around parking, for example. If we're not providing parking, right on site, how can we look at, parking off-site that can, over time transition into another use. So I just wonder, so I'm curious as to what would need to happen today, and have you had this conversation with our staff? Because it's very interesting, and it would seem that it's something that we would all like to see happen. I know I certainly would. And I think that anybody who has been kind of, listening over the past day anyway, and probably going forward, I think that residents would be very interested in this type of modeling where we can, intensify, without, always having to go up. In the case of my ward, 60 stories plus. But have you had that conversation with staff? Like, what would need to happen today for us to step back and say, okay, let's make sure that we've embedded modeling into our plans going forward?
Well, I think it needs to. What you need to do today is pretty simple and vague. Just add in that we proposed a clause. It's on the table there. So add in that intent to use modeling, and then staff is going to have to work through when it's appropriate, how to implement it, and that's going to be an ever-evolving kind of situation over the next 25 years. But to have that written in, to have that capacity, also would allow, it puts modeling, by adding it to the official plan at the level of the other provisions in the official plan, so that, for example, if you modeled something and you discovered that there was something else in the official plan that needed to be fine-tuned in order to produce or to reach the OP's goals, that then you have more tools to make those adjustments, right, at the official plan level, if it's in the official plan that you're going to do that.
Okay, so nothing would need to be held up. We just would need to include the clause with an intent to modeling.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay. And can I just add, so one last question in terms of the development community, home builders, what's their assessment of what you're proposing?
Well, so I've been keeping the UIC, the Urban Infill Council, informed of the work that I'm doing. And members of the UIC have been assisting in sort of like little focus group discussions in order for me to make sure that I'm kind of calibrating my modeling as closely as possible to the kinds of decisions that developers make, so that it's an accurate representation or, simulation of the kinds of choices that they would be making in real life. So there's lots of interest there in having that move ahead. Also, the Urban Infill Council is a group of people who struggle endlessly with problem solving around trees and the balance between trees and infill, and having some clear information would just go an awfully long way. People are tired of arguing about it. We just need information.
Mm-hmm. And sorry, I know I said that was my last question, but one quick one in terms of affordability. How does this address affordability?
Okay, so there's a couple of key things. So it allows us to test significant shifts in the pattern of building housing in neighborhoods with more density. So that shift is pretty huge and could have a huge impact on our housing supply and our housing affordability. If the city doesn't have this tool, if they just have to kind of make up a zoning bylaw, maybe test it in a small area of the city to see what would happen. By testing in a small area, it's a false test when it comes to the housing market and housing affordability, because housing affordability is a great big machine, and changing what's happening in one small piece of the housing market isn't going to give you anything close to an idea of what the effect of that change would be if it was made more broadly. So simulation is going to be really important that way. And the kind of work that I'm doing is just sort of the precursor work to any of that, because housing economists, if they had clear information about what could get built under certain circumstances, then they would be in a position to forecast the impact on housing affordability citywide.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Penn. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Rosalind, for your wonderful presentation and for bringing this idea forward. As you know, I think I saw one of the first examples of the idea of simulation when Walkable Ottawa utilized Overbrook for really providing illustrative and a kind of a demonstration of what infill looks like, which I felt was very powerful, because I fully agree with you. People and communities are tired of arguing. People actually want to see what density looks like and how it can evolve. And so I was just wondering, when I saw the motion that you had brought to us, I had decided to take it up because I saw the value in the community's response to the simulation that you were putting in place for Overbrook and the illustrative approach. And I know that you're asking for simulations, but in the version that I'm looking at bringing forward through colleagues at committee here, I was also interested in the idea of the digital twin, utilizing virtual environments for comparative study in real time. And I'm wondering if you could comment on that. Would you be amenable to the idea of the city leveraging digital twin technology to help in the creation of virtual environments so that communities can have a better sense of what more infill and what more density might bring to communities?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that technology, so I'm not in a position to comment. Sounds interesting.
Well, it is a technology that I'm actually aware of. In a past life, I worked in promoting green building technologies, and digital twin technology in that scenario was used to really benchmark buildings, and you'd be able to see in real time what the effects of different types of technologies are when you insert them into a building and compare them. And I think that the idea of this type of technology, especially if communities can have access to it, to see what the impacts are of infill development in communities are in a real way, in a more simulated way that they can see as being more tangible, would be more powerful for communities. So just wanted to get a sense I know that you had said that you were amenable to just the notion of simulation, but I think that a digital twin is almost like a simulation plus.
Okay, well, it sounds like we're talking about many of the same things, and absolutely being able to compare one example, one potential path forward to another potential path forward is what's important.
Excellent. Well, I just wanted to make sure you were amenable to that, because I thought that there was a tremendous amount of value to the motion that you brought, and I'm pleased to support it and to bring it forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perhaps Councillor Fink, you can follow up with Roslyn offline. Councillor Lieber, please.
Thank you very much, and Rosalind. First, thanks for the work that you've been doing with Walkable Ottawa. You've been a valuable partner to us in things like the Westboro infill study. I know a lot of this is side of the desk for you in your practice, so thanks for the contributions. With respect to modeling, one of the first big efforts that we need to undertake, starting relatively soon, is a comprehensive zoning bylaw review to determine, what is the appropriate zoning in all of our different neighborhoods that will actually meet the intent of the official plan. Because one of the frustrations that residents have right now, and that I have, is that the zoning has been in place sometimes for generations and doesn't meet the most recent iterations of provincial policy statement and official plan. Critical exercise to undertake. That's dozens and hundreds of neighborhoods where we're going to have to take a look at what is the appropriate zoning to ensure that it's up to date. If we require digital modeling in our official plan, can we actually do it in time for the comprehensive zoning bylaw review? Are we foisting something on our planners that is going to require months, if not years, of additional work in order for us to get through that critical exercise?
Okay, that's a great question. And makes me appreciate that I actually just started doing some modeling, because it puts me in a position to answer the question. What I find is that there's an awful lot the same about our neighborhoods. So when you analyze them and look at the lot fabric, look at it from the perspective of development patterns, you see an awful lot of things that are the same. And by repeating the same kinds of solutions in different places, you also, interestingly, see that the results have significant nuance, so that neighborhoods don't end up the same, even though the same kinds of development patterns or pattern language has been applied to different neighborhoods. So I'm quite confident that no, it's not too much to ask.
Okay. How long, if we require modeling for these really significant efforts of things like the comprehensive zoning bylaw review that we need to undertake, how long would it take to show what the kinds of rules that have been put in place for Westboro, for example, in the R3R, to show what the effect of applying the same rules in the R3S might look like? Is that a couple of days of work, or? Okay,
that's also a very good question. If the city sticks to the commitment of a simple, very, very simple zoning bylaw, then all of this modeling is possible. If the city moves in the direction of greater complexity, modeling becomes impossible. You'd need an army to do the modeling. But there's also, you also start to erode community consultation because everything's too complicated to understand. You slow development. There's no value in that level of complexity. We have it now just by happenstance. That's not the fault of our city planners that what we have now is so complex. It's what we've ended up with after years and years, right? So if we have a chance now to go with simple, and we can, then yes, we can absolutely model it. But there needs to be some conscious choices there.
But as long as we have dozens of subzones in which the setback might be 1.5 meters in this subzone, 3 meters in that subzone, the height is 8.5 in this subzone, the height is 11 in that one. It's going to be very complex to try to do the work modeling all that.
Yes, but as we look to the kinds of intensification patterns that make great business models for my clients, we see that they fall into simple categories of building height. So there's no need for all of those variegations, neighborhood to neighborhood. Also, all of those subzones that document front yard setbacks, say, could just be a map, one document, very simple. So again, it's not the fault of our city staff that we have this level of complexity, but it's certainly an opportunity to let go of it and to choose something simple. And once we've made that choice, then modeling is very reasonable.
Okay. If you have a model that demonstrates this is what a street might look like if we apply certain new zoning, simple zoning rules to it, and allow some intensification on this street. Are residents going to be worried that that becomes a false promise? We are used to looking at renders of buildings where the final product doesn't look anything like what the render showed. How are we going to convince people that our streets will look like what the models show?
So some of the form-based zoning that was used in the R4 exercise is now being applied in real life. And I was involved in some of the original thought around that. And then city staff just made their choices, decided what they were going to implement. There's a bylaw in place. I have now a small apartment building, two of them within a few blocks of each other. One designed before that form-based zoning was in place, and one designed after. And when I look at the two, I see the value and the benefit of that, the application of that form-based zoning. So will it take away all surprise? No. Are we able to, prevent people through regulation from, using pink sparkly brick? No. There's a certain amount of freedom, but there is the potential, even with a simple zoning, to have some form-based rules that ensure that we've got the kinds of porches that we want in neighborhoods. If that's what's characteristic in a neighborhood, it's easy to form-base in certain characteristic elements. And so I think we have the tools now, and the city has the expertise now to do a good job with that.
Does just out of curiosity, does your post R4 rules building, do you need variances?
For parking, my client will request variances to reduce the parking, but not variances to any of the form stuff.
Okay. Parking is not an insignificant thing. Do you know if a motion is coming forward? Has anyone told you that they're going to move forward with a wording change to amend the OP to include modeling?
Councillor King.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Rosalind.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Kiss.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your delegation, Rosalind. This is really interesting. My ward includes a lot of expansion lands. So I'm curious to know whether this modeling approach could be applied or would be helpful to greenfield developments.
I think that our city planners are pretty experienced with the greenfield development. I think there's not stuff like they're good at anticipating and understanding the effects of the regulations that they put in place. So though I think modeling is valuable for everything, I don't think it's really important or key there. The really key piece is the transition of existing neighborhoods. Also, our planning staff, they're pretty experienced in anticipating grayfield development. So, the redevelopment of a school site or that kind of thing. Yeah, it's the neighborhood piece that's so hard to understand and has such a vast impact because of the amount of land area that's involved.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that response. And my other question, are there other municipalities in Ontario that are currently using data modeling in their planning process?
No, there are not.
Okay, so Ottawa would be a first. Okay, thanks very much, Rosalind.
Thank you, Councillor Pitts. And thank you, Rosalind. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
So we will now go back to Mr. Hicks, because we do have your presentation, and we'll get that on the screen, and then you'll have 5 minutes.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll say very, very quickly at the very beginning, it's a fascinating world, simulation modeling and digital twinning, and something that our own firm has been exploring. And it's a very supportive of that type of language. But I'm here today to talk about a request for an employment land designation at 6150 Thunder Road. I'm an urban planning consultant, and I'm representing Avenue 31 Capital Inc. And we're requesting that committee consider including an additional 2.4 hectares of land as part of a larger rural employment node at Highway 417 and Boundary Road. If we could go on to the next slide. Over the OP process, Avenue 31 has made numerous submissions to the city regarding the employment land strategy, and staff and committee have incorporated a number of these recommendations into the draft official plan. And we do thank the city for hearing Avenue 31's concerns and recommendations. Go to the next slide, please. During the OP process, one of the submissions that we made on behalf of Avenue 31 requested that the city expand the existing employment area at Highway 417 and Boundary Road with an additional 17.75 hectares of employment land. And you can see that highlighted, that node highlighted there. If we could go to the next slide, please. The OP team had agreed in part with this request by recommending the redesignation of 15.35 hectares out of the total 17.75 requested. Members can see that 2.4 hectares that I'm referring to highlighted in the cream color just north of at the north end of the Avenue 31 land holdings. The OP team had stated that they would have no issues bringing in that additional 2.4 hectares of employment land, subject to confirming that issues related to servicing, namely water capacity and land use compatibility, have been addressed. And I can confidently say that Avenue 31 has subsequently addressed both of these matters through additional submissions that were made recently to city staff. And these assessments have confirmed that there's sufficient water capacity for the development, and that the proposed development is compatible with nearby land uses. So go into the next slide. While Avenue 31 was making these requests during the official plan process, we also applied for a discrete official plan and zoning bylaw amendment in advance of the approval of the new official plan because of strong interest in the land from prospective users, and really dealing with the uncertainty around when the new official plan would actually be approved by the minister and would be in full force and effect. And you can see the concept plan on your screen that was submitted along with the planning applications. If we could go to the next slide, please. During this time, Avenue 31 was approached by a user for the site, and that user is an existing Ottawa-based business looking to relocate and expand their existing warehouse operations. That's Athens Rugs. Athens Rugs is looking to construct a 5,500 square meter, approximately 60,000 square foot warehouse facility, and they're looking to do so immediately. And I've already pre-consulted with staff on a site plan application. Go to the next slide, please. And Athens Rugs has an existing warehouse located on Searville Road within 300 meters of the Searville LRT station within the proposed hub and evolving neighborhood designations in the new official plan. Go to the next slide, please. That existing operation is also located within a protected major transit station area designation. The goal for all of these designations would to see the Athens Rugs Searville lands redeveloped into a more intensive mixed-use development that would support the extensive capital investment that's been made by the city in the LRT system. If we could go to the next slide, please. So to that end, as the city's OP team is supportive of bringing the 2.4 hectares into the larger employment area, subject to addressing the servicing and compatibility issues, which we've noted, we have made those submissions to city staff. And as Avenue 31 has addressed these matters, we are respectfully requesting that committee endorse the inclusion of Avenue 31's entire land holdings at 6150 Thunder Road, which includes that subject 2.4 hectares into the new rural industrial and logistics designation, and in part to permit the relocation of that existing warehouse operation on Searville Road to facilitate that redevelopment of those lands in line with the city's proposed major transit station area designation. And we
1
do
minute.
believe strongly that this will support the city's objectives, both as they relate to employment lands, goods movement, as well as transit-oriented development. And on a final note, and I mentioned this before, a representative from Athens Rugs was registered to speak after me about his plans, but due to an urgent work matter was not able to do so. And we do encourage committee to review those submissions as well. So thank you, Mr. Chairs.
All right, thank you. I have heard of a potential motion. I see Councillor Tierney, who is the councillor for where Athens Rugs sits currently, has his hand up. So go ahead, Tim.
Great, thank you, co-chair. First of all, thank you for taking the time for meeting with Councillor Kitts and myself. Obviously, we do have some wording and a motion that it looks like it'll be on Monday that we'll be debating and discussing. Obviously, there's still all the other things that still have to be done, the trickle feed aspect of things, all that has to be addressed. So, but I do appreciate what you have here, because back in the day when in 2012, we said transit-oriented development is going to change the landscape of the city. And I said, Searville is the gem of the city. It's actually coming to fruition. It's our only station that actually doesn't have a bus running to it, which is kind of comical. But we actually have 3 towers and a hotel going on the other side of the road. We got a mid-rise going in as well. And now with the project that's coming up, with the removal of this industrial Athens buildings, it will be right there, right next to Searville Station. Seeing, I believe, Paul, was it 3 towers in the 3 towers? It was still under discussion if it was going to be 3 or 4.
Yes, so the renderings I've seen have been anywhere from the range of podium style building of 2 to 4 towers.
Okay, and that's exactly where it should be. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. And I noticed my colleague, Councillor Kitts, is also on deck here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Paul. I was just wondering if, did staff give you a reason why that final portion, the 2.4 hectares, wasn't included initially?
We didn't have so much of a reason as why it wasn't included initially, so much as it was determined because we needed to confirm water capacity, and because of the land use compatibility with some of the area residents to the north. There were approximately 4 residents to the north that staff wanted confirmation that there were no issues related to land compatibility and the potable water before they were willing to include those lands. So those are the 2 primary considerations from the city's official plan team.
Okay, thank you. I know I've met with your team and I've chatted with Councillor Tierney. I can appreciate why he'd want to see that land, the Athens Rugs land in his ward redeveloped. I know we have some concerns about, or I guess some things to work out about the trickle feed system and the water servicing, but I understand that could be addressed at site plans. So I won't bore the committee with the details. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Yeah, I think I would have looked at it and said that compatibility might be a concern with the residential properties to the north. Maybe that would have been considered in 2011. I noticed 6140 has a major zoning violation and shouldn't even be zoned the way it is anymore based on what's going on in the backyard of that property. So looks like you're pretty compatible with that show back there. So thank you for your presentation here, Mr. Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My pleasure.
And now we'll move on to our next speaker. One of the few Ward 21 constituents that we'll hear from, Bart Bilmer from the Burritts Rapids Community Association. Again, for reference, Burritts Rapids is physically closer to the United States of America than it is to City Hall. I always like to throw that out there.
He's on mute.
Go ahead, Mr. Bilmer, you're just on mute.
Still on mute. Okay, now.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, councillors, and good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm a director on the board of the Burritts Rapids Community Association, and I'm joined by Mary Hegan today as well. As mentioned, if you're not familiar with Burritts Rapids, it's one of Ottawa's rural villages, founded in 1793. So it's one of the oldest villages along the Rideau River and has incredible charm. with beautiful historic buildings and natural features. And it's about a 1 hour's drive from City Hall, south and west, and is perhaps unique in that it straddles North Grenville municipality, and also is situated on the Rideau Canal and River. Because of its natural setting that is surrounded by forests and situated within and on the river, we believe we're well placed to speak within this context and in relation to the impacts of development. And we're asking for the City of Ottawa official plan to support a sustainable future for our community with strong stewardship of wetlands, waterways, and other sensitive areas. We feel we're in protective mode regarding our neighborhood features and need this support from the plan to protect our features, especially against the impacts of the climate emergency, and protect from uncontrolled development. And I preface some specific recommendations that I'm going to make as being necessary and urgent, due in part to the 25-year length of this plan and the climate emergency. So with my 5 minutes ticking by, I wanted to bring forward 2 recommendations. Firstly, improve protection of sensitive areas and wetlands. And secondly, related to an engagement process with our community relative to a transition period once the official plan is approved. As we understand it, growth and intensification is now being specifically encouraged within the rural villages in the official plan. So we may need some support and help to prevent unwanted development. And I'll get to that in a moment. So first issue is related to wetlands and sensitive areas. I'd like to highlight and underscore the important language that's already in the updated Consolidated Villages Secondary Plan of the official plan. Burritts Rapids is in section 2B of that document. And it references, for example, protecting natural values of the Rideau Canal and River, promoting sustainable development, which maintains integrity of natural areas, including groundwater, quality and quantity, and preserving and enhancing ecological integrity and biodiversity. So all that to say, we'd like to recommend that the protections implied by this language be clarified to specifically include wetlands and related sensitive areas. And wetlands are important, as you may know, for a number of things: water purification, groundwater replenishment, stabilization of shorelines, storm protection, water storage, flood control, et cetera, et cetera. We also would hope that no other language in the overall plan would kind of supersede the importance of this. And on to second recommendation on community engagement and transition planning. Again, we'd like to highlight there's some very good text in the updated Consolidated Villages Secondary Plan as follows. New residential development shall be limited to maintain the small scale village character. There's a recognition and protection for the scenic value of the Rideau River. In consultation, coordination with the municipality of North Grenville, the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority, Parks Canada, and the entire village community on future City of Ottawa planning and on the review of planning applications for proposed development within the village. In the annex to my remarks, I've included some key text from North Grenville's official plan regarding Burritts Rapids, in case that might be helpful. So my second recommendation, with this language in mind, we're recommending and strongly encouraging further detailed work with our community on regarding that key specific terminology that I've read and the features related to Burritts Rapids regarding the development and planning. So for example, the validity of the maps in the official plan, we're very interested in that, as well as the language in our first recommendation. And we're interested in this before new development work could occur. So what we're trying to recognize here, and I hope I'm being clear, is this interim period between the formal approval of official plan and the development of detailed zoning requirements that could, in theory, come years later and allow an influx of development to occur against perhaps a less superior plan. And see. So this approach would ensure there'd be no grandfathering of planning initiatives under the old official plan or potentially of interpretation of text that may be vague before new zoning comes to effect. Engagement with our rural community, therefore, is really important. And as we have experienced poor planning decisions in the past and believe that they've weakened the character of our community, and we wouldn't want to see the finalization of what seems to be good language and a good plan.
30 seconds.
With unintended planning decisions. So with that, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to address them. I'd also like to thank our councillor, Scott Moffat, who has worked to support joint Ottawa North Grenville coordination of initiatives. It's been very much appreciated by the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bilmer. Yeah, so I think in the official plan, if you remember back when we did the village review in 2013, Burritts Rapids is identified as almost a no-growth community. And one of the key factors in our official plan that sort of make that a reality is that all new growth in villages should be on full services, water and sewer, which is not something that exists or really will exist in Burritts Rapids. So Burritts Rapids, by virtue of its location and lack of servicing, becomes a village that's actually quite easy to protect and to preserve as is. So, but yeah, I'll have to review your submission and I can respond in better detail with staff in the days or weeks to come. So thank you for your.
We appreciate it, and we just want to let you know that we're here and we're paying attention, and thank you very much.
It's Burritts Rapids is a gem in the city, and most people should. If you've never been down there, I will say the North Grenville piece is somewhat nicer than the city of Ottawa piece, but it all works together. Yeah, some funny history, and I don't want to take too much time. But Stephen Burritt is the namesake for Burritts Rapids. Stephen Burritt is the son-in-law of Roger Stevens, who Roger Stevens is an early settler in the North Gore area. Roger Stevens' cousin is William Merrick, who was the founder of Merrickville. Roger Stevens died. He drowned in Stevens Creek, what's now known as Stevens Creek. He was with William Merrick at the time. Apparently his musket went off, he fell into the creek and drowned. But what's interesting is that within days, there was a debt owed to William Merrick by Roger Stevens, and they were together on the canoe. And Roger Stevens, he drowned. And then within days, Stephen Burritt actually paid the debt to William Merrick that was owed by Roger Stevens. So was Roger Stevens' death accidental? Or should there be a bigger rivalry between Merrickville and North Gore, with Burritts Rapids somehow stuck in the middle? That is a question maybe for another day, and probably doesn't fit in our official plan.
Thank God for another day.
But thank you. But thank you again.
With that one.
It's also a beautiful area for canoeing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Bilmer. Our next speaker is Heather Pearl.
Hi, am I on?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm Heather Pearl, co-chair of the Champlain Park Community Association. I've been extensively involved in many of the city initiatives, including the development of the Mature Neighborhoods bylaw and urban forest management plan. And we're a very small community right on the Ottawa River, and we are seeing the impacts of the loss of our green space and trees because we've been heavily intensified. And we experienced flooding in 2019. So I think that one of the big issues that I see is that climate change is the big issue for our times. My title, Climate Change Missing in Action, is basically to highlight the fact that it has not been fully responded to in the the official plan in terms of the growth management strategy. There's a gap between aspiration and application. So slide 2, please. Okay, so here's the inner urban and evolving overlay map. And what I see as a consequence of this is that we will have Kitchissippi hubs, corridors, and neighborhood nubs. And where now we have, in many cases, tree canopy, there will be none. I'm looking at poor Westboro Beach, and my goodness, that's really bad. They look at a lot of change. And without these trees, without something to clean the air, to provide cooling, we will have a much worse city. The heat plumes that come off of these treeless areas affect other parts of the city. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There we go. Urban heat island effect, the hot day in Ottawa. It affects neighborhoods differently depending on the tree canopy cover. In the second image, you see the outline of where Champlain Park is located. And what I was really struck by when I saw this was that we seem to be a wee oasis of lower temperatures. You can see in the red area that there's about half of it has lower temperatures, and that's due to the tree canopy. The part that doesn't have the lower temperatures is the heavily intensified part of the neighborhood. And then you see a teeny weeny little bit of green space that seems to be over in Tunney's pasture. And that is Northwestern Avenue rear yard tree canopy, plus the effect of a berm in the Tunney's pasture area, and a few berms in their western parking lot. So this really stands out. And we know how important it is to human health to have an urban tree canopy and to reduce the heat island effect. Next slide, please. So when we are looking at developing in neighborhoods, we have to look at what the geography is. I've got an image from the Geological Survey of Canada, which shows the inner urban transect geology. We're on bedrock. I pulled a urban transect or a map to show that the inner urban transect overlies our drinking water intake protection zone. And it's basically flowing water, and any pollution would reach the intake pipe within 2 hours. If we cover every part of the north end of our city, and particularly this area in Kitchissippi, with impermeable surfaces, we are going to have future problems with our drinking water quality. And then there's the other issue with ecosystem services. This area is designated internationally as an important bird area. At the NCC lands in the north of our property are full of warblers in the spring and fall. And they come up into our neighborhood where there are trees left. And they also come up into that part of Tunney's pasture where the berms are. So we have a duty to protect these areas. Next slide, please. Now, Ottawa's urban canopy one-pager cites the current urban tree canopy cover of 25% and notes that it should be 40% in each neighborhood, and I cannot agree more. The NCC, Ottawa, and Gatineau collaborated to produce a tree canopy assessment for Canada's capital region. It was published in the fall of 2019. The data on the interactive map is
30 seconds.
2017 data. I see that it's easy to see that the tree canopy is not distributed equally. And I look at the figures in the official plan, and I do not see any room for green in any of these figures. Last slide, please. So meeting Ottawa's housing crisis or needs over the next 25 years means that we deal now with the climate emergency. Crisis resolution starts in neighborhoods. There are numerous studies. One was Ontario Health Study newsletter from the Health Study newsletter shows that having 10 more trees in a city block on average improves health perception in ways comparable to an increase in annual personal income of $10,000 and moving to a neighborhood up with $10,000 higher median income or being 7 years younger. And it seriously improves health. A 15-minute neighborhood is not one where residents scuttle between air-conditioned heated residents and air-conditioned or heated shops. I think Walkable Ottawa's proposal for a way forward is well worth considering. I also support the policies promoted by the People's Official Plan. Modeling in individual neighborhoods and collaborating with community members on infill proposals is the speedy way forward. Basically, I really like also Rolson's proposal regarding the digital twin technology. I'm a big fan of using whatever technology is available to us to get our answers better. This is what the Heat Island map is doing, and this is what the NCC has modeled. So let's go this way. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Pearl, any questions for Heather Pearl today? Seeing none, I just thank you for taking the time to be here today.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is a gentleman named, I think it's Doug Thompson. I think I recognize this individual. Oh yeah, Doug, on behalf of the Greely Community Association.
Yes,
Doug,
well, I'm a little nervous because I'm just a quiet guy from the country and I'm not used to speaking to such distinguished people. So if I'm a little nervous, please.
It's true. It's true because I'm far more distinguished now than when you sat next to me.
Yeah. Anyway, good morning, Chair El Shantiri and ARAC members. Also, good morning to Chair Scott Moffat and Glenn Gower and members of the Planning Committee. My name is Doug Thompson, and as president of the Greely Community Association, I'm proud to present our community's position on the draft official plan. The GCA had sent our comments in February of this year and recently submitted a minor revised copy of our submission, which is part of your trove of documents. Our association had sent in early 2021 our first draft to our 8 local community associations in Greely, which probably would reach about 800 homes. We posted our draft on our website, our Facebook page. We have 1,500 followers, our Twitter page with 500 followers, and we hoped it was viewed by nearly 500 registered email addresses in our association. The GCA also reached out to local business community, our land developers, and the South Asian Conservation Authority. The village of Greely currently has a population of 7,900. As you know, it's one of the 3 fastest growing rural villages in the city. We had a community design plan, now called the secondary plan, that was updated in 2012, but not as scheduled in 2017. In October of 2020, city staff indicated the Greely secondary plan would be updated or reviewed in concert with the new official plan. So we submitted our proposal after significant local consultation early in 2021. Shortly thereafter, city staff indicated that the Greely secondary plan would be reviewed after the new official plan was approved. 2 weeks ago, we noticed on the city website that Greely secondary plan had been reviewed or updated, and we were a bit surprised. And even I think Councillor Moffat, Grace Thatcher from Manotick Community Association was under the same assumption that it was going to be reviewed after the official plan was in place. We're a bit concerned because the GSP, Greely Secondary Plan, is 9 years, will be 9 years without full public consultation with residents. And the recent review by city staff could mean significant time before Greely is given the planning scrutiny that is needed. The village of Greely will need boundary changes fairly soon. We have infrastructure challenges. We require assistance with commercial and residential development, and we need support for modernizing our recreational assets. There are also minor planning issues that should be addressed, i.e. the unique severance requirements within village boundaries. Today, we need clarification, and this is basically what we're asking, and maybe not today, but from city staff, clarification and a time frame for if we are going to be able to review this after the official plan is approved. And we expect that it will be, but we just need clarification for that. We understand that the secondary plans take precedent over the official plans. So we're asking for an accurate timeline and assurance of a review update of the secondary plan from the city staff. The community association is committed, and we understand all the work that is being done, and we're willing to work with Councillor DeRuse and the city staff, but we just need assurances in a time frame. The Greely Community Association has also discussed the TWIM project, and we did submit our comments to city staff as part of in a paper in February 2021 as part of the growth management study. This project is close to Greely Osgood Ward, and our concerns are based on a very intense increase in density that will tax the existing infrastructure, create intense pressure on rural residents and their properties, and make affordable housing very difficult. We understand and fully aware of the issue with Lita Clay, and we just want to be involved. And I know Councillor Kitts is going to meet with people from Piperville Road who have contacted us. And so we're willing to work with Councillor DeRuse and Councillor Kitts because it's Councillor Kitts, this has just been thrown onto her plate. And so we just want, we expect that it will take place, but we just want to be involved because part of the land is already in Osgood Ward, but most of it will be in, all of it will be in 2022. So the residents are just interested and concerned about the development there. So that's it.
All right, thank you, Doug. I'm sure if there's any questions.
Yeah, ask some questions.
Go ahead, yeah. Councillor Steer has a question.
Good morning, Councillor Thompson, former Councillor Thompson.
I appreciate not being called ex-councillor because that wouldn't sound very, very, thank you. It's nice to hear from you.
I'm not sure, like I follow you and I'm trying to get a little bit clarity, please. Do you understand if Taywin was not part of this official plan, the growth area or the subject growth area would be
It could be based on
all the way to really that area. So you know that, correct?
Yes, yes.
And that means we are losing a good farmland in that area as well.
Yes, yeah. It's really, and I've lived a good portion of my life in Edwards, in the Greely area, very close. So I know this. I know this proposed area for development in and out. As a matter of fact, I lived within probably a kilometer of that property for many years, and it's just. I think for our residents, Mitch Owens Road is very busy. Boundary Road is just, it's crazy. The Avenue 31 is going to impact more. So Mitch Owens Road is sort of like a ring road. And with this development, and we know the infrastructure and the water issues in that area. So I guess the Greely Community Association is sort of taking a fatherly approach that we just want to help out the residents. In the village of Edwards, the residents are very concerned because their water supply is it's very minimal, and they're just concerned that this development is going to impact them. So that's, we did make an official comment, and it's not within our the community association's area of responsibility, but we're just doing it as a neighborly position.
Thank you for that, Mr. Thompson, and working with your councillor and Councillor Case and working together actually with all of the Board of Council. We'll continue monitoring and working together, but thanks for coming out today. I think Councillor DeRusse.
Yes.
Councillor DeRusse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Thank you, Doug, for coming out and waiting a day and a half for your presentation.
I learned a lot because I did sit for most of the presentations yesterday. It reminded me a little bit when we were debating the smoking bylaw a few years ago. We were 12 and 14, 16 hours at City Hall. So I think it's more difficult to be virtual for your long periods of time. But anyway, yes, it was interesting.
So thank you, but I just want to clarify the secondary plan that you brought up. I know staff has been letting the community association know that we are not touching the secondary plan until we do the official plan. So to clarify and have it on record, you're right. Carp and Greely are growing in a little bit different pace, and then staff didn't want to do any secondary plan before we approve official plan. And part of the official plan, if the language is in the official plan on looking at Greely for their own secondary plan after the official plan will be approved, that hopefully by the end of 2023.
Just
so you for the
because it was on the city website that they did tweak the Greely secondary plan a little bit, and we're just honestly, we haven't gone through. We're working through to see the differences that with this tweaking, but yeah, we appreciate that. And it's, as you know, Greely is growing so quickly. We have certain differences that other rural villages don't. We have 3 major roads, arterial roads running through the village. So we're just concerned, and we look forward to working with the city to when they do open this up, because as you know, the residents are really interested in what the future holds for Greely.
Absolutely, and then the association will be part of this conversation, and we're doing public consultation at that time. We will be looking about the land adjacent and about the Greely boundary line. So we will be looking at all that, and then you'll be part of it, and the resident will have time to put their input and their feedbacks, and we'll move forward with that. So I just want to clarify that one. And the second hand, the Taiwan is it. You're right. It after in 2022 will be all in Osgood Ward. In the meantime, Edwards is already have water problem in the last 30 years, and you know that. This is nothing new. It was on your time when you were council, and you know the challenges they have. But the Taiwan, the whole project, if Taiwan will be serviced with water and sewer, it's not going to impact the water in Edward, and that's something we will be having public consultation. It's still way early for us to talk about the impact, the traffic, and the study, and all that will be coming true in the next 4 to 5 years. But also you will be part of the conversation. So I want to appreciate your input this morning. Thank you for coming out, and I appreciate you clarify your first submission to the committee and to the planning and ARAC committee in the first one. And I read the new submission, and I'm very happy with it, and we'll be working with you to achieve all the goals that the community association wants.
Yeah, in our first one, we missed 2 developers, and this is the one irregularity with the village of Greely. They own 4 quarries that are depleted, but they're inside the village boundary, and so we did meet with them, and they're happy now, and so we're all in the same family now.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor DeRusse. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Doug. I don't have a question. I just wanted to respond to your comments about consultation. It is my understanding that should Taywin be approved, developing a secondary plan for the area would be a step that follows, which would provide residents with an opportunity for consultation and input, and I think answer a lot of the more detailed questions that we've been getting from residents. So just to say, happy to work with you, your organization. Councillor Durs and I obviously would work closely on that and make sure that all stakeholders are implicated in that stage. I had asked Taggart and the Algonquins if they were, willing to provide an information session for residents prior to today and this debate, but it was their sense that would be a bit premature, given that it wasn't approved yet. So lots of consultation to follow, and I'm happy to work with you there.
Thank you for that. And I know it's very difficult with COVID. You can't have. I think most people in the rural areas like it when you have a meeting where people come out to a halt or something. So we look forward to that and appreciate keeping in touch with you and Councillor Durs as this moves forward.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just on the secondary plans, yeah. So there was a commitment that there wouldn't be any major policy or any policy changes to secondary plans. There were tweaks, either to align them with the official plan in some ways, or to less editorialize them. Some of them are quite lengthy and storytelling in nature. And so there was some effort to bring them down right to the finer points of the policies, but no actual policy directions were changed in any of the secondary plans.
Yes, I appreciate that comment. And when I leave, I just want to thank Marc Desjardins. I've worked with him for many years and he's done a remarkable job on putting this together. So I think he's in line for a big pay raise before he retires.
I think he's retiring soon, so I'll just give him a lump sum before he goes, I guess. I don't know. All right. Thank you, Doug. Appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Hit the thumbs up. Mark supports the lump sum buyout upon retirement. That's good. So we'll move on to our next speaker. What do Doug Thompson, Scott Moffat, and Bob Brocklebank all have in common? We all ran in 2010. Bob Brocklebank.
Thank you. Today I'm speaking as an individual, not as a representative of any particular group. In 1657, Blaise Pascal, as in the kilopascal, wrote, "I have made this longer than usual because I have not time to make it shorter." Most of us thought that was Mark Twain who said that, but we were mistaken. To have a new official plan adopted, and it is hoped in force by the end of this term of council, really applies pressure. No doubt that pressure resulted in the indigestible lump of documentation, 1,360 pages worth, which you have been offered to read for this meeting. There is much I like in the new draft official plan. I support the idea that growth in the existing urban area be encouraged, that innovation in building design be nurtured, and that outmoded concepts of use-based zoning be abandoned. But I think the document is far too lengthy. It was written by committee and every contributor insisted on inserting details into the draft. Many of these details do not belong in an official plan. Moreover, many will prove to be problems in the future. Having been baked into the text, an official plan amendment will be needed to take sensible action. Example 1. In parts of the city where parks are most needed, the Parks Department will need official plan amendments to assemble land for parks if any parcels are less than 400 square meters. Example 2. Must we include in the official plan a call that buildings in Canada North on through lots be oriented toward Leggett Drive in preference to March Road? My view is at odds with many community activists who wish to build as much detail as possible into the official plan, believing that anything less than a reference hammered into the OP is subject to capricious alteration. I believe the present document is too filled with detail. It is so inflated that meaningful content is lost in the process. First, we're considering change over a 25-year period. even in the hottest spots for development, even in the wildest dreams of planners, change is gradual over a 25-year time span. Another important message lost is that the revised official plan is intended to open the door to form-based zoning. Among other things, this means the end of zones which permit detached houses only. I realize that stating matters so baldly will stir up controversy. However, once the whole picture is evident, residents will begin to understand that there's no cause for panic. I'm unlikely to be invited to weed out what I consider superfluous in the present draft, so I've prepared a series of possible motions which councillors may wish to consider. They're attached to my written submission. Some are simple adjustments of language, but others are more significant. I wish to mention two. In the evolving overlay, the city commits itself now to support spot rezoning, giving support to applications to change the zoning in the new, yet to be written zoning bylaw. Please delete 5611 subsection 3A. The city should not be supportive of spot rezoning on a knee-jerk basis, as the clause indicates. 2. Storing vehicles, that is, parking, has caused inordinate debate in planning circles. In the draft official plan, there's a breakthrough, and the idea of parking vehicles together, rather than spread out on each parcel of land, is mentioned. Unfortunately, the draft language restricts this to only publicly accessible facilities. I ask that 4.1.4 subsection 9 be altered to remove that restriction. My comments and proposed motions are offered with the intent of making a constructive contribution to a new official plan. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question for you from Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Bob, for your delegation. I just wanted to highlight that for the first large piece that you were talking about in terms of a motion. I understand that is coming. I've discussed it with Councillor Leeper, and that is going to be on the floor on Monday. The other piece around parking certainly can explore that a little bit more. I guess my question for you is, can you go into some of the other minor things you wanted? I know they're in your document, but just very briefly, if you could just elaborate on the other minor changes that you see as needed.
Well, I certainly don't want to take people through all the nitpicking that I engaged in, where I don't like the use of the comparative, the superlative where the comparative should be used. But if I could just mention this question about parks, the 400 square meters limit in this part of town. I mean, I'm in an infill house. I certainly am not on a 400 square meter lot. Most of the lots in this neighborhood are less than 400 square meters. If you want to assemble land, it's going to be in less than 4 meter sections. I have found somewhere that there is a prohibition on detention facilities in rural areas of the city. Doesn't affect me, but why are we putting that in? Who is going to put a detention facility? You got private detention facilities being offered? It's the federal or provincial government. They don't have to ask the city to put a prison in the rural area of the city. Why is that in the official plan? Why is there vocabulary that nobody understands in the document? Someone can explain the phrase which says the application as appropriate of zoning bylaws development standards to be applied as one lot for zoning purposes to support mixed middles housing. I don't think anybody understands that. Surely there's some English language translation. There also are places where in the changes, and this is something that just occurs to me, and that in the changes that the staff have proposed about the language about converting rental accommodation to condominiums, they've dropped the word and. So we had two conditions that applied. Now it's not clear whether it is two conditions or one condition. What I'm saying is there's a whole lot of little nitpicking. I think the staff have been under tremendous pressure, and that's why you ended up with 1,360 pages, putting aside the pages that came from nitpickers like me.
Thank you, Bob. And I agree. This has been a lot of pressure on our staff. I think this came faster than likely they would have liked. So I appreciate your comments. I will mention one comment on the parkettes, the smaller parks than the 400 meters. I did get word back, and I've yet to send this to the GCA, but I'm going to do it today. And the park and rec facility master plan adopted by council will have a land first policy statement for parkland dedication that should supersede the 400 figure in there, and perhaps there's more clarification needed in the plan. In the draft OP, there are two. The park development manual will set out the park typologies and standardize the park development process for projects to the satisfaction of responsible for parks and recreation, and that is in there to allow RCFS to deal with that exact question that you're asking. This is going to be, we are going to be looking for smaller parks and that intensification can bring some more green space where warranted as a parks first policy. So they also talk about the range of park typologies, but I take your point. In there, it says clearly 400. That's what we're going for. I'm just giving you is important, but I'll ask staff a question, and perhaps there's a direction that comes on the Monday as well. Very much appreciate your engagement. Thank you for reading through that large document and for pointing out some important points. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Menard, and thank you, Mr. Brockovic. Our next speaker is Ron Rose, the Old Ottawa East Community Association. Mr. Rose, if you just unmute yourself, you're good to go.
Great, thanks very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm just waiting for the slide to come up. On behalf of the Old Ottawa East Community Association, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to address this joint meeting. I put up a slide of the location of the Old Ottawa East community. We're located between the Rideau Canal and the Rideau River. Although yesterday's discussion, there were a number of references to our community, so I expect many of you are familiar with it. This slide just gives you the general, yeah, keep that one up. Right. Can we go back to, thank you very much, yeah. Mr. Chair, 2 years ago, Council approved a secondary plan for Old Ottawa East. This was devised in great consultation with the community. The community is very happy with the dictates of that Old Ottawa East secondary plan. And we like the way that it dictates where development will go, what kind of development will happen. So our focus has been very much on looking at the changes that are proposed to the Old Ottawa East secondary plan as found in the documentation that we have. I'll focus my comments on changes we would like to see to the draft secondary plan for Old Ottawa East. We've made staff aware of our concerns, and we have provided draft motions for your discussion and approval. The first change that we would like to see is the elimination of any reference to the Alta Vista Transit Corridor. The city has introduced in section 2.3 of the draft secondary plan the suggestion that the Alta Vista Transit Corridor might not be built, and proposes a number of remedial measures which should be taken, and I quote, should the city proceed with the construction of the AVTC. Can I have the next slide, please? This slide shows a very small portion of our community, but the green stripes indicate the green transit and utility corridor, which includes somewhere in there the Alta Vista Transit Corridor as it passes through the community of Old Ottawa East, starting on the bottom right at the Rideau River. So the city has introduced this level of uncertainty since there is now some uncertainty about the future of the AVTC. We believe it to be prudent to also clarify what would happen, what measures should be taken should the AVTC not be built. And we proposed a motion which states, quote, should the city not proceed with the construction of the Alta Vista Transit Corridor, these lands be allocated, the lands allocated to the corridor currently be designated as park, and that these lands be attached to Springhurst Park, which is the green portion in the slide in front of you now. The second motion we have concerns the designation of a portion of Main Street. Different schedules in the draft official plan have different height limits for this section of Main Street. Can I have the next slide, please? This shows the main corridors, slide 2B. Can I have the next slide, please? Which is a blow up of that. And you can see that Main Street, all the way from the 417 down to the Rideau River is designated as a corridor, Main Street. Next slide, please. This is slide C7A, design priority areas. And next slide. This is the blow up of that, which indicates that Main is only a corridor dash Main Street partway down as far as Clegg Street.
Time.
So we would suggest that this motion be considered, that Main Street only be designated as a corridor below, above Clegg, sorry. Our second motion concerns, our final motion concerns a requirement to include an additional schedule to the Old Ottawa East secondary plan. That schedule would, okay, my time is almost up. That schedule would clarify the building heights required in each of the land designations. And the final motion, I would, that's our final motion. We urge the committee to take a look at these. We provided the text for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rose. A question for you from Councilor Menard.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Ron, for being here and all of your work. It looks like my internet connection's unstable. Hopefully I'll stabilize here in a sec. So yeah, I feel you, Councillor Kitts. I just wanted to say staff have the 3 different motions you've referenced, as well as the minor changes in the secondary plan that you pointed out. There were some inconsistencies and some errors, with regard to some of the statues and some of the landmarks there. as well as the community association reference, because that's changing with Deschâtelet. So that's been noted by staff. My understanding from them is they're going to try to get us a redraft based on what you've submitted and what our office has submitted to them sometime for either Monday, and if it can't be for Monday, then before council. So just wanted to say I don't have a lot of questions, Chair. Just wanted to really thank the delegation for all the intricate work they've done and looking into this plan. And with regard to the Alta Vista Transportation Corridor, I also have a direction on that supported by staff that will look into that northern section of current green space and that park space that's utilized heavily by those larger buildings there, with increasing buildings coming in. So thank you very much, Ron, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Mr. Rose. Our next speaker is Jack Waghorn. Alta Vista, also Alta Vista Engaged is the name I have here.
That's correct. Good morning, everyone. I'm a little rusty on my public speaking, so like the other speakers, forgive me. First, let me thank all of you for your engagement and your insightful questions. Like several of the other speakers, I sat through yesterday, both astonished and a little annoyed, frankly, at times. But I have great respect for you, and I'm going to try and get you out of here at 5 o'clock today if I can. I represent Alta Vista Engage. We are a group of residents who live in the broad Alta Vista area, and we remain concerned over the intent and direction of the official plan. We support it in its basic form. However, we've been engaged with the official plan since the onset of the consultation process and submitted comments on the first draft of the official plan, which are much more in-depth than the ones I've submitted recently. I've been designated to represent this group because I'm a recent retired developer with many years experience in retail and mixed-use commercial development. My experience has included dissecting city plans to find development opportunities for my company, to build suburban shopping centers and residential commercial mixed-use buildings. We would review city plans in detail, looking for prime development sites. We'd search for ambiguous wording in planning documents and use this language to make our case, always looking for more density. We would review, this provided a huge financial incentive for us. If I were to put my development hat back on, the current draft of the official plan contains a great deal of inconsistent language and loopholes that could be exploited to push the levels of neighborhood intensification beyond what is intended at the cost of established neighborhoods and green space and tree canopy. To ensure the official plan meets its goals, there are 3 key requirements I think that we should focus on: the clarity of intent, very precise language, and the closing of all potential loopholes. I've heard other speakers that have reinforced this, like Paul Goodkey yesterday, and that there are many issues before us that need addressing. I sent a detailed letter to this committee outlining 3 subjects of concern and the types of motions that I'm seeking your support on. I would ask that you take a moment to review that document as well. I've chosen today to just list 3 that I believe need our focus. Like a lot of other people, the evolving overlay should contain clear criteria and no ambiguity. The current wording is vague and could be manipulated. As Mr. Brocklebank has just pointed out, for example, 5.6.1.13A, permit applications for low-rise intensification to move beyond the development standards of the underlying zone if the proposal meets some objectives with regards to density and built form and site design. This wording is so vague, it is meaningless and ripe for exploitation. As a result, I support the motion that I've heard Councilman Leeper is bringing forward, and we urge you to give this your support as well. We would also agree that we also agree with the request from the AVCA and Faircrest Heights that we continue to work on this language together to make this fit other similar situations within the OP. Second, we are very concerned about how the official plan is going to balance 2 central goals: intensification and increasing green space. Often these 2 goals are in opposition. However, as a retired developer, I can tell you we have achieved both. you need to be clear and mandatory wording. You need clear and mandatory wording to preserve green space and protect trees fundamentally. On my street alone, we have just witnessed the decimation of old growth in Ottawa, which is rare on our street for the exploitation of a small family, single family home.
1 minute.
If this is done, the official plan needs, it could be increasing tree canopy to over 40%. Motions should be supported to clarify that 0 front yard setbacks cannot be permitted, or they need to be supported. Further, variances to reduce the required area for soft landscaping if more intensive planning occurs, but this won't support healthy trees. Therefore, the words should clarify variances to reduce the required area of soft landscaping are contrary to the intent of this plan. Most importantly, as Gary Lindbergh pointed out, it is the portion of Smythe Road should be redesignated as should be left alone, basically, I guess, from Linda Lane to Alta Vista. And we look to forward to the upcoming zoning process to strengthen this intent. I believe Councillor Cloutier is bringing forward some language as well that pertains to this. Lastly, yesterday we listened to many speakers from many neighborhoods that had basically the same concerns, asking for clarity and specificity. We also listened to R1 and its value. And I submit that R1 represents areas with more and bigger trees and supports the environment, provides quiet spaces for citizens. And these spaces are enjoyed by the entire community and for people outside that community as well. The measured intensification of Ottawa will become a reality if this council takes its time to recognize the concept of surrounding R1 at the outset of this ambitious plan to achieve the goals of the OP.
So I have let you go over your time just so you could wrap up that because you did say lastly, so I wanted to let you go. We have a question for you from Councillor Cloutier.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good day, Jack. Thanks for hanging in and being back today, and for your professional experience, which have given me a bit of thoughtful and detailed information to consider. A previous delegation had some interesting details on how the city could set up with zoning staff to use simulation modeling to establish a more effective neighborhood. Would you see that? And I note your comments about the vagueness of the wording. I've made note of that.
Mm-hmm.
But would you see something like that as a comfort, as a benefit in the next steps in the zoning to further define the evolving overlay at the neighborhood and at the lot level?
I think you guys have got a big job ahead of you. We either have a lot of confusion or a lot of cynicism regarding this plan. And I've talked to neighbors and friends about this, and nobody gets it. I'm telling you, the majority of the citizenry outside this Zoom call is really in the dark about the goals and what we're trying to achieve. We've used modeling in the past to sell to city councils. We've taken our building and put it into context and all the rest of it to as many developers do today. And visually, I think people get it. They have much more of a grasp of the intent and what's going on. I'll use the Federal Study Center just as an example. We have that in Alta Vista, and I know Councillor Cloutier's working towards getting that developed. If we took our time, and I'm volunteering today, sir, to throw my hat in the ring as a volunteer to work on that with you. But if we take our time and show how we preserve green space, how we get intensification, how we get different built forms within that package, it is an excellent way to take that forward to the community and say, okay, now we're going to focus on the medical center at the corner of Smythe and how does that impact the community? And then you've got buy-in, you've got people understanding things, and we achieve the goals that this ambitious plan is really trying to achieve. We're talking about years in the making here. And I believe that if this plan is going to get any traction within the community, zoning wise or otherwise, whatever you do coming out of the box has got to be really good, and it's got to be presented well, and it's got to be the kind of thing that people understand and the general public can get engaged with.
Thank you for that. Yeah, it has been the official plan and the complexity of it, and you've spoken to that, and we've exchanged with each other on that.
Sure.
Yep. And when you're talking about 1495 Heron, which is the Federal Study Center, and the NDMC lands, that will all be coming up at some point and we'll have some densification.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, and I'm crystal clear that your concern with the evolving overlay that we've exchanged about is the vagueness of the wording.
Yeah.
Not the concept itself, but the vagueness of the word.
Right.
So, thank you. Nice to see you today.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Councillor Cloutier, and thank you, Mr. Wagner.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Laura Cohen, and then following Ms. Cohen will be Teresa Palasini and Anya and Mihailovich. So Laura, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much. Wow, I have to first start by commending you all in sitting here and listening to all of us. Being 48th yesterday has given me an amazing opportunity to really hear the collective concerns across our communities in Ottawa, the critical and immediate need for neighborhood-specific development plans in consultation with the community that provide safeguards around, for example, appropriate and reasonable intensification, tree canopies, green space, and aging infrastructures. I've also heard a lot of talk about how new construction is critical for the housing shortage we're facing. In City View, the new construction boom is far from affordable. Perhaps developers should be made to be part of the solution and be required to build affordable rent-to-own homes in the same neighborhoods where they are building homes that sell for $1.2 to $1.8 million. This type of housing is clearly out of reach of most people and is certainly not the roots, pun intended, of City View. Although I am actually here to speak about the proposed baseline rapid transit corridor and the designation of Baseline Road as a rapid transit corridor. I always like to share the background of City View with the hope that by doing so, when decisions are being made, that it's always top of mind that these decisions are long-term and will permanently shape our communities now and going forward. For most of the 21 years that I've lived in City View, when new homes were built or renovated, it was typically by existing owners whose intention was to stay in the neighborhood. City View is a multi-generational community. You meet neighbors who grew up here, have raised families here, and in many cases, those children also want to live here and raise their families, although they are being costed out. Our neighborhood is changing as we grapple with rapid intensification. For us, the question has become, how much is reasonable and when is it enough? City View is more than an area with large lots to exploit. It is our community, and that matters. To quote an earlier comment, the intensification we are experiencing is neither gradual, gentle, or incremental. So how is this relevant to the proposed future baseline rapid transit corridor? Despite the rapid intensification we've experienced in City View, critical infrastructure such as sidewalks, sufficient traffic calming, street lighting have simply not kept pace. The official plan stresses the importance of walkability and pedestrian safe and easy access to transit. So I'm completely baffled as to how a transit corridor can be considered when a central neighborhood adjacent to Baseline Road does not even currently meet the minimum standards for walkability or pedestrian safety. How can one happen without the other? So now Baseline Road. I frequently watch elderly people, children, people with groceries, people with disabilities, kids in strollers, dodge traffic to Baseline, both north and south. One of the reasons for this is because there are no pedestrian crossings between Clyde and Cordoba. Out of interest for this presentation, I decided to measure the distance from the lights at Marival Baseline to Clyde Baseline and from Clyde Baseline to Cordoba Baseline, the only street in City View that actually has north-south sidewalks. Marival to Clyde is all commercial, so not surprisingly, there are 4 lights at a total distance of 0.7 kilometers, making it handy for people to find a safe way to cross the street at several points. From Clyde to Cordoba, the first light after Clyde, the distance is 0.9 kilometers, all residential, meaning that residents must either choose to cross illegally and dangerously or potentially be required to walk 0.9 kilometers to get to their bus across the street or their residence. If they don't cross at Clyde or Cordoba, that literally makes no sense. There are also no shelters on the south side of Baseline except at Navajo. People wait precariously on corners with no shelter. They run the risk of being hit by drivers speeding out of City View. Remember, we have almost no traffic calming, and yet nothing has been done to make it safe now for residents on both sides of Baseline to access public transit, yet Baseline has been identified as a rapid transit corridor. Hope I have enough for this last point. My last point relates to the designation of Baseline Road as a rapid transit corridor. It seems that we're hearing that there's no funding and it's likely 15 to 20 years away. Given this, the designation should be removed. Why is this? Increasingly, we're seeing, I'm done. We're seeing applications for development based on this designation as their rationale for significant zoning changes that will dramatically change our already burdened aging infrastructure and community. It seems ethically wrong, morally wrong.
Thank you.
No, for developers to have access to designation that for all intents and purposes does not yet apply.
Councillor Brockington? No, you don't have to mute her.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, you don't have to mute you. Sorry, that was a mistake. Councillor Brockington?
Thank you, chairs. Good morning, Ms. Cohen. Thank you for your presentation. I'm not sure if, and thank you for your stamina yesterday, listening to other delegates. Very similar delegation from the Carlton Heights Association, which is just east to City View, along the corridor, Baseline corridor. Very similar concerns. Lack of modern day infrastructure, older community, struggling with infill. The corridor is being used to substantiate and facilitate development infill going forward, but we haven't taken care of business today. Can you just talk to me about past infill applications? Infill applications that come today have to go through various reviews and assessments. How does the lack of infrastructure get addressed during these processes?
So thank you so much for that question. You know, I'm also a member of our community association, but I'm not here for that. So I have had the opportunity now to sit in on some of these planning meetings. And recently, in fact, we made a very impassioned speech about a proposed infill. And in fact, the committee acknowledged the issues that we were raising, the concerns that we had, the infrastructure, all of those things were indeed critical things to be thinking about. And then they approved the application.
Was that the Committee of Adjustment?
Yes, it was.
Okay, fair enough. If I can ask you, can you just send me an email with your contact information? I would like to connect you with the Carlton Heights Association.
I would love that, and I will absolutely do that. Thanks so much.
Thanks for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Sherrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, recently we had an application to put up a tower at the corner of Clyde and Baseline. And part of the rationale for that was based on the fact that it's a bus rapid transit corridor. And, but a number of the residents did raise the point very clearly that there was no funding for the bus rapid transit corridor, and the funding has to come from the province. What effect do you think that whole premise that there's going to be bus rapid transit had on getting the approval for that tower? Was it key to getting the approval?
Well, it's an interesting question because I'm actually right at that corner of Baseline and Clyde, where where now towers are going up. Across the street, there's going to be another tower, and we've just heard that there's a proposal for another plot to be developed. So, all of that makes a lot of sense if there are pedestrians that have easy access, they can cross at multiple points, especially if one of them will be a senior's residence. But of course, if none of that happens, all that happens is you put more burden on the neighborhoods with cut through traffic, construction, drilling, all these things, only to find that you're still in a situation that still doesn't have adequate measures for safe passage, for easy transit, and for simply walking safely down a street, including Baseline Road. So I think I can imagine it has a big bearing. And that we also saw an application from a former councillor of the city of Ottawa who based his entire ask on the fact that there would be a rapid transit corridor, despite the fact that that's 20 years away, and he wants to put in a dwelling that would not be considered otherwise. So I think we have to be careful that these designations mean something, and they mean something to our communities. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's trite to say that, it's the influence of developers that caused the approval of a 28-story tower in a 2-story neighborhood, but it's not the developers' influence that caused that. It's the designation that there's going to be bus rapid transit there, and we have absolutely no idea if the money is going to come in for that. So is that part of why you want to remove that designation right now?
Yes, I can't imagine how you could have a designation for something that hasn't even happened. That could also, if it was 3 years away and the funding was secured, you could say, okay, we want to increase opportunities to take public transport, decrease the use of cars. We're all on that. The fact is, even if it does get approved, it's 20 years away. But meanwhile, our neighborhoods are not keeping up the pace with what's required to have even more infrastructure in a community like Carlton Heights that doesn't even have a proper sewage management system.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shirley, and thank you, Laura, for your presentation.
Thank
Our
you
next
so much.
speaker, Teresa. Teresa Palusani.
There is nobody. Teresa's not there. It's 51 is the next one.
Okay, go to 51. Anya Milo.
Milo
Good morning, it's Mihailo Mihailovich. Scott, you nailed it perfectly. That was great. Okay, I'm gonna have to be fast here. I have a client call in 6 minutes, so I appreciate giving the opportunity. So first of all, what Laura said, what Jack said, what Councillor Shirley said, pretty much is half my presentation, so I don't have to dwell on that too much. My main point to bring up is this draft OP is written for the benefit of developers, basically so they can build what they want without any pushback from communities that are going to be affected. The use of non-enforceable language is found throughout the document. It's leaving it open to interpretation and loopholes. The use of words such as should and may are very weak and allow builders to bypass those requirements. I developed a building code, national building code for 9.5 years. And I know that weak language like this will definitely lead to designs that will fail. And once this document gets approved, these builders are waiting. They have their bulldozer excavators at the site. They're waiting to go. And once it gets going, you will not be able to stop it. This brings us to some of the assumptions that have been made. The big assumption is that our population will increase by 400,000, over the next 25 years. Our assumption was made like that last time. We never met those population predictions. So who's to say we're going to meet that now? The problem is the OP is written based on those numbers. And as I said, the developers, that's all they hear is we're 400,000. We need to build houses now. And you're going to see an influx of building going on right now when it may not be necessary. Take your time and make sure that you analyze this every few years to see how is our population prediction? Are we on the pace? Do we have enough going on? It doesn't take them long to build houses. And so that can easily be added to it if needed. But if you're given the go ahead for this amount right now, like I said, there is no turning back, and I think it's going to ruin the city. Because most home builders, and I'm talking like the smaller ones, not necessarily the bigger ones that have like acres and acres of property, the smaller one-off, two-offs, they don't care about whether sidewalks be built. They don't care if there's a store in the neighborhood that's going to make it a 15-minute neighborhood. All they want to do is build that house as big as possible to collect as much profit. And we already know that. We see it happening all the time, how the builders are getting what they want, even though committees may agree that it's not a good design, they still get it. And for those added services, if the builders aren't taking care of them, who's going to pay for them? Taxpayers? We're already paying enough for poorly planned projects. The baseline corridor, Laura nailed it. It's not approved yet. All the neighborhoods around it are being designated as having that transit. Well, if it doesn't get built, too late. All these high rises and all these intensification has already occurred. And like I said, once you go out there, you can't go back. Same as all the intensification being built around light rail transit. How's that working out right now? It's not. The train's not working. And yet we're still building these condos and everything for a system that doesn't work because the city rushed and didn't take the time. Until those trains are returned and replaced, that system will not be reliable enough to account for the intensification that's happening. I'm going to make this my last point. Affordable housing, especially when it comes to low income, builders will not make housing cheaper. They're in it for the profit. The only way you're going to get affordable housing that we need for this housing crisis is if the city mandates cheap housing, whether it be apartments or what have you, or if you have other organizations manage or run those buildings, such as Ottawa Community Housing, co-ops. Co-ops are great. I used to live in one and allowed me to buy a house. But unless you have those organizations actually have affordable housing, you'll never have it. You can build 50,000 houses. None of them are going to be affordable because there's no benefit for the builder to make them affordable. And you're still going to have the same problem. And houses being built these days, they're not cheap. They're buying properties for $500,000, $800,000. They're putting in two houses that are worth 1.5 each. That's not affordable. So some of these designs may help. Intensification can work only if it's planned properly and if there's controls in place. You have to control what's being done. The one-offs is brought up, a question was brought up earlier about the applications being talked about at the Committee of Adjustment. The problem there is the committees and the builders are only looking at that one-off. Okay, they're not looking at, okay, well, what about the other 24 applications that just happened in the last year or so? What about the 24 that are going to come? Oh, it doesn't matter. We're only looking at this one. It has no effect on the services. City View, where I live, it's the amount of intensification that has occurred over the last 10, 15 years. We probably have about at least 40% new houses where you have a single family bungalow replaced with two massive houses. Okay, that intensification has already been occurring and nothing has happened to the infrastructure. So as I said, intensification can work if it's properly done. I definitely want houses to be affordable. I have 4 kids. I want them out of the house and I don't want them living with me. So I want places to be affordable. Thank you very much. Sorry I had to rush and I'm gonna have, I think I have 30 seconds left that I can stay on.
Made it on time. Thank you very much. I see no question. We'll go to the next speaker and it's Kareem Lynch.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, good. I have unmuted. Yes, I appreciate the time that and your attention to listen to everyone, and especially me, because I cannot address specific parts of the official plan. I'm a resident of City View. I've lived here for over 30 years. And my big concern is that intensification, that term that strikes terror into the hearts of many residents, is going to exacerbate the issues we are facing now with the rapid rate of infill taking place in our community. And the official plan has no reassurance for me that these issues will be addressed, especially in the near future. There are two big issues, and they've been repeated by community after community, and that is the loss of green space, tree canopy, and the business of aging infrastructure. City View is in a unique situation, and it makes it easy for developers to come in. Lots are large, they can be divided. There is no cash in lieu they need to pay. There is no allocation that they need to make for green space. There is nothing that they don't need to contribute back to the community. The houses that they build are very, very big. They're very large. And the cost of housing here is now increasing. Our community becomes less and less diverse because the houses that are being built are all in the $1 million plus range. So there's no provision for diversity of housing and no addressing really the issues of affordability of housing. When the developer comes, the lots are just, the divided lots are it's like a blast, like a desert. You just cut down everything you possibly can, even with the new tree bylaw. There's still issues, and because the houses that they want to build are big ones. Single family dwellings. And the other thing is the infrastructure. City View has got a rural ditch system. It's a drainage system that depends on lot heights and ditches for stormwater control and flow. There are no curbs or collection basins. This once may have been adequate when our runoff ran down to the adjacent low-lying part to the west. But this land has all been backfilled and covered by buildings, pavement, and berms. And over the years, the ditches have been compromised through neglect and illegal infilling. And as well, much of the new infill construction and reconstruction has allowed the installation without ditches or culverts. So I think that it becomes really important that local plans be developed for each community to consider all of these factors and concerns and how they can be mitigated, even before the proposals outlined in the official plan. I am concerned about what's happening in our community, and I would like to see some changes now and in the near future, not 20 or 25 years away. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Nish. I see Councillor Shirley have a question for you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you realize that with this plan, intensification will continue at a stronger rate in City View than we have right now?
Yes, I do. Yes, it's a great concern. But I think the important thing is to have some measures that mitigate some of the effects that are going to be taking place. And I think things can be done even now to help.
Yeah.
I think there are some solutions. And for example, the business of green space. Yes, we are losing green space with new builds, but we have streets that are two-way. And I think we could make streets that are one-way, and we could make more of a promenade down the other side of the street. The thing is that we have a lot of issues too with traffic. We're on a grid system, and the grid system is easy for people to cut through from the 4 major arteries that this community is surrounded by. And so if we had more one-way streets, if we had more dead ends, I think that would help a lot. We also would give us more space for things like a promenade, bike paths, bike lanes, and if it would improve the walkability of the community as well, if there was an improvement in the roads or in the street allocation for, a promenade. It's one solution.
Yeah. Okay, you mentioned what developers are building, but it's not so much the developers causing this type of construction as it is this council, because it's this council that approved the 28-story building Clyde and Baseline, and it's kind of letting us off the hook if we blame developers for that, because it's this council that approved it.
I'm not blaming developers, and I'm not blaming the council. I'm just thinking that there could be changes, especially in the type of building that is, I know it's on private property, but I think that developers could make some concessions to the community as they build, because they do not have to do the cash in lieu, and there's no cash in lieu that comes back to us. I think developers have an obligation, and I think council has an obligation as well.
Committee should know that the cash in lieu of parkland isn't charged to most of the infill in City View because of the time of collection of the cash in lieu is at a time that allows most of them to escape paying. And we've asked staff to look at that and find ways to fix it. So we may have a motion coming on that.
That would be good. I think it's also because of the way that the lots can be divided instead of, there's no severance really involved. It's just a straight division. Because
every house in City View is built on 2 lots.
Well, that would be.
So Councillor Shirley, we're going to follow your advice yesterday. You want to continue with the OP, please, discussion?
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. I see no other hand. Do you have any question, Councillor Shirley, before we let them?
Yeah, have you had anything to do with the City View Community Association's submission on this?
I haven't had anything to do with the submission per se, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shirley and Ms. Lynch. Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Riopel. Maria, I see you on the screen. You have 5 minutes. You are on mute, Maria.
All right, now can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Marie Riopel. My husband Hugh and I have lived at 46 Cantor Boulevard for 50 years. The proposed official plan focuses on affordability and the climate crisis, which gives rise to the concept of a 15-minute neighborhoods. This is all good. As stated in the official plan, in addition to both public and commercial amenities, a critical component for the success of 15-minute neighborhoods is walkability and support for other forms of active transport. However, the official plan does not indicate how existing neighborhoods would transition to walkable neighborhoods complete with parks, trees, and public services that will match the intensified population and help residents choose to walk instead of drive. The plan is silent on how upgrades to the necessary infrastructure and amenities such as trees, green space, walking, biking pathways, recreational facilities will be delivered so that our neighborhoods are complete, functioning, walkable communities. City View is an outer urban neighborhood situated south of Baseline Road, north of Meadowlands Drive, and stretching from Maryville Road west to Woodruff Avenue. Our neighborhood already has critical mass and many supporting commercial amenities within walking distance, as suggested in the official plan's description of a 15-minute neighborhood. However, it lacks the necessary public infrastructure to make it walkable. City View does not have sidewalks or walking, cycling paths. It does not have streetlights, and many of its mature shade trees are being lost to the intensification, which is already happening in our neighborhood.
CityView has a large population of seniors who choose to age in place, and the current intensification is already putting a strain on this aspect of our neighborhood. Intensification has played havoc with our streets as they are constantly being dug up and then patched to provide service to new builds. Our streets have not been resurfaced in many years, and this makes the streets treacherous to walk because of holes, cracks, and crevices. We are also seeing more cars on the streets and more street parking. This, in addition to minimal winter maintenance, makes walking hazardous. If we want seniors to age in place, we need infrastructure improvements to make the streets walkable. CityView is also seeing a regeneration of the community with many young families moving in. To support these young families, we need green space, schools, community spaces, and most importantly, safe, walkable streets to get kids to school. This is particularly important as school bus services appear to be decreased. We are seeing more children who walk or cycle to school. However, CityView has a number of dangerous intersections as well as narrow streets and long blocks, which encourages speeding. Improvements are needed to make our streets safe and walkable for children. The city needs to do its part to transition CityView and other former suburban neighborhoods into walkable outer core neighborhoods by providing the necessary infrastructure that can support its current and future projected growth. The official plan needs to provide more details and policy direction as to how walkability will be accomplished in older neighborhoods, or alternatively, the city can develop appropriate secondary plans for older neighborhoods such as CityView. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. I see Councillor Shirley has his hand up. Councillor Shirley, go ahead.
Yes, so this means that you would like to see a priority in the new official plan for enabling seniors to stay in their homes. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, the iPad went crazy and I didn't hear what you said.
So you would like a provision in the official plan to make an objective of the official plan to find ways for seniors to stay in their homes.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
I went for a walk yesterday and almost stumbled twice. First of all, Cantor Boulevard's a mess. I live on top of the hill, and there are more holes than there are asphalt. Quite a number of streets I walk every day, and I can certainly be happy to make you a list of streets that need looking after in CityView.
I would suggest
also
that you
don't
send
understand.
that directly to, I would just respectfully, I would request that you send a list of streets that require repairing to your councillor, but road renewal is not an official plan aspect to be discussed at that committee. Thanks. I just will say, because we've had some comments on CityView from the last 4 speakers, and we will for the next 2 speakers, I will say we have discussed secondary plans at the city. We know that secondary plans will come next. And in discussion with Steve Willis, our head of planning, he has sort of suggested that CityView should be prioritized in that regard. It does not have a secondary plan, and it should be put to the front of the list when it comes to developing secondary plans as soon as we get to that step of this process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marie, and thank you, Councillor Shirley and Councillor Moffat. And our next speaker is Jill. Jill, you're on the screen. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Longtime resident of Ottawa, and they've lived in CityView for over 40 years. I'd like to comment on the designation of Baseline Road in the draft official plan. I didn't realize this was already being addressed, but maybe I could add something to the discussion. The official plan notes that achieving big policy move number 2 relies heavily on transit, particularly the construction of stage 2 light rail and ongoing efforts to plan and seek funding for the baseline bus rapid transit corridor and stage 3 of the light rail. Baseline Road is identified as a major corridor, but also identified as a bus rapid transit corridor in Schedule B maps and designated as a protected major transit station area. Baseline Road from Prince of Wales to Highway 416 is far from being a rapid transit corridor. As noted in the OP, there are ongoing efforts to plan and seek funding for it. Planners recently advised that this is not expected to happen within the next 15 years. Future designated bus lanes are proposed through the center of the road. The city claims that incorporate all that traffic, it will need to widen Baseline. 15 properties will need to be completely expropriated and another 200 partially expropriated. Although 15 properties in Cityview will be expropriated to allow this project, the city has continued to approve numerous developments along this strip. These new builds are even closer to Baseline Road, and they provide extensive road cuts for parking access. This clearly indicates that a rapid transit corridor is not yet on the city's radar. Funding, expropriation, and construction are all long processes. The surrounding communities suspect that this may never happen. Along Baseline Road, there are 3 bus stops in Cityview. None have benches or shelters, a clear indication that passenger numbers do not even support bus stop improvements in our area. I posted some photos to show how much this is not a rapid transit line. Within the outer urban transect, the evolution of existing neighborhoods is expected to be extremely gradual, but with more substantial changes on corridors that are serviced by rapid transit. The evolving neighborhood areas will be applied generally to lands 150 meters from the boundary of a hub or corridor designation. However, within 300 meters of an existing or planned rapid transit station, minimum building heights of 4 stories and minimum lot coverages 70% are proposed. This premature designation moves large swaths of existing residential neighbors into an evolving neighborhood overlay, all based on the assumption that a future rapid transit corridor may be constructed. According to GeoMaps, this includes not only Cityview, but also Qualicum Redwoods, Briar Green Leslie Park, Trenarlington, Iris, Queensway Terrace North, Centrepoint, Bella Heights, Copeland Park, Skyline, Fisher Heights, and Carlton Heights. This proposed designation would greatly affect all of the communities along this street. Currently, using OC Transpo definitions, Baseline is frequent street transit. This is not expected to change for some time. Currently, Route 88 serves Baseline Road along our community. It runs from Herdman to Terry Fox and mainly serves Algonquin College. The college has an enrollment of some 20,000 full-time students. The 88 serves this population where students receive free mandated unlimited U passes with their student fees. Should this agreement ever change, passenger numbers would drop significantly. Also, the proposed rapid transit will run to Bayshore, no longer serving Bell's Corners and Canada. It's important to note that the OP requires a rapid transit station to be existing or funded for an amendment to this plan, yet the Baseline rapid transit is neither existing nor funded. Also, this OP allows for new or expanded PMTSAs to be considered by amendment to this plan or through a secondary plan, but it must be demonstrated that rapid transit infrastructure and services available at the time of this designation. Baseline Road has neither the infrastructure nor the service. The OP, this OP wording clearly allows for rapid transit to be included at a future date when it's more apparent that the construction will be done. With the possible effects of COVID, working at home and online schooling, the future of all transit in Ottawa is uncertain. These are further reasons why the non-existent, unfunded, proposed Baseline rapid transit should not be included in this OP. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I see a question from Councillor Sherrod. Go ahead.
So that means that you would support removing the BRT designation for Baseline, but reintroducing it later if the funding does materialize? By reintroducing, I mean an official plan amendment at that time?
that would make a lot more sense to me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shirley, and thank you, Jill, for being here today. Our next speaker, Nancy Wilson.
Good morning, committee chairs and members. Thank you for this chance to put forward our thoughts on this new OP. Community members before me have covered many of our concerns, so I will not repeat them. Please know that the City View Community Association supports statements from the FCA, the People's Official Plan, and many other groups and community associations. We have heard much mention of development fees and cash in lieu of parkland monies that should or could be put back into communities in need of it. However, in City View, due to the 1913 Plan of Record, severance is rarely required for intensification, which means little to no cash in lieu in our neighborhood. We have been working with the city to rectify this since we discovered it in 2017. We and our councillor have put forward a motion, hopefully, to have this anomaly fixed so that all neighborhoods are treated fairly and equitably. Next, the City View Community Association is asking that in order for a road to be designated as a collector street, it must have sidewalks or bicycle lanes to support active transit and other modes of traffic besides vehicles. In the definitions in section 13, collector streets are not listed. Schedule C16 defines collectors as the principal streets in urban and village neighborhoods that are used by residents, delivery and commercial vehicles, transit and school buses, and people walking and cycling. The draft OP encourages the development of 15-minute neighborhoods. Big Policy Move 4 claims bold policies encouraging the evolution of neighborhoods into healthy, inclusive, and walkable 15-minute neighborhoods. But some streets are designated as collectors without the transit infrastructure to support this walkability. Big Policy 2 also claims that supporting active transportation and transit is crucial to creating a healthier and more equitable and inclusive city, where everyone can get to work, to school, and to daily activities without needing a car. The city clearly considers sidewalks as a major component of collectors. In Section 4, the provision of pedestrian and cycling facilities is required for arterials and collectors in the urban areas with sidewalks on both sides. This applies to new road construction and road reconstruction projects and where feasible through infrastructure and renewal works. Most of the collector streets listed already have sidewalks to support pedestrian safety and walkability. It is in communities within the Greenbelt, such as City View, where most of the intensification is expected to occur. In the draft OP, collector streets have been identified for some of this intensification. Before any further infill development and intensification is completed in our community, it is paramount that there is proper designation of local and collector streets. Construction of sidewalks is needed first before a street can be classified as a collector. Sidewalks clearly define and support the attributes of collector streets. In fact, it can be argued that if a road has no sidewalks, it is not functioning as a collector street and therefore it is not a collector street. In City View, Navajo Road is clearly a collector as it is a principal street that is used by residents, delivery and commercial vehicles, transit and school buses, and people walking and cycling. Similarly, Cordova Avenue from Baseline to Withrow could be considered a principal street used by residents and people walking but it does have limited sidewalks. Yet Withrow and Lotta Avenue have no sidewalks or curbs, but these streets are used by local vehicles and much cut through traffic, but they are unsafe for walking or cycling. We maintain that these streets should be reclassified from collector roads to local roads until proper infrastructure is in place. Walkability is a main requirement for the development of 15-minute neighborhoods. Our community has presented this proposal to encourage safe walking and cycling. We believe that this is simple, positive change that will support the five big policy moves and goals of this draft OP and will support and benefit all communities in Ottawa in making it more livable. Our councillor is aware and supports a motion that I understand is going forward to help correct this. We propose adding a definition to Section 13 or by changing the description of collector roads in Schedule 16 to include the requirements for sidewalks.
1 minute.
A suggestion, major collectors are the principal streets in urban village neighborhoods that have sidewalks and are used by residents, delivery and commercial vehicles, transit and school buses, and people walking and cycling. So we would put in that have sidewalks. We respectfully ask all councillors to support this motion. Thank you for all of your extensive work on this new OP for our city. We are happy that you're here for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nancy. I see Councillor Shirley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the last, say, 10 years, have you seen developers or builders change their plans just to help the walkability of the neighborhood, or does it really rely on the plan to develop the walkability of the neighborhood?
I think it would. I think it relies on the plan, because I don't think the developers have done anything for the walkability. Actually, they've sort of ruined a lot of the walkability in the neighborhood.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shirley. And Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. Just some leniency, if you may, with my question. I don't understand the reference by a number of speakers about cash in lieu not qualifying in this neighborhood or not being paid out. Can I just have maybe Councillor Shirley let me know what that means?
I can address it too. Councillor Shirley kind of mentioned earlier. I believe Nancy and Jill spoke to it as well. But this is an area where every house sits on 2 lots. So when you take one house and turn it into 2 homes, you don't need to subdivide the property. The subdivision of the property is a severance application, which would result in cash in lieu of parkland being applied. But since every single lot is already 2 lots, the severance has already been established. They can go and get their building permit for a semi-detached on the 2 lots to become 2 buildings on 2 lots instead of 1 building on 2 lots. And therefore, no CIP is required to be paid.
Okay.
Can I just add something? In 1913, the plan of record that laid out City View was 25 by 90-foot lots. So in order to build house in the 50s, you had to buy 4 of those lots because we had septics and we had wells and things. So people bought 4 of those lots. So now that when they're dividing, if you divide it, because our lots are 100 feet, so you've got 425, which is 100 feet. So if you divide those into 2 lots, 2 50-foot lots, then you don't have to sever because you've got the 25-foot lot of record, the 25-foot lot of record, and then the other 2. So it just divides without any severance. And severance is what the cash in lieu is based on. So most of our housing development is built on that, and the developers know that. So they love City View because of that. They don't have to pay the cash in lieu. But the odd time we do get cash in lieu if somebody is building and they do, like one last week, they wanted to divide it into a 51-foot and a 49-foot. So they have to sever because they've moved the lines. So that's the only time we get cash in lieu, and it's very rare.
Thank you for that explanation. Very unique situation, but thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, again, and thank you, Councillor Brockington. Our next speaker is Stefan Baginski. Okay, there you go. Stefan, you're on mute. Still on. Now you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the chance to have our little presentation in front of you. Welcome, everyone. My name is Stefan Baginski. It's pronounced with a hard G, like the bagista, who is, according to British encyclopedia, Louis Vuitton was a bagista, so there is nothing precedencing Baginski. Here, our community association, Greater Avalon Community Association, is about 25,000 residents community, part of the ward which is presented here by Catherine Kitts. Hello, thank you for this opportunity. I would like to have a screen for a slide, please. Sorry.
you have your presentation.
Yes, I have my presentation. It is but host displaced participant screen sharing. So I can Mark Desjardins has a presentation. I send it, but I can call if you allow me share the screen. But I am disabled. I'm sorry. So starting with the presentation. I don't know why. Please allow my host.
Sorry, so we don't have a presentation. We don't permit screen share. We won't let screen sharing. With
but you have a presentation. So how can I call the presentation up on the screen?
Sorry, you can send it in to us if you'd like.
I did send it last week.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So I'm just saying that our staff don't have it. So if you could send it again, we can set you aside for now and we can come back to you.
Okay. Okay, then I'll interpret from the memory. Our community association have been working on the plan, of official plan, and we were concerning about the finding the positive aspects, not looking for negativity, and looking for parts of the official plan that will affect the whole city rather than individual communities. So the first thing what we found out was we didn't want to compete with many communities here about their problems or their emotions, but we went first. We wanted to add to the blunt term official plan as something that will give a direction, a bold name subtitle, which will be a marker, which will be a direction, perhaps a little bit of ambition for the city. And we want to add the city, smart city, digital city, Ottawa, as a subtitle. This should give us direction. The official plan is something that is, as I said already, blunt. So our first motion is to add the smart city, digital city, Ottawa, as a subtitle, which will give us a marker for the next 25 years. The second slide, which I don't understand why Mark doesn't have it or cannot pull it out on the screen, is about the narrative in the city. The narrative in the city is kind of segmented city. We're talking about districts. We are talking about suburbans, inner suburbans, urban corridors, restricted, registered, and so on and so on, all about the segmented. Some members of the board here use the term silos mentality. We don't want to say that. We don't want to show any disrespect, but this segmentation causes a blunt mismatches on every interfaces between one intersect and another intersect. There are terrible mismatches. Nobody really probably have figured out that. And we are giving example of the one evening in autumn 2019, September, on the Blair station. You have from the left side, from the west, arriving train, LRT train. This is not a criticism to the train. This is nothing. It is about interfaces which city was divided into. And one such interface is you have 340 passengers arriving at the Blair station. They disembark and they go into the sidewalk waiting for the buses. But there are 8 and sometimes 9 articulated buses waiting for these passengers. And 8 buses, that's 880 clients. So the buses do not approach the bus stop, but they are waiting in the vicinity until the next bus, the next train, or perhaps even the next train is coming in. So that is a gross mismatch of the systematic, and it's nothing to do with the technology. It's about someone hasn't thought about it because he was concerned about transects, segments, and all that stuff. We have to see the living city, for the mobility. That's what is important. And then next, and this is why we have the second ask or second motion, where we want the city and name. I will probably, he will
1
be
minute.
mad about me, but I called this in my presentation, Steve Willis, to do more and to accelerate what he is already doing, because I see, and many users of cars here in the city see that our cars are talking, communicating with the city traffic light. There are thousands of them in our city. There are thousands of them, but they're single points. So they are not connected. If they were connected together, synchronized, together with CCTV cameras, together with LED lights, that would improve and create a war room. Or that's I don't like the war room. I like a traffic room where the traffic room. Sorry.
Oh, just to let you know that your time is up.
Your time is up, sir.
Sorry. Well, as I said, I sent the information. I sent the presentation. I have it here. I can send it again. I'm sorry, I was not, I think this is a part that I was not able to present our goal. And we have two more motions. One motion is about the canopy, and the canopy is that the canopy is guaranteed for the urban, not suburban.
Okay, your time is up, and we have a couple of councillors who have questions for you. If you'd like to resend your presentation to the clerk, then they can send it to the committee member. That's not a problem. Send it back to us, and we'll circulate it. Councillor Turner, you have a question?
Great. Thanks, Stefan. What a great discussion. And I actually really look forward to your presentation. When it comes to smart cities, it's funny, back last term, and I wish we would have more of a focus on it this term, Councillor Hubley, myself, and Harder were a part of this smart cities kind of tour. And we were really looking at other cities and what they were doing. Even in our city, I'm not sure if you're aware of the Eco Drive 2 project on Hunt Club Road, where the light signals are talking to the cars, giving them indications when it could be turning red. All those kind of cool features, garbage cans that speak to the home base and say when they're full. I love all these ideas. So I actually look forward to your presentation, and I just want to thank you for at least speaking to it today, but I really look forward to actually seeing a copy of it. So please make sure you get it back into us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to lead you to University of Ottawa, where we start a new TELFER program, management program, on the subject of the smart city this coming January.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Councillor Kitt.
Thank you, Stefan. I'm sorry that you weren't able to share your presentation, or that we didn't have it. I've seen it, so I may be able to ask a couple questions. I think this idea of embedding technology in our operations would obviously create a wealth of information and data that could be leveraged for better planning. I do wonder about implementation, given the geographic size of Ottawa and a population base that is not proportional when it comes to funding. That's consistently one of the city's biggest hurdles, as you well know, in Greater Avalon has created an infrastructure gap. But I'm curious to know if you've thought about how the smart city model would function in our rural areas, given, as I demonstrate regularly coming from my home in Navan here, connectivity is lacking for many rural residents, which would be the basis of that kind of initiative. So I'm wondering if you had thought about that at all.
Yes, of course. The situation with the rural area being serviced by the central city traffic room somewhere in the central city is, I have addressed the issues on the other end, also on the top end architecture, that I prefer that this is not a mainframe, but this is a distributed system because it's harder to hack. We have to also think about how do we protect the city from things that happened some years back in New York City when there was no power. We know that Stephen Willis is working on things clandestinely, and I know he calls the manuals that he uses, he's bound to have more courage, have more mood, and so on. But going back to the rural area, of course, most cars now have their navigational system. This is based on satellite communication, not necessarily internet communication. And it's a real time. So even if you are in the rural area, on some of the streets where it happens, some accidents or something, you can be reached in the car and go find the road around. Of course, that problem of traffic congestion in the rural area is also diminishing due to the facts, one, this is a rural area, so the number of cars is smaller. And the second is because due to the COVID and the tendency in the work, in the labor activities, lots of people work from home. So there is less traffic also inside the city. Does it answer your question?
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Stefan. And, to my colleagues, once you see the presentation, if you have any questions, I'm happy to discuss some of the ideas that Stefan brings forward. I think given the longevity of this plan, it is important to recognize technology and tools will evolve over time. So thanks for your presentation today. Always lovely.
Thank you. I just wanted to add a little bit to Tim. What he was saying is he was concerned about other users, not necessarily cars, because that's what I addressed with the Catherine. Most of us have smartphones where we can always pull up the road and always check on the traffic. This is one thing. People have smart watches, they can do the same. So even a mother with a child that I see in the bus, she carries the telephone and so on. So it is available to everybody.
Sorry, we have to go. Sorry, you and Councillor Turner.
Thank you so much again.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you very much and looking forward to receive your presentation through the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charles Fickner. Charles, are you on the screen?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Please go ahead.
I have followed the city's planning for decades. I have a degree in architecture and have been involved in public policy all my life. Positions that I have held include Director of Buildings and Urban Energy at Natural Resources Canada, Chair of the Building Experts Group at the International Energy Agency, and Director of Strategic Studies at NRC. I've been an active member in many groups that develop building standards. This plan appears to have been driven by the presumption that increasing the density of the city will automatically bring glorious benefits to the environment, the housing efficiency, emergency, and the livability of the city. The devil, however, is in the details. The actual wording leaves the development process open to interpretations that work against a good urban environment. Most importantly, it creates opportunities for development that will have huge negative impacts on the people who live here now. Instead of making Ottawa the most livable city in North America, the enabling wording will lead to the demolition of many housing units that are perfectly sound. It will overload roads and sewers, it will destroy communities and neighborhoods, it will drive many thousands of people from their homes. Given the history and structure of the development approval process, the wording opens the door to a slow-motion destroy and replace model that is implemented incrementally and by stealth. The massive financial incentives created by the large increases in the limits to development will mean that change will be fast and it will cause major damage to communities and to the lives of many of the current residents. The wording will lead to rulings at the local planning appeals tribunal that support the demolition of existing single-family, semi-detached, row housing units and low-rise apartments that are perfectly sound. Along main streets, the definition in section 6.2.1 and the provisions of table 7 will mean that buildings of up to 40 stories will be built within a wide 440-meter swath that extends well into existing low-rise neighborhoods. The provisions of Table 3B will mean that 4-story buildings will be built anywhere throughout the inner city at a density of 80 units per hectare. At that density, it's impossible to build not only singles, but also semi-detached and row housing and traditional 6-unit apartments. By opening the door to such developments, the plan will dramatically increase the value of all properties in the inner city, including the properties of those who wish to remain. That will result in a huge increase on the taxes on those properties, and that will force residents on limited incomes to sell, and landlords of modest buildings to raise rents and to discard their tenants so as to profit from the increased value of the land. Except in rare circumstances, developers and speculators seek to build as much as the standards allow. In fact, they routinely ask for even more, and they often get what they want from LPAT. Thus, the plan effectively sets the foundation for building at a density that precludes ground-oriented housing units over the entire inner urban area. Unless firm steps are taken to remove such permissive language, the level of intensification that will result is completely incompatible with the preservation of urban trees, because at the targeted density, the increased amount of building and hard surface will prevent enough water getting into the ground to keep the trees alive. What's more, when larger and deeper buildings are built in the clay soils that are widespread in the inner city, that'll cause the dewatering and shrinkage of the clay that is under other buildings nearby. Such an increase in density will also require very large expenditures to replace sewers and ditches that were designed for much lower densities. Most importantly, the plan will destroy many buildings that are perfectly sound and drive many thousands of people from their homes. As such, this plan is incompatible with the provisions of the provincial policy statement. That statement says, planning authorities shall identify appropriate locations and promote opportunities for intensification and redevelopment where this can be accommodated, taking into account existing building stock. Instead of accepting and protecting the sound building stock, the details of the plan show that it is based on the view that the existing buildings and the residents of those buildings are troublesome obstacles that must be removed. I'd be pleased to illustrate how the explicit provisions will lead to destruction of housing in at least half of the areas where low-rise housing exists in the Glebe, Ottawa South, Ottawa East, Vanier, Hintonburg, Westboro, and areas to Pinecrest and beyond. In sum, this draft of the plan creates major opportunities for development that will do serious harm to thousands of residents in the inner city. It raises many questions and concerns, and has many inconsistencies and conflicts that need to be resolved if the city and its residents are not to be locked into damaging consequences. I urge members of the committee and council to reconsider the earlier request from the Federation of Citizens Associations and to defer this plan so that some meaningful, free, and open discussion can take place with the public about the details and the likely impacts, free from the constraints imposed by COVID and taking into account such impacts as those that COVID will have on the ways in which we work and live. I urge you to defer further consideration of this plan until after the next municipal election.
Thank you very much, sir. I see no question for you. Thank you very much. And now we'll go to Mr. Dean Tester. I believe you made a switch with someone. So for my colleague who's part of the list, we're making a switch with Grant Dingwall. So Mr.
Grant Dingwall and a 3rd round pick for Dean Tester.
That's right.
All right.
Fair value. Thanks so much for having me today, folks. It's really great to be here. My name's Dean Tester, and I'm the co-founder of a group called Make Housing Affordable. I'm a 34-year-old millennial renting in Barrhaven with my wife. We got married about a week ago. It was the best day of my life. So happy. And we love this city, and we want to raise a family here.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, you know, I'm here today to talk about housing. Housing in the city has become so unaffordable that unfortunately we're thinking about moving to Carleton Place, Arn Prior, or even farther outside of the city, like many of my friends and family have decided to do. 5 years ago, I could have bought a house. Instead, I decided to invest in my small business. As a result, I've grown my business, added several employees. I'm making significantly more money than I was 5 years ago. But house prices rose faster. I could afford a house 5 years ago. Now I can't. and I'm not alone. Yesterday, city staff talked about the official plan and making housing affordability a priority. They talked about enabling greater flexibility and adequate supply and diversity of housing options and increasing density in neighborhoods. So I want to commend them for saying the right thing, because that's half the battle. Today, I'm here to ask you to do the right thing. I think most councillors say they support increasing supply and increasing density, but the official plan does not do it in any meaningful way. Today, the city of Ottawa has 403 homes per every 1,000 people. The G7 average is 471 homes for every 1,000 people. That means we need to build 72,000 homes today just to be an average G7 city. Instead, the official plan commits to building 162,000 housing units over the next 25 years, while the population grows by 346,000 people. In other words, the official plan as written will make things even worse. Speaking of population, the province of Ontario projects the city of Ottawa population will grow to 1.5 million people by 2046, which is nearly 100,000 more people than the city of Ottawa projects. So if the province's numbers are correct and we do not adjust, we're in even bigger trouble. So in my opinion, City Council is set to approve an official plan that will perpetuate and exaggerate a housing affordability crisis that is pricing an entire generation out of home ownership. There is a massive housing shortage in the city. And so in the past 5 years, the average sale price of a housing unit in Ottawa has risen from $370,000 to $630,000 in September 2021. The official plan is the best mechanism to make a statement and fix the housing affordability crisis. So today I'm asking you to let housing units be built in all places, in all forms. We cannot let "not in my backyard" campaigns discourage our commitment to build a better city. It's proven easy for groups to organize a few people to show up to a meeting to complain about the character of a neighborhood or incremental shadows when considering new builds. I know these are well-meaning people, but there is a bigger picture we're missing. There are hundreds or thousands of people who benefit from new housing projects who are never represented at these meetings. Most of them have no idea they want to live in these homes yet. Some of them aren't even born. But these people matter, and these people are having their dreams crushed by the housing affordability crisis. And one last point I'd like to make before I give up the floor today. The housing crisis is not just an affordability crisis. It's a climate crisis. Transportation is the biggest source of climate pollution in Canada. We know city councillors don't want a ton of sprawl. They don't want to build up the suburbs because they're worried about climate impact and the cost of services. And I worry about these things too. But what's the climate impact of people commuting from Carleton Place or Arm Prior? Because that's the alternative. It's already happening, and it's going to get worse if we don't build housing in the city in places where people want to live. Housing is an economic crisis. When people can't afford a home near their workplace, they drive longer distances or take transit for longer periods of time, losing valuable hours of the day and valuable time with their families. It damages our economy, our productivity, it hurts our families and our mental health. Thank you. It's an inequality crisis. The wealth gap between homeowners and renters is growing at an incredible pace. The impact of the housing crisis impacts disadvantaged communities at a much higher rate. I know City Council understands this because last year you declared housing and homelessness an emergency unanimously. So we need to take meaningful actions. So I have two things to ask today. I would love to see a motion to review the population estimate and adjust, if necessary, the number of housing units we expect to build. And I would also love to see a motion put forward to set a target of at least 450 homes for every 1,000 people. I think that's a modest goal that would get us halfway to the G7 average. So let's be a city that says yes to housing. Let's make housing affordable. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you, Dean. And I could not agree with you more about the growth we're seeing surrounding the city of Ottawa. We'll go to Councillor Meehan, then Dudas, Pitt, and Gower. Go ahead, Councillor.
Mr. Tester, thank you for your presentation. What kind of home would you like to buy? Let's say in Barrhaven or in the southern end of the city where I represent. What would stay here?
So that's a great question. I'll tell you a little bit about where I live now, and I'm in a it's kind of like a flat townhome rental in Barrhaven. You can see my office is also our spare bedroom here. So we're in a 2-bedroom, 2-bath home. Yeah, I love it. My wife and I would like to have kids in the next year or so. So, you know, if we're looking to buy a home, we're looking hopefully to upsize a little bit. But, you know, we're not looking for a single family home. We're not looking for, you know, something that's, you know, a brand new home. We're just looking for somewhere where we can grow our family and have the space, you know, to make that decision. Because quite frankly, you know, there's actually studies out there that show housing is impacting families too, right? People are making the decisions not to get married or to have not to have kids or to have kids much later in life because they can't affordably be housed in a home where they feel comfortable having kids. So that's another one of the impacts of the housing crisis.
So what do you envision yourself in then? 13 flat? Would an apartment building with 2 bedrooms be sufficient?
It's a great question. I don't know. I think we're looking a bit bigger. You know, I don't necessarily want to get right into the financial nitty gritty here, but I appreciate the question. You know,
we're suggesting an intensification that we have more walk-ups, more apartments. You know, we have, I guess we have a culture here where you envision a new family being on a plot of land with a townhouse like you've got now, but we want to transition to something that's it leads to more density. And I'm just wondering, would you be amenable to that? Having an apartment with, you know, a green space down the street?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I would for sure. And I mean, that's where I lived most of my life. I lived in Centertown for about a decade. I went to school at Carleton, so I spent lots of time there. You know, that would for sure be an option for us. But
if you don't see it there, it's not available right now for you at all.
Yeah, no, and I mean, we love living in Barrhaven. We love the neighborhood, and you know, I think to stay where we are, we're renting. Our rent is about $1,700 a month, which like I find very reasonable. We're lucky we're rent controlled, and we're very lucky to be here. But you know, if we were to buy this place, I suspect it would be $600 or $650 to purchase a place like where we're living now, and that's just so out of reach. And we'd be downgrading if we bought right now from where we're renting.
So Carleton Place seems more attractive.
Yeah,
even despite the commute.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm very fortunate. I work from home, but you know, not everyone does. I have lots of friends who have moved out to Carleton Place or on Prior, and they are commuting, right? They're commuting all over the city, and we know the impact of that, right? The climate impact, the cost, the productivity impact, the mental health impact. It's all there. And I want to add too, you know, we are just starting to see this in our city, I think. But you know, I lived in Toronto for a couple of years, and I've seen what happens when you let this get out of control. And you know, at the last planning meeting, you know, the city officials had talked about, well, we're not Vancouver or Toronto, and you know, that's great, but that's not a very high bar. I think we need to aspire to better. We need to not backslide to where they are. We need to be moving in the other direction. You know, when cities like Montreal and Calgary and Edmonton and other major cities of a comparable size are much more affordable than we are, that says we've got some room to move in a better direction towards housing affordability.
So if you have an opportunity here to talk to a developer, what do you want to say? What's the message you want to give them right now?
To developers, I mean, you know, build the homes you can. I think they want to build homes, right? I think the challenge is, you know, the official plan is adding layers of complexity in terms of finding places to develop. It's adding new costs, which aren't specifically defined, but we all know are there. And, you know, when we're setting a target for how many homes we want to build, and it's significantly lower than other cities, other comparable cities, we know how supply and demand works, and we've seen it over the past 5 years.
Okay. Thank you very much, and best of luck to you and your wife.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Meehan. Mr. Tester, we have Laura Dudas for you. I keep on saying Laura Dudas.
Congratulations on your wedding. I actually, the one of the questions I was going to ask was asked by Councillor Meehan in terms of the type of home we were looking for. So I won't labor that point, but it's interesting. You bring up an incredibly important point, something that concerns me deeply. My daughter is in her 20s, and eventually, within a very short period of time, she'll probably be looking for a place of her own as well. And I suspect eventually she'll be looking for a home of her own. And there's a lot of people in that position. There's a lot of seniors in our community too that are looking to downsize and are in fixed income. So affordability and availability of the appropriate type of housing for various people, it is very lacking in our city. So I wanted to thank you for addressing that. What I did want to ask you about is you also brought up a really important point in terms of access to jobs near homes. And we often, when we're talking about planning and 15-minute communities, we're talking about proximity to amenities and park spaces and infrastructure. But you also mentioned about it being an economic driver and about economic development and proximity to workspaces. You mentioned you work from home, but I'm just wondering, within your family, within your peer group, how many of them are commuting? How many do have to leave their neighborhoods in order to get to work?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, and I would say most of them. It's I think most people still work in the downtown core, and most people who want to own a home can't afford one in the downtown core. So I know out in Barrhaven, like it's nothing compared to when I lived in Toronto, but we do have traffic, right? You see it at the morning commutes. You see how busy it gets. You see the people lined up for the buses and getting to go, and that's an issue that affects everybody. But I know from my peer group, it's people are just moving further and further out. I have a friend who just bought in Carlton Place, and she's trying to convince my wife and I to move on the same street as her, right? And so we're all getting dragged out that way. We're all getting pushed out that way. Because it's just not affordable in the city the way things are going. And again, I want to go back to the Toronto example. I mean, my wife's sister just moved to Brighton, which is about 2 hours from Scarborough, and she's commuting because that's what's happened in Toronto. It's because people who want to live somewhere they can afford have to commute from an hour, 2 hours, even further away. And I don't want to see our city go down that path. I want us to go down the opposite path, which is we build homes where people want to live. And like I said, like I love all the ideas that are outlined in the official plan. I think there are a number of ideas, the walkable neighborhoods, the 15-minute neighborhoods. There's all the right language. I think council's all agreed on the right principles, but what we're missing is the numbers. The numbers just don't add up. I don't think we're building enough density, and I'd love to see the housing supply shoot up and let's solve this problem.
I really appreciate that, Dean. I actually lived in Toronto. I grew up in Kitchener, and there's a huge growth. And we heard from a delegation yesterday about how people are doing massive commutes just to get into Toronto. So I've seen that, and I don't want Ottawa going down that route either. I think you bring up a very good point, and I will be asking staff about this when it comes to questioning. Is you mentioned, we want to build homes where people want to live. I'd also like to see where we're building homes where people also have the opportunity to potentially work close by. So it might not work for everybody who's a federal public servant who has to get downtown, but as we see through the pandemic, there's opportunities to work from home, telework spaces, opportunities like that. So I will be bringing that to staff's attention and asking them about that. I really do appreciate your delegation today, Dean.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Hopefully no one from Carlton Place is listening to this. I don't think their slogan is drag yourselves out here. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Dean. Full disclosure, Dean and I went to university together, so it's been a few years, but it's great to see you virtually today. Congratulations on your wedding. That's great. I really value your perspective. I'm obviously of similar age. I've faced similar considerations and challenges in purchasing a home. I live in Navan, as everybody knows. We bought our home from a family member. I live 40 kilometers from my workplace. So I don't know how regularly you follow planning committee. We don't receive delegations from these future home buyers. Typically, we hear from the applicant, we hear from the surrounding community, and we face a lot of opposition to building all forms of new kinds of development. You know, and I know you and I are scheduled to meet so that I can learn more about your organization, but is the mandate of your group to engage more regularly, you know, not just on the official plan, but, you know, with planning committee more regularly, and then challenge NIMBYism? Because I think it's an important perspective, and we don't hear from you folks that often.
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's exactly what my goal is. You know, like I said, it's very easy to organize 20 people in a community who are upset about, you know, traffic or trees or shadows, or, you know, there's all kinds of reasons to oppose new development. But the reality is a growing city is a living city. Like that's what we want for our city, right? And you know, we think about some of these new apartments going downtown, for example, that'll house, you know, 500 housing units as an example. You know, that's not 500 people today. That's 1,000 people today. And over the course of that building, it's maybe 50,000 people. It's maybe 100,000 people, right? And these are people who have no idea they want to live in that part of the city. They have no idea they're in the market for an apartment. They have no idea, like some of them aren't even born yet, right? You know, you think of a building that lasts 50 to 100 years, those people aren't around yet. And these are places where people will start their family, get married, adopt a pet, have kids, like get on with their lives. And we're not giving people these opportunities. And that's really hard. And, you know, I appreciate the question I got earlier about, you know, my own aspirations, my own home. And, you know, I think it's important to share my story and my perspective, but it's not just about that, right? I'm very well off. I'm very fortunate. My business is quite successful. I'm very happy with where I'm at in life. But there are a lot of people who are not as fortunate as me, not as lucky as me. And I just see some of these numbers going around for what houses are costing and how people are paying for them. And it's not even just about people our age. You know, our parents, our grandparents, their retirement funds are getting rated by us so that their kids can afford a house, right? It's seniors who are starting to pay the price too. I think I read a study the other day that said the average gift now for someone purchasing a house is $150,000. So people are getting $150,000 from their parents' retirement funds so that they can go and buy a house. And that's putting another generation at risk too, right? Like there's just so many layers to this. So it's about much more than me. You know, there's a really big picture here that we're missing when we're just talking to, you know, the groups that want their house to be the last house ever built on their block. And you know, I know these are all well-meaning people who care deeply about their neighborhoods, but there's a bigger picture.
Thanks very much, Dean. I have no more questions. Just, you know, thanks for being here today. One of my personal motivations for running for council is to, you know, encourage engagement with our next generation, younger generation, and we don't hear from you enough. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Chair. I will be succinct. Dean, you are a townhome renter in Barrhaven. I am a townhome renter in Stittsville. Really appreciate your perspective. Earlier today, Councillor Leeper observed we're hearing the people who we are not hearing from at these meetings are renters, students, racialized persons, lower income residents, and unhoused people. We've heard from a few, but not many. So your perspective as a young person and a renter, and perhaps a future Greenfield inhabitant, is appreciated today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. We're going to do one more speaker, and then we're going to go to our break, our 12:30 break. So our next speaker is Michelle Haddad. Thank you very much, Mr. Sester.
Thank you.
Good morning.
No, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair and members of the committee, for this marathon presentation, and for your very thoughtful and insightful comments and questions. I'm Michelle Haddad. I live in Alta Vista, and I've lived in Ottawa for most of my life. I have many reservations about this official plan, and these are addressed in my written submission, which you probably have in your package. However, I would like to address some specific policy directions of the OP, namely transportation and mobility, the 15-minute neighborhood, and electric cars, which would benefit greatly from being looked at through a more pragmatic lens. Let me preface this by saying I believe in the science of climate change, and I've been a public transit supporter for the past few decades. Winter. Ottawa is either the coldest or second coldest capital city on the planet, yet the official plan and so many of the official city's transportation policies seem to ignore it. In my opinion, the city's transportation policies are governed by ideology rather than practicality and reality. When designing an evaluated transportation system, that means the whole system, including roads, transit, etc., I believe there are a number of features that should define it, such as efficiency, effectiveness, reliability, close proximity to users, speed, of course, safety, flexibility, and not the least of all, comfort. These are characteristics that should be applied to all modes of transportation without reference to some kind of priority of one over another. All modes of transportation are valid and useful within different contexts and for different purposes and for different seasons. However, adopting an hierarchical approach to transportation ignores the size of a city, the multitude and variety of needs for transportation, and the difficulties of winter. Then there's a 15-minute neighborhood. I'm sorry, I have to call it the 30-minute neighborhood because it reflects reality, as there is almost never a one-way trip. When you spend 15 minutes to do one thing, such as get a loaf of bread, it takes 15 minutes to get back. I think that most people approve of the 30-minute neighborhoods and would welcome a local pub or cafe. However, they think it's not a substitute for vehicles when they have to go food shopping for their families, nor when they're driving their kids to hockey practice with all their equipment. And as shown by Ottawa's own tracking monitor, the vast majority of people don't bike during winter. And unfortunately, public transit, despite billions of dollars of expenditure, continues to fail to deliver not just decent, but great service in Ottawa in order to encourage people to use it and leave their cars at home. I believe that most people like to walk for pleasure, recreational purposes, but they cannot or may not want to walk far for daily errands. The 30-minute neighborhood ignores the needs of those with physical challenges and an increasingly important demographic, people over 65, who soon comprise over 20% of Ottawa's population, for whom walking during winter may be difficult, impossible, or just undesirable. In that regard, I think the city's policy toward transportation and mobility in the 30-minute neighborhood are ageist and they're ableist, and these policies will not make Ottawa more livable. In addition, the OP ignores the majority of voters. Ottawa has roughly 616,000 eligible voters who are of driving age, and there are approximately 515,000 registered vehicles in Ottawa. This was reported by Councillor Meehan to the Citizen summer of 2019. Thank you, Councillor. That represents almost 84% of Ottawa voters who own a private vehicle. Transportation policy should reflect the needs and wants of the majority. The citizens of Ottawa deserve maximized transportation choices, and that does not force substitution of one mode over the expense of the other. That leads me with respect to the electric vehicles. The city should recognize future trends in transportation and should wholeheartedly be promoting and adopting electric or green vehicles, self-driving cars, and on-demand public transportation.
1 minute.
These technologies will revolutionize how people and goods can move around the city and at the same time drastically reduce or eliminate GHGs and congestions from the transportation. Thus, I would like to propose a small change to the definition of sustainable transportation, section 13. I would suggest adding the following definition: car sharing, electric vehicles, and self-driving vehicles. This practice is not new and precedents exist. For example, the city of Vaughan includes green vehicles and car sharing in their definition. In the very near future, the vast majority of vehicles will be self-driving, electric, and present an extremely viable, valuable form of transportation that will greatly assist Ottawa in meeting its GHG reduction targets and can comprise a large component of on-demand public transit. And by adding these few words to the definition of sustainable transportation, we will not lock ourselves into a policy box that would restrict flexibility and pragmatism going forward in order to deliver the best possible transportation options for all residents of the city. In closing, I'd just like to take a quote from a popular science fiction series: "Winter is coming."
Thank you. Now, that's an endless winter. It's an endless winter that's coming in Game of Thrones. So thank you very much for your presentation. We have your Councillor Burritts here. It's not Councillor Burritts, it's Councillor Clucci. Man, where's my head?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Michelle, and I won't hold you too long or stand in the way of our 12:30 break. Thank you for your work on the AVCA Planning Committee. I appreciate that you always dig into details that others don't. And you talked about transportation and the maintenance quality standard improvements that I hope are going to be coming that we'll be considering later this fall. I also appreciate your email about the electric cars and the importance of sustainable transportation. With respect to one of the elements you brought up, do you believe that people drive because they have to, or because we need to put more resources, more money, better infrastructure with respect to other sustainable forms of transportation, transit, cycling facilities, pedestrian facilities?
Of course. Yeah, of course I do. I think that the issue for me is not just where we should be going. Of course, we should be looking at low GHG emission cars, vehicles, really good public transit. You know, there's lots of things that we could do about public transit. But we are going through electric cars, and they will still be a viable form of transportation. It's just that sometimes you can't walk. Winter restricts walking, especially for seniors. And the vagaries of the seasons are really difficult for using some forms of transportation over another. You know, as I said, people don't really bike during the winter. Very few people do. Cities' own monitoring shows that. Walking might not be easy, but during the summer, bicycles are great. When I was working, I cycled and took public transit exclusively to work, and that was great. And I found great routes to go through different neighborhoods and all that stuff. Sometimes, the implementation of bike tracks were not very useful when there were other alternatives. And I think what I mean by the policy box is that when you look at transportation, you say, okay, well, we have to accommodate bikes, we have to come, and then, but by accommodating bikes, you may not accommodate public transit per se, because there's this priority system and hierarchical structure. What I'd like to do is get out of that hierarchical structure, get out of that priority, and maybe look at as pragmatically as possible. So, maybe bikes have flexibility to drive through a neighborhood, and they don't need cycle tracks, but we can improve public transit by doing so. But, that's the kind of thing I'm looking for, and I'd like to see, so that we don't sort of lock ourselves into something that may not be as pragmatic or address reality, or, make it difficult for people to use those forms of transportation that may be more amenable to.
Okay. Michelle, thank you very much. I appreciate that you hung in there and that you provide us with your delegation.
Well, thank you all for sticking to this marathon session, and thanks a lot for all your insight and your questions. You showed a lot of knowledge of what's going on, and we all appreciate the attention we given.
All right, thank you, Councillor Cloutier. Thank you, Mr. Haddad. Appreciate your time here today. So we will. It's 12:33.
I have a motion, but I don't have a sponsor, so I don't know where it's supposed to be here.
Sorry, yeah. If you have something that you want to share, you can send it to your councillor, and we can go from there.
Can I send it to Mark Desjardins, and he can?
No, if it's a motion, yeah, go through your councillor.
Okay, that's been done. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So we'll come back at 1 o'clock with Heather Mitchell. That's speaker number 60. Heather.
You're muted.
Lost your mic again.
Yeah, you chair, yes. No, not yet. Can't hear you. I can see your lips moving, but.
Okay, I should be back. I used the mic through Councillor El-Shantiri's thing, and for some reason he was popped out of the meeting. So anyways, so we're going to break now until 1 o'clock, and we'll come back with Heather Mitchell, that's speaker number 60, David McNichol, and Brian Tanti. So we'll see you at 1.
Scott, do you know how long we're going today? I know we're trying to get through the delegations. But
so as of right now, if I was to give you an assessment of where we're at. We're averaging 11 minutes for speakers today. We have just over 30 left. That's on average. If we kept the 11-minute average, that's 6 hours. So it would be done by 7 o'clock.
All right. Thanks.
Thanks.
Danick, est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose qu'on doit faire avec Pascal ou est-ce que tout est correct?
Je suis ici, j'attends d'être rentré.
J'ai juste besoin d'être host, juste pour 2 minutes.
OK, je vais te mettre host.
Parfait, merci.
Hi, Heather. I'm just waiting for a couple more councillors to come on screen so we can have a quorum. And then
No worries. I'm down with that. As the young people say.
Right. Young people like me.
We won't go into that.
I know.
Hi, Heather.
Hi, Councillor. How are you?
I'm good. I don't know if I'll be asking any questions, so I'll say hi.
Okay.
So we have 7. That's 8 right there. So, all right. So go ahead. Ms. Mitchell, go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Heather Mitchell. I'm from the Westboro Community association. Councillor Leeper is our councillor in Ward 15. Westboro is on the almost westernmost portion of Kitchissippi. We're therefore in the inner urban transect, and parts of us are considered evolving neighborhoods. We're subject to the Richmond Road Westboro secondary plan and have the Kitchissippi LRT station and the proposed Carling O train corridor within our neighborhood. Of course, we have Richmond Road, Churchill, and all those wonderful streets. Our concerns with the OP can be summarized in 6 points, probably points you've all heard before, but I will just lend my support to my fellow colleagues who would share them. 1, the intensification targets for our neighborhood and those like us are higher than others of the city. Our neighborhood has been evolving for over 20 years. It is not gradual, and it started before this new OP is going into place. The rate of intensification has not stopped. Infill on residential streets continues. We go to every single committee of adjustment meeting because there's at least 2 or 3 projects there. We are already a 15-minute neighborhood. It's very clear. Now, version 3 of the OP, the staff did try to tackle the inequality of the intensification by shifting it to hubs and corridors, the 250 meters edges of the corridors and the 400-meter radius of the transit stations. But this, of course, disproportionately affects the inner neighborhoods, since more of these are found in the inner core than they are in the suburbs. Not all, but it disproportionately affects us. Therefore, the intensification targets for the inner urban transects should be somehow reduced or ameliorated or mitigated so that they are fairer. And I want to talk about what our colleague spoke about earlier about young people in the inner areas, about that after I've made my remarks if I have some time. 2, the language around infill developments does not support adequate setbacks to allow tree growth. The tree canopy in Westboro has been decimated. You saw that from Heather Pearl's heat map. Westboro is a mass of yellow and brown. We're losing our trees at a huge rate, and the infill doesn't support it. They plant a lilac shrub, or they plant a tree and it dies, or they plant no trees. The language in the OP must clearly state setbacks for infill must allow and support tree growth. 3, there is a misapprehension that multi-unit dwellings will be affordable or make Westboro a more affordable neighborhood in which to live. This has been spoken of by several other delegations. I won't go into it. We're suffering the same thing here. All that happens with the infill here is we get another $1 million home that younger people or people starting out also can't afford. And yet we have the intensification. 1-bedroom condos in my neighborhood started around $500,000 and they're about 500 square feet. So I ask myself, how is this affordable and how am I inviting young people to start families in a neighborhood when that's the situation? So the OP should better articulate policies that define and support affordable housing, including defining what it is and include getting it done. 4, the metrics for tree conservation and distribution must be more granular, that is spread out across the city and in a variety of neighborhoods. Parks should not be the only place for trees. This gets back to infill, making sure there's amenities and trees and green space. If people are going to live in smaller spaces, they need to be able to get out and have trees all around them, not just in the parks. The value of trees is well stated in the OP, and a metric of 40% is given. So we would support any of these motions coming forward to create sub-levels based on the transects. And we ask that this be enshrined in the OP. 5, we do not support, and here's a specific ask, we do not support including Sherbourne Avenue as a minor corridor, which would allow higher and more dense buildings. It's a neighborhood street. It is important to preserve the character of the neighborhoods and parks around Sherbourne, which are community resources and are used by community schools and sports teams. I'm unsure whether a minor corridor means that some sort of commercial development could be allowed. If it does, it just seems very unnecessary. You can throw a rock and hit Carlingwood. We've got Carling Avenue and we'll have Richmond Road on either side of Sherbourne rather. I don't see any need for it. So we would support any motion that will be brought forward, I believe by Councillor Leeper, to retain Sherbourne as a residential street. Please, please, and thank you. And finally, we ask that you do not support this official plan until the ambiguous and contradictory language is removed or reconciled. The OP text includes hundreds of in general or mays or shoulds or as appropriate, with no guidelines to assist the drafters of the zoning bylaws or committee of adjustment or councillors or the official land tribunals. If we don't sort this out now, we will
30
be more
seconds.
forward than we are today, where developers routinely ask for OP and zoning changes and they get them. This is our lived experience here in all of Kitchissippi and in Westboro. So let's have an OP that's clear, that the city will support, and when developers coming for exceptions, they won't get them. Please, residents have no idea anymore what is going to be built next to them. Please make sure we have an idea that will be built next to us when we move here. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Heather. Appreciate your input today. I'm not seeing any questions for you, so thank you for your time again.
Thanks a lot. Have a good afternoon, all.
Oh, just one last, hold on, don't leave too quick. Councillor Kavanaugh just tossed her hand up.
Thank you very much. Apologies. I just wanted to say thank you for mentioning about Sherborne, and I appreciate the motion from my colleague, Councillor Leeper, on this, since it cuts through our two wards. I know my residents feel the same, and I appreciate that you mentioned it. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Well, Westboro shares with the McKellar Park Community Association. We abut each other. For those councillors who don't know, we abut each other. And Sherborne is, we kind of consider it a shared responsibility, although it's technically, as you say, councillor, it's in your ward more than ours. But it's used by everyone, and we really appreciate that. Also, Westboro, a little piece of Westboro is going to be going to Bay Ward, we understand, Councillor Kavanaugh. So we look forward to engaging with you further.
Thank you very much, Heather. I used to live on Sherborne, so I know it well. So
thank you very much, councillors. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Bye.
I wonder if Councillor Kavanaugh lived there when I read gas meters on Sherborne. Anyway, it's a whole other story. All right, thank you, Ms. Mitchell. We'll go down to speaker number 62, David McNichol.
Yes, good afternoon, co-chairs, and through you to Mayor Watson, committee members, and all the other councillors as well. I sent a one-page flyer in, and I think the simplest thing is just to be sure that we understand how much of an outlier I am. I sat in on, listened to maybe 20 presentations yesterday, and none of them are even close to my view. So I don't know where that leaves us. I don't support the official plan. I would send it back to staff with what I call appropriate motions, which is your job. The staff recommendation is the opposite, of course. It's to accept the official plan. And it notes, I'm quoting from page 6 of their report to committee, and set the stage for Ottawa to become a world city with a population of 2 million people by the end of the century. My reaction to that is that we're not projecting life processes. We don't actually know how we are kept alive on this planet. We don't know where oxygen comes from or biodiversity. We're embedded in it, but we as a society instead work through the zoning bylaw, the official plan, but we don't know where food comes from. There's something that is dysfunctional about this. And my participation has been for 35 years. So it's not like I'm a casual player here. I have followed the IPCC, the Millennium Assessment Goals. I've taken the planetary boundaries courses, but it's very hard to get to root with planning staff in terms of their view. And you are in your own world, as we know, of the official plan and the zoning bylaw, but it's not technically possible to introduce 1 million members, which is their aspirational comment, 1 million members of one species without other species. It makes no sense. So I'm left with a sort of discouraging view on my side, because it is a very complex matter. And I don't know how this council, the members of it and the staff can react. In 2 weeks, we have COP26. I'll be sitting in as much as I can on that. The thought that you are involved in climate change in a rigorous way without any modeling or without any data collection yourself, just, I don't believe it. And so trust is very much part of this. And the plan for me is not to be a wet blanket for you people, because this is your job to pass the official plan. So go to it. I thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Mr. McNichol. We do have a question for you. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Oops, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Okay. Mr. McNichol, I just wanted to get to the heart of the concerns you're raising. If you can, if there's a top kind of one or two pieces that are very concerning for you, I'm trying to get to the heart of that with what you've read in the official plan.
Sure. Well, I'm not sure this will help you because it looks ambiguous anyway, but in my note I said legal remedy may be debatable, but the critical need to move towards core science, e.g. so-called Earth systems, is not. So what I'm saying in plain language is, if you consider yourself that you're actually steering the land use, what are your metrics? Show us, and we can help.
Okay.
If it's fictional documents, what are called policy documents under the Planning Act, to me, policy does not mean serious metrics, serious modeling. The idea that the 300,000 hectares of Ottawa can be part of a climate change protocol with no modeling, where we're not modeling, just seems to me to be absurd. And you've had some presenters that have said, in effect, you should do some modeling, do some thinking about what are the parameters, right? And let me make one last point, because yesterday, I think it was CBC, threw up a Landsat image showing the differences in temperature around the city of Ottawa. And in the draft, it actually refers to the heat island effect. Yeah, but I've been here 35 years. This council has, and the councils before you, have not looked at the heat island effect. The difference between old growth and a road at noon is roughly 20 degrees Celsius. We're climate change and we're not tracking it, so how do we steer it? We can't steer it just by magic. We have to steer it. You guys have budgets and policies, and you're in a position, I mean, my aspirational position is probably beyond what you can do, which is to look at global data, to be part of a planet and try and fit in and try and keep your citizens alive. Because right now, if you had to feed the people of Ottawa from the agricultural land of Ottawa, you could not do that, sir. You simply couldn't do it. It's too little. So it's not like I'm against my coffee coming from Colombia or Ghana or someplace. It's just not knowing in my terms, puts you as people who are not steering this document. And I wonder why anybody would accept that.
Mr. McNichol, I understand your point on modeling, and others have raised it as well. I appreciate your delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Thank you, Mr. McNichol. Our next speaker is Brian Tansey, followed by Juliet Napton and Miguel Tremblay. Brian, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I've listened yesterday to everything, and I was very interested in all this. I'm coming to you as a private citizen, but I have been involved with a lot of groups that have presented to you already. And it occurred to me yesterday, never mind this morning, I was busy this morning, I couldn't come in until it was my time now, but you've heard an unusual amount of high quality information from basically what I would count as citizen experts, all kinds of them, Laura Urashag, I mean, so many of them, Rosalind Hill, so many people. And basically, if you can draw a line through the whole thing and see what you're getting, councillors, is some very good free feedback that ought to tell you that I think, I mean, I almost hesitate to say it because apparently nobody else has. I think this thing needs a complete redo. There's just so many gaps in the first hand, and the second hand, you've got so much illustrative examples from people who obviously know what they're talking about. You've asked them questions and they've not, they've only deepened your knowledge of things. And so it takes me back to the scene when, why and how did I get engaged in this? Well, it happened when in the lead up to the urban boundary debate. And about a month before that, I was trying to figure out how was the city going to do this accommodation magic. So I fast forward, I found out that in fact that the team didn't have enough time to do the modeling, and they were put on a short leash. Who by? Not by staff, by council or some committee of council. And then when we got closer to the urban boundary debate, they were put on a shorter leash. How come? I was trying to figure out, was there a rush? Was there a reason for a rush? Well, it turns out no. It's not as if the Ontario policy statement says we have to have our new OP done by the end of 2021. So there's something wrong about the rush. I can understand, and I totally appreciate staff have really bent over backwards. There have been some adjustments made already between, like, say, for example, the POP submission of 148 pages. And I know that Mr. Willis led a charge to try to make some changes there. That's great. But this whole thing is a bit of a mess. Thousands of pages, as Mr. Brocklebank has said. It's a mess because it's incoherent. It may even be too long. And the 5 big moves basically disappeared off the table once you got down to the details. Why? Because it appears to me staff weren't given the time to do things properly, period. Why not? It's not staff's fault. It's council's fault. Why did council rush it? Who knows? I have my theories. Everybody's entitled to their theories and hypotheses. So all I'm saying is I think it needs a complete redo because you've got some really good stuff out there besides staff. The people who have presented to you are just at the top of the, I say the tip of the iceberg. They represent, obviously they're speaking for their communities, and from their knowledge, they're all articulate, reasonable, calm, thoughtful, knowledgeable, free. And you've heard a lot of it already. I'd say you've got the rationale for a redo. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tanzi. Any questions for Mr. Tanzi? No. Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Okay, great.
Our next speaker is Juliet Napton.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. Oh, there you are.
There you go.
Good morning, or afternoon, I'm sorry. I was expecting to speak this morning. I just want to start out by acknowledging that I'm speaking to you from the traditional lands of the Algonquin Anishinaabe. And for me, that acknowledgement serves as a reminder to think about our relationships, not only with the Indigenous peoples, but to consider the importance of land and how we use it and how terribly tied people are to land. My name is Juliet Napton, and I'm a classic representative of those persons that have fled out of the inner urban lands, and not really by choice, but by what we found to be an untenable situation to stay further in. We were a growing family, and we had aging parents, and we needed a place to be able to house them. And we needed it to be able to house them in an environment where we understood what we were buying into and understood and could expect certain things. Every building, I think anyone can understand that every building decision or every decision you take as a people is going to have different kinds of impacts. There's going to be positive things and negative things. There's going to be change. But people want some level of, people are using certainty. I think certainty is the wrong word, but some level of understanding of where things are going to go. So they'll make their choices accordingly. And I think when we talk about creating massive changes, we need to remember that we're all people living through these massive changes, and we had an expectation for how things are. So help me to understand what the impact is going to be in the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. I love the person who talked about modeling. Make it clear. So I just want to talk briefly about my flight from Sandy Hill, which we loved, to Alta Vista. And I want to also flag that Alta Vista is a highly variable ward. I sometimes find that it's sort of treated as a monolithic green space or something. It's very varied and has a lot of different kinds of residential forms as well as people, different kinds of people. So one of the things that we experienced in Sandy Hill, we started out as renters, and we witnessed with heartbreak, and kudos to you, Monsieur Fleury. I know that you have done your best with us. But the current official plan was so complicated with so many amendments, overlays, complexities, and it really allowed developers not just to build, but to build with complete disregard for neighborhoods, for people, to build with complete goals of well, let me not put it like that. They're financial entities. They were there to only be limited by the rules that you put on them. So what did we experience? There was no account for the environment or true walkability or sunlight. There was not really a whole lot of thought in many cases put into whether the structure itself was actually usable or a good structure for people to rent in or live in or be in. So I'm not a planning expert, but I call this bad development. This is overdevelopment without real thought. And I don't know how you force some entity that is, a profit-making entity to have thought, but you can limit it. And so when we left Sandy Hill, we went to an area where we thought there seemed to be less movement, let's say. It's not that there shouldn't be movement and there shouldn't be change, but we thought about what would it take to make a good life? Before we left Sandy Hill, I should say, we actually bought the house across the street with neighbors of ours because we were worried about the overdevelopment of it. We developed a duplex into a modest four apartment walk-up. We received a lot of praise from the surrounding community for the sensitive and helpful development. So we're landlords. And I can tell you that every company that we approached came back to us and asked us to ask for more height, less setback, less softscaping, no requirement for trees. They asked us to push as owners for and agreed to push for exceptions to every rule. Now we resisted it, but I can tell you that the financial picture wasn't with us. The financial picture was to actually ask for an exception of just about every rule. But we understood that this was going to be at the cost of disrupting the community and established families and green space and all of the pieces that most of us care about. The young man who spoke earlier talked about supply and demand and the need to densify 100%. But he also said we need to build homes where people want to live. People want to live in successful neighborhoods. They want to live without uncertainty. They want to know that for the next at least 5 years or so, it's not going to change to something they don't recognize, that they have a chance to respond to. If it's not right for them, they'll move. But you can't force the speed at which it's going to develop unless you have really clear guidelines. And I think you've heard again and again, there are several motions that have been brought forward. I know Councillor Leeper's brought some forward. I know Cloutier has brought some forward, but there are several motions trying to deal with that. Let's be clear as we can. It's not going to be perfect, but don't push and encourage variances. Don't automatically make exceptions. So, anyway, if you build it, they will come. So let's build it well.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Napton? Seeing none, I thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your Field of Dreams quote. Can never go wrong with a good baseball movie quote. All right, our next speaker is Miguel Tremblay. I think Miguel works in the industry because I've seen him a few times before.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you perfectly well, Miguel.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm Miguel Tremblay. I am a partner at Foten Planning and Design, and yes, I am in the industry. In light of the staff report and recommendations before the joint committees, my comments will be brief. I know I say that every time I come to the planning committee, but I think I can actually do it this time. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Falcon Ridge Village Limited Partnership. They're the owners of the existing Falcon Ridge Golf Course, which is a large 132 acre, 330 acre parcel located immediately south and only 230 meters from the Bowesville LRT station. They're also south of the future Armstrong extension, which is a DC funded arterial road that proposes to bisect the northeast portion of the property. They're located south of the Ottawa International Airport and abut the current airport 2038 master plan. However, the western half of the lands are fully located outside of the airport operating influence zone, which is defined in both the current plan and the draft official plan. And the eastern half of the lands are immediately adjacent to the Rideau Carleton Raceway / Hard Rock International across Albion Road to the east. As per the staff report and the recommendations, in particular on Schedule C17, I believe, the urban expansion areas, the westernmost portion of the lands, approximately 161 acres, are identified as Category 1 lands and are recommended to be included in the urban boundary. So today I'll simply be speaking in support of the staff recommendation, which corresponds with recommendation number 4 in the report. For the benefit of the committee, I just wanted to briefly summarize the evaluation carried out by staff and add a little bit of my own consideration. The lands are strategically located to allow the design and development of a true smart growth 15-minute residential community immediately south and in proximity to the Bow Station and the Earl Armstrong Transit Priority Corridor. Given the size and configuration of the lands, there are opportunities to create a new mixed-use town center and to offer diversity of housing typologies ranging from apartments, whether they be mid-rise and high-rise, to ground-oriented, and include well-planned communities, including a new district park, which would be proposed, and a series of neighborhood parks. The lands, including the balance of the lands, could contribute to the economic development in the south end of the city in close proximity to those transit facilities and those new DC-funded roads. Given the abutting uses and the important commercial facilities that are in the area, the lands are well suited to create an economic hub to align with the goals of the airport special district, which is identified in the draft OP, and also create an ancillary tourist destination to support the success of the Rideau Carleton Raceway. And on this point, both the owners and clearly FOTEN would be looking forward to working with the city's policy branch on a new secondary plan to allow a well-integrated and a coordinated wide community vision for all of these Category 1 expansion lands to achieve the goals of the new OP. You should also note that there are no wetlands, no agricultural designations, no mature urban forests impacting the properties. There are no soil constraints that would impact the opportunity to provide for that variety of housing typologies, including mid and high-rise buildings. Municipal sanitary and water service with sufficient capacity are located about 800 meters away from the property in the Riverside South community.
1 minute.
And there are available storm outlets. So for all of these reasons, certainly I am and my clients are in agreement and support the staff recommendation related to these Category 1 lands to be included into the urban boundary. Thank you, and that's it. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
No worries, thank you for being somewhat brief, but also taking up almost all your 5 minutes. All right, do we have any questions for Mr. Tremblay? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good day.
You as well. Our next speaker is Phyllis Odenbach Sutton, following which we'll go to number 67, which is John Dance, and then Carolyn McKenzie. So Ms. Odenbach.
Sorry, I
There you are.
didn't realize I was not going to be, I had to unmute myself. Sorry, I do have a presentation there. Is it going to be coming on the screen?
Yeah, just bear with me here. Did you send it? You sent it in previously?
I certainly did. I received a message saying it was received.
Yeah, we had, there's pictures there. There should be.
I can't see anything. I don't know. Should I be
Not
seeing
yet. I'm just waiting for.
Oh, okay.
to put them up on the screen.
Okay. Sorry, are you ready to put them up if I start?
Sorry, we're just waiting. The
Okay.
person who puts the stuff up on the screen doesn't seem to have them. Mark says they're there, but just bear with us for a second.
Okay, thanks.
I know that we did receive them. If you could go ahead and start, and hopefully.
I found them in the folder. It's a matter of getting them back up on the screen.
Okay, they're kind of integral to my presentation. So, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Phyllis Odenbach-Sutton, and
Phyllis, sorry,
yes.
It's Councillor Menard here. It's Sean. Hi. I just wanted to, sorry, I'm not understanding what staff are suggesting, because your presentation is important. So is it that we can't find it, and that's
No, Councillor, we have them. We're just being redacted to put them up on the screen.
Yeah, so we have a folder with a ton of submissions, and it was just, they weren't seeing it. It's all good. It's going to come up shortly.
Okay, so let's just wait. Let's just, I think.
Yeah, that's what we're
wait
doing.
for that. Okay. So Phyllis, just hold off and they'll get the presentation
Okay.
up.
Okay, thank you. My name is Phyllis Odenbach-Sutton. I am a longtime resident of Old Ottawa East. I would like to address two key issues in my presentation. One, the importance of ensuring that measures support an urban tree canopy at the community level. And number two, the impact of built form on the tree canopy. As it is said, a picture is worth 1,000 words. I'm going to take you virtually on a walk through my neighborhood. This photo is a view of Rosemere Avenue from the middle of the road near Springhurst Avenue. Next slide, please. This is a view of several houses on Rosemere Avenue, including my own home, where you can find row houses, single-family homes, and duplexes. Even though the sidewalk is just 3 meters from our stairs, we have a good tree canopy. Next slide, please. Over the years, my neighborhood has seen quite a lot of intensification. This is a photo of a 6-unit townhouse development built over 20 years ago on Springhurst Avenue. This development allowed for trees to be planted and mature. Next slide, please. This is a photo of a more recent infill project, stacked townhouses also on Springhurst Avenue. There is no room for trees to be planted in front of this property. And if you could see the, just to the right-hand side of this picture, there is a tree that was on the neighboring property, which was totally butchered as this house was built. Next slide, please. This is a picture of a new construction zone. The tree I want you to look at is on the far right, and you can see an orange protection fence, but you can also see the tree isn't in very good shape. Next slide, please. This is the same development. It's 3 new builds, all under construction on Chestnut Street. There does not appear to be any space for new trees to be planted, given the closeness of the properties to each other, the projecting porches, and the designated parking in the backyard for 2 of these properties. Next slide, please. This is a single-family home on the southeast corner of Evelyn and Chestnut. It was one of the first houses that took full advantage of the ability to mass a building to almost the edges of a corner lot. Clearly, there's not much space for greenery here. If you look closely, you can see an asphalted front yard on Chestnut where a boat is parked, plus artificial grass on the Evelyn entrance side. Next slide, please. This is another single family home across the street from the previous picture, a much more recent build. It again fills the lot with its built form. Next slide, please. This is another single family home at the southeast corner of Evelyn and Simcoe. It has also taken advantage of the ability to almost completely fill a corner lot with house. Next slide, please. This is my final example of a single family home, an infill house near the southeast corner of Evelyn and Concord. It is yet another example of how built form can result in all house and no trees. Next slide, please. This photo shows the tree canopy as viewed from Concord Street towards Lees Avenue. I love my neighborhood and I have embraced the limited front yard setbacks, which allow for ready conversations with people who live or simply are walking through the community. But I really want to keep the tree canopy that currently exists. Indeed, I would like to see more trees planted to help mitigate against the climate change impacts we are facing. My asks of this committee, please ensure the urban tree canopy is protected and enhanced in all communities. And please mitigate the consequences of built form that results in a lot being solely devoted to the house. To conclude, the City of Ottawa heat map that others have already referenced shows much higher heat in the intensified areas of the city. Indeed, the inner city can be up to 12 degrees Celsius warmer than the outlying areas. The heat island impacts of a lack of tree canopy are also highlighted in the July edition of the National Geographic. That article notes that a well-placed tree can keep a building 10 degrees Celsius cooler. Trees are really important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Odenbach-Sutton, and appreciate your patience. We
you.
have Councillor Leeper up first for you.
Evelyn and Concord, what is the zoning in that area?
The whole area is R3.
It's R3, a bunch of singles going in, no way.
On the corners, they seem to be mainly. We have had a few developments where there have been row houses, but we on the corners, it's tended to be large single family homes.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I try not to call them single family because it's value laden. So I'm just going to call them single detached or detached.
Okay. I actually know the people who live in there, so I'm not actually
of
being,
course. And then the how old are those? I'm just interested because it's not necessarily the intensification that's causing the tree loss. I mean, you're in an R3, but we don't seem to have the zoning right. And it's a different issue from the official plan issue, which is the zoning. So I'm just wondering how old some of those builds are.
The domicile townhouses, the first ones that I showed that have mature trees in front are over 20 years old. Yeah. The very large house, the first large house I showed after the construction scenes, that's probably at least 10 years old, I would say, something like that. The other ones are probably within the realm of the last 3 to 4 years.
Okay, that's sort of what I thought. I mean, we keep, under our intensification policies, we keep tweaking our zoning to try to preserve more room for trees, but we're not there yet. And as we take a look at our official plan, intensification doesn't necessarily have to mean tree loss if we get the zoning right. So I appreciate all of those pictures. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Menard.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Phyllis, for being here. Those pictures are really helpful. And for other delegations, the more you can have pictures and PowerPoint, in that way, it helps us. I guess as a councillor, we're getting notices now every time trees are taken down for various reasons that are distinctive trees. And it happens. I'm getting 1, 2 every couple of days. And the corresponding planting in the ward, I just got our plantings that are coming up, nowhere near the loss of canopy that we're seeing. And the studies that we've seen over 5 years of tree loss of the canopy were extensive. It was I think upwards of 45% in the core. And I might be correct on that, but it was very, very high. And so I guess the question to you is what are you seeing in the new official plan that is concerning to you? Obviously, you're just seeing your neighborhood, and that's a concern. But what in the new official plan is concerning? And suggestions to halt what you're seeing.
Well, I guess one of the things that I'm really concerned about is the fact that we have this aspirational goal for 40% tree canopy measured at a total city level. And, yes, I do. I'm really lucky. I live relatively close to the Rideau River. I live fairly close to the Greystone Village property. So we do have some trees along the river. But we also have so many houses that have been constructed, particularly on Chestnut, where there are no trees. And so I guess I'm just saying you've got to recognize the cooling impacts, the benefits of trees, and also the asphalting that's going on, and even the trees where they say they're going to protect them, they truly are. Like I don't think in a couple years we're going to see those trees survive. I mean, I guess I decided to focus on trees because truly the first two shots, or first shot I showed you, that's my street, and we haven't had the same kind of level of intensification, and so we've still got our trees, and we're really close to the sidewalk, so it can happen. It's not happening, and that's the frustrating thing is, people maybe plant a bush, but a bush doesn't provide shade, and it really doesn't help. I know you can't. I don't think you can put in limitations on the type of building materials, but we also have a lot of houses which have built with black aluminum siding, which is then reflecting the heat. They face south, and so they're increasing the temperature of their neighbors. And it just seems to me like if you look at what is happening in other parts of the world, like white is better than black on the side of a house. But if you look at some of those new builds that are being built right now, the middle one is a black brick, and the roofs are black. And boy, I think the heat island is really going to be a big issue for us.
Thank you for your delegation, Phyllis. It's very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Our next speaker is John Dance, followed by Carolyn McKenzie, and then Jason Bergreff and Neil Malhotra. Oh, John, you're just on mute there.
Thank you. I have a presentation, please.
There it is.
Thank you. So I'm John Dance. I've lived in Old Ottawa East 41 years, and for most of that time, been fighting against the Alta Vista transportation corridor, and without success. Next slide, please. The new OP, the draft, it adds conditions to mitigate the impact of the Alta Vista transportation corridor through Old Ottawa East. And I should note that it's a transportation corridor. It's not a transit corridor, as some people have called it. It renames it, or redesignates it, I should say, as Green Transportation Utility Corridor, which is a sort of a farcical name because, frankly, it's a four-lane roadway, elevated roadway, with ramps onto and off Lees Avenue. This AVTC is in direct contradiction to what you're proposing with the draft OP. It does not support growth because you're eliminating green space and parkland when you need it. It doesn't promote sustainable transportation, but instead it promotes car transportation. In terms of urban design, sophistication, well, an elevated roadway in the core is not sophistication. We want 15-minute communities, all of us, all councillors, and yet you're not going to get them in our area by dividing them with massive roadways. Next slide, please. So the impact of AVTC, that's sort of an extract from 2005 environmental assessment. You can see how it would go through. As I say, it's an elevated 4-lane roadway with ramps to and from, and with a new 4-lane road over the Rideau River. It's a key green space for Old Ottawa East right now, and a rapidly growing community. And also for your stats say there'd be 27,000 people living in the Lee Station area, another 24,600 in the Herdman Station, which are the adjacent areas. And yet you want to eliminate green space. It makes absolutely no sense. What's even more ludicrous is that this would be in direct competition with a new LRT, which is 200 meters away. It's already beleaguered. You don't want to build a $500 million roadway that's going to be in direct competition. The next slide, and hopefully it will come up. Oh, it's upside down. Well,
Yes,
it still may work. There. Thank you, sir.
15th at 160 Lees here. We've got an ultimate Frisbee tryouts or practice going on. I think it's Ottawa U. Maybe 2 different sets going on. Got a game of mini soccer going on here in the middle of the field. And on the far side, we have a game of ultimate Frisbee. It looks like pickup ultimate Frisbee going on, and a martial arts class going on here. So well over 100 people using 160 Lees today. I don't know how many of them are registered with the city, but because you do have to reserve the field, but well over 100 people and about 4 or 5 different groups using the field.
So that was shot before getting to Mr. Watson's comment. That video was shot a few weeks ago, and by my colleague Rick Burrows. Just sort of gives you an illustration of how important on a typical day that green space is. If I may move to the last slide now, please. And this is what Mayor Watson noted back in February. He tweeted, he said, "I've never, nor will I ever support turning that park into a road. I've made my opposition to that idea known going back to my days as your city councilor, which was 25 years ago, I might point out. So please get rid of this thing now. Don't wait for the transportation master plan to be done in 2 years' time. Do it now. It is utterly incompatible with what you're trying to achieve." Thank you very much, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Miner.
Thank you, Chair. I won't take long because John's presentation is extremely clear and succinct. One thing not mentioned is this field, John, is used by a lot of people on lower income, much more diverse set of people on that field than you'll find in many other places in the city. Lee's Towers right there. So I wonder if you could just comment on the population there in Old Ottawa East, and your own discussions about this spot for many years, and the rest of it. The rest of it obviously goes through Alta Vista. It's a very long corridor. It connects right beside Councillor Fleury's ward as well. So I guess if you could just comment on those pieces, because you're speaking about a very specific piece here north of the Rideau River, that green space. But if you could just comment on those couple of things, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Councillor. Yes, this green space and the adjacent Springhurst Park and the Rideau Trail Park that's on the other side, it's used by everybody. And the Lees Towers, some of them were low income, many refugee families have lived in them over the years. It's where they play. It's their green, it's their lawn. And they don't have any other alternatives to go to. So it really is extremely important to them. And it will be, as we put another 22,000 people, given we have about 5 there now, put another 22,000 people at Lee's Station, it's going to become increasingly important. When you go there and you see the group of people who attend, well, frankly, a lot of a lot of Ottawa sports groups like Quidditch teams and God knows what else, they come because that's the only green space they can go to. So it's not, yes, I'm speaking as an Old Ottawa East person, but it does draw from Sandy Hill and from much broader area. It's really important. The internationals play there, as matter the soccer group plays there. Lots of people play there. So for the idea of paving it over in the context of a future-oriented city that's livable and green, it makes no sense. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Mr. Dance. And I wanted to jump in on the subject of the green space, which I know many communities, including mine, feel very strong about in terms of not ensuring that link never happens. And I believe that, the chair can correct me, but if we bring any motions that relate to transportation, they'll likely be pushed to the TMP, the Transportation Master Plan. That said, would the community, there's a debate and conversation to be had in the transportation network. I recognize that. And I have others, which you might imagine to raise then. But is the spirit of your description to say, look, there's an unused green space, which we can have a debate on future transportation needs about, but release its use today so that the community can benefit from looking at, Councillor Minal or ICIL to improve the green space so that leagues can play on the soccer field or so on and so forth. Would the community see that as a first important step to do as the debate evolves, I guess?
Councillor Fleury, that would be a great first step, because the more use, the more people realize how essential it is to Sandy Hill, Old Ottawa East, and actually to the other side of the river as well. So yes, those would be important first steps. So yeah, I think all of us in Old Ottawa East, and I suspect your constituents too, would be greatly appreciative of such measures. Thank you.
Keep an eye out. I've worked with your councillor, and we do have a motion on public land coming up later, which might capture this. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury, and thank you, Mr. Dance. We'll move to Carolyn McKenzie.
Great. Thank you, chairs and committee members, and thank you for your perseverance in this marathon session. My name is Carolyn McKenzie. I chair the Glebe Community Association's Planning Committee, and I'm also a member of Walkable Ottawa, the POP group, and Ottawa's Planning Advisory Committee. I'd like to start out by thanking this staff for a tremendous effort. I think this OP has great promise, starting with the 5 big moves, but many issues remain. Not really surprising given the timeline that staff have been working under. The POP group has put forward motions to address key issues that my community association supports, and I do hope that you will support them too. I'm going to focus on 3 issues today. First, corridors. The city plans to enable generally, and I'll emphasize that we're generally up to 9 stories on Main Street corridors, and on minor corridors between 4 to 6 stories. A few things this committee should ask, in my humble opinion, before approving this document related to that. What exactly does generally mean? Does it mean 9, 10, 11, or more stories? Do staff believe that 9 stories is appropriate as a practical default on all Main Street corridors across the city? We've been told, and we understand, that OP policies take precedence. So when the OP opens the door to generally 9 stories and provides no clear direction on how to balance or even to understand what is intended by policies such as appropriate height transition and tree canopy, how are we not right back to intensification trumping all other considerations, and the city having really no ability to say no when 9 or more stories are deemed not to be appropriate? If local plans are the only possible tool for providing neighborhood context, why doesn't the OP commit to undertaking these plans before enabling greater heights that can have negative impacts on Main Street corridors that are running, in many cases, through neighborhoods? The city's own modeling projects that we are about to enable the potential for roughly double the number of smaller or apartment units we say that we need, mostly in taller buildings in hubs and along corridors. But units that aren't needed won't get built. This means that fewer taller buildings, rather than more buildings at a more human scale, won't be built to fill the gaps on our main streets. So why does this matter? Well, I think it's actually a matter of sharing this density throughout neighborhoods across the city if we want more than just a few of our neighborhoods to evolve to being 15-minute neighborhoods. For many, it's not about taking your neighborhood's fair share, it's really about getting it, assuming the city has a plan for amenities to keep up. So why does this OP propose policy that will result in focusing density in fewer, taller buildings? 9 stories next to 2 or 3 stories on a main street does not necessarily enhance neighborhood character or attractiveness of a corridor and can have negative impacts. Some differences add interest to a streetscape, but I'm picturing something that looks like a bad set of teeth. Is not a minor issue. Our failure to create the conditions for building attractive main streets with continuous destinations and amenities will actually mean less walkability, fewer pedestrians, and ultimately more time spent driving cars. A 6-story building on a Main Street corridor will still easily meet proposed density targets. So if world-class cities like Berlin and Washington can achieve density without towers, while maintaining human scale development and walkable neighborhoods, why can't Ottawa? The OP should include clear language for up to 6 rather than 9 stories along Main Street corridors and up to 4 rather than 6 stories along minor corridors, unless a local plan specifies different heights. This leads me to talk about local plans. Walkable 15-minute neighborhoods are a cornerstone of this OP, yet the OP ignores neighborhood level planning. The GLEBE supports the city's Bank Street height and character study. This is a local plan that includes recommendations for mid-rise and high-rise. Local plans build trust and confidence when stakeholders see their input reflected in decisions around where intensification should go. This will help us move development forward and increase housing more quickly. We can also identify good spaces for trees, provide local knowledge of challenges and opportunities regarding walking routes, locations for local shops, and neighborhood amenities in the process. Local plans, in my view, will reduce conflicts and use fewer rather than more city resources. These plans don't have to break the bank. The Bank Street study and Walkable Ottawa workshops provide models that could be streamlined and replicated. Chair Moffat, I think you were absolutely right when you said intensification is a lot easier to take if you feel you had a role in where it went. So why don't we have a policy for local plans? Transect level policies are simply too blunt an instrument. Neighborhoods are where we live, and that's where context truly matters. So please support the motion for local plans. Finally, my last comment is I'll reinforce comments made by others. Yesterday, there were questions about how to reduce conflict and to build consensus. Liberal use of the words generally and appropriate, which are both very highly subjective, will have planning consultants and lawyers smiling. If good governance means setting clear rules and following them, do staff think that subjective language like this meets the standard? Will lack of clarity reduce or increase ongoing conflict between residents and developers? We need clear policy language, not subjective words that will only continue the pattern of conflict, destroy trust, and waste resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I feel like I might have said that when we're referencing the Mantic Secondary Plan at Planning Advisory Committee. Is that right?
You did.
Oh, there you go. All right, so Councilor
Words of wisdom.
Planning Advisory Committee reference. We're really digging deep now. This is good.
It was a good one.
Chair, thank you. And thank you, Carolyn, for all your work on this, your review of it, and all the work that you do to make your community better and your knowledge. One thing I wanted to touch on was the continual reference that staff are making to secondary plans. Because over and over, we're saying secondary plans are going to take precedence. It is part of the official plan, and that those can help us get the type of clarity or consistency that communities, developers, others are looking for. Yeah. What is your view of those statements, and how do you think that could practically be enacted?
Yeah, thanks for the question. 5 minutes is awfully short. There's so many issues. But I think this one is really near and dear to my heart. I think local plans, secondary plans are needed. When we started off in the Bank Street study, and that came out of a couple of big developments on Bank Street, and I've talked to a number of you about this before. The idea was to set the rules, have the discussion in the open, set the rules for Bank Street so that we could move forward. It's not about NIMBYism. It's not about trying to stop change and stop development. It was about setting the rules, having the discussion, and moving forward so that we could add housing in a mixed-use situation on Bank Street. We could add density and add housing that would add vibrancy to our street at the same time. But it was also, and I don't want to sound, holier than thou here, but from my perspective, I thought, hopefully this is an opportunity to try and develop a methodology so that we can replicate it for other neighborhoods. Great that we've had this opportunity to do this for Bank Street and the Glebe, but I also truly think, and it should go without saying that we're not the only Main Street that could use this, probably quite badly. We're not the only neighborhood that could use a similar plan, different context. So I do think that these local plans are really important. I also think that it was an opportunity, and I think I mentioned the fact that the recommendations include both mid-rise and high-rise recommendations for Bank Street, and that we had a unanimous support at the GCA board to support those recommendations. At the beginning of the study, I can tell you that absolutely would not have happened. Initially, the community wanted to have 4 stories. They wanted the city to support the current zoning exception for Bank Street at 4 stories up and down Bank Street. So that was a conversation that we had in this community. And we got to quite a different place by the end of it, and it was unanimously supported. I'm not saying that everyone was happy, but I was personally very surprised not to receive emails to my email inbox, let alone to, I believe, to yours. I don't think you received irate emails either about the outcome of the study. Was it an easy conversation? Not always. Was it an important sort of struggle of the conversation? Sometimes, but I think at the end, hopefully, we are at a place where we can now, we've set the rules and developers can come in and we can get on with it. Maybe we can focus on the smaller, site plan sort of details on larger developments rather than having all the noise and all the action and all the aggravation of fighting about height and massing. So I think it's really important. I know there's been lots of discussion about modeling. One of the community members decided, because he had the skill set to do it, to actually build a 3-dimensional, this old school, but 3-dimensional model of Bank Street. I mean, I had it in my garage. You came to see it. I had lots of people in the community come to see it. We had a pop-up on Bank Street so people could come to see it. I don't think I'm speaking out of line when I say that the policy team who we worked with were quite apprehensive about us showing the community this model, which was only meant to represent what the city final recommendations were. They were very apprehensive, and I think that's an honest representation of where they were. My view was that it would sell the recommendations. I think I had a little bit more faith in that point in the community to say, if you have a look at what it's going, and it really did provide a much better opportunity for the community to have a better sense of what that massing would look like on the street, on Bank Street, but also interfacing to the residential behind. And that to me was a turning point. So I'm very supportive of motions to provide modeling. I'm very supportive, obviously, of motions for local plans. And I think that we don't have to do it in a heavy-handed, top-down, resource-rich or heavy way to make progress. And I really think it's the answer. I won't keep talking for too long. Rosalind mentioned the workshops that we did at Walkable Ottawa with Ecology Ottawa. We did them in neighborhoods where there were lots of strong opinions, including City View and Alta Vista, a small part of Alta Vista. They were not easy conversations, but in the end, when you say to people, if your neighborhood were going to intensify by 20%, here's some different forms that it could take. What would you do? People will actually tell you. And I think, I'm not saying it was perfect, and I'm not saying we came out with all the answers, but what I am saying is that I think those workshops proved to me anyway, that if you bring people in, and Scott, as you said yourself, if you give them a chance to input on where it will go and the form that it will take, you can work to better practical solutions and reduce the aggravation and staff time and everything else that is just so, it has become so fraught in the development planning sort of side of things. Anyway.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Carolyn. I think you've nailed it, right? This is exactly the type of thing we need to be looking at, because there's a better way. And that's about including people and setting a plan that people can agree to while still achieving a lot of density, a lot of new housing, and that mixed use that we're looking for, and that missing middle. So Really appreciate that, and the rest of your delegation as well. I will mention, I think staff were concerned about that model because of the block nature of it, as well as maybe the other points you were mentioning too. But hopefully in the modeling that let's all pray comes subsequent to this, there'll be a little bit more etched sort of, I don't know, detail that comes with that as well. But thank you so much for all you've done and the bringing people together on.
Thank you. And I didn't mean to throw stones at staff at all. They've been fantastic to work with, and I totally understand their apprehension. But anyway, I think it worked well. It served its purpose, and it worked very well for us. So, and I think it could work well for others.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Menard. Thank you, Carolyn. We'll see you November 10th. Planning Advisory Committee for the first time ever coming live to YouTube.
Ooh.
We have some good conversations there. It's worth a watch if none of you have attended Planning Advisory Committee before. It's an incredible cross section of councillors, community leaders, the development industry, as well as city staff. And we have very good conversations there about some of the pressing things that are going on in planning. We move to our next delegation, which is Jason Burgraff, and I believe you are joined by Neil Malhotra.
Yes, good afternoon. Thanks, everybody. First, I just wanted to kick off and say thanks to city staff who's worked many hours with GOBA and its members, especially Alain, Don, and Steve Willis. We've worked through a lot of issues. We still have quite a number that we're concerned with, as we'll mention, but they have done a lot of work to try to address our concerns as an industry. So I wanted to kick off by reiterating the most significant consideration, I think, for this entire process. And that's by the city's own projections, Ottawa's population is going to grow by 400,000 people over the next 25 years. And if you consider Mike Moffat's comments yesterday, that number could be a lot higher. One of the official plan's most fundamental jobs is to plan for and facilitate a sufficient supply of homes for its residents. And we, the city, council, staff,
Jason,
builders,
sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. Just if you could move a bit closer to your mic.
Sorry about that. I'll try to speak a little louder. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. We all have an obligation to ensure that there's enough homes that get built so that future residents of Ottawa can have housing they can afford. You know, the people who are going to be here 10, 20 years down the road, that they have a choice in the type of homes that they live in and where that home is located. So home builders are really deeply concerned that the official plan is not set up to achieve its housing goals. We detailed that in our submission very quickly. The cumulative policies we're concerned are going to add somewhere between $50,000 and $100,000 in cost to a new home. That policies threatened the potential for intensification by over-regulating and being overly prescriptive. That the city's existing stormwater infrastructure is not going to be able to handle the increased levels of intensification, and that current development rights and active applications have a real threat of being lost in the transition to the new official plan, all of which are going to limit housing supply moving forward. And with that sunny introduction, I'll hand it over to Neil.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for your patience for the last 2 days. I'm sure it's long and it'll go into next week, I'm sure. To touch base, further, just Jason is saying, you guys, I can see it on some of your faces as you're listening to different delegations, and you're you are in the rock and the hard place. I think it was Councillor Meehan who'd used that phrase earlier. This is a challenging situation. The housing crisis is incredibly real. It is, without fail, a housing shortage. We have a supply shortage. That's impacting everybody from the 10th percentile to the 80th percentile. It's a significant issue. I hate to say, unfortunately, all your salaries are public record. I don't know if there are too many of you that could raise your hand today and say, I can buy the house on my salary in today's market. House prices are $700,000, $800,000 starting townhomes in the suburbs at this stage. It's a significant challenge. And at the same time, we have obviously a climate challenge that is threatening everything else. And how you balance those two things, you know what? Good on all of you for stepping up to try to, because I don't know the answer, and there isn't an answer. But you also have an intersection of design and how these three things are going to interact with each other and what they're going to do. We've heard a lot about trees. The I don't know what the right term here, so I won't spit out the wrong term here. Talking about trees and how it's going to challenge intensification and how we're losing all these trees on these intensification streets. There are solutions that are proposed by staff, but the challenge is those are $15,000 tree solutions. Silva-cell technology is a very expensive technology where you can plant trees where you don't have the area. So how do you balance the challenge of getting that extra unit onto a property to achieve our intensification goals and to achieve your goals of reducing the amount of land supply that needs to be built further from the city, but that house is going to cost that much more to access? How much more is it going to cost for somebody to own the house or rent the house that requires low impact development technology? Pays the extra fees to have technologies to reduce bird harm from hitting glass windows, despite the fact cats kill way more birds than buildings. They're all little things. They're all really, really little things, and they're all great ideas in principle. But now we've got a challenge in that these things are not adding up to a housing economy where people can afford to live here. We've got an LRT system that, I think Councilor Menard likes to bring up low development charges. Well, if people can't buy the houses and can't rent the houses that need to be developed to support the marketplace, there are no development charges. There are no cash in lieu of parkland fees. The housing industry stops if it's not affordable to the people who need to buy and rent houses in the city.
30 seconds.
And we have lost that in the conversation. And that's not the home building industry suggesting, hey, we need more land out in the suburbs. That's a home building industry that's primarily owned by local business people concerned about where am I getting my next 100 employees to keep growing my company or to invest in this city? Where are the people, where are my kids going to live? Where are all of our kids? How are they going to stay in this city 5 years from now, 10 years from now, without draining people's savings?
All right, thank you, Neil. Thank you, Jason. Questions from the members of council. Sean Menard.
Thanks so much, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to touch base on a couple of things. On the development charges, the one piece that I've been raising consistently is around the single family homes or single dwelling homes, as Councillor Leeper has wisely corrected. I assume GOBA would be in support of raising, if you're concerned about housing and multiple units and buildings, I assume you'd be in support of raising the single family home development charges and lowering our development charges on multi-unit builds in a corresponding way. I assume that that would be favorable and supported by you folks.
Well, I think that's already built into the system. If you look at it, apartments have a separate charge. Urban areas have separate charges in suburban areas. And quite frankly, those charges are created by the same folks, the study you've been celebrating last week about how suburbs cost more than the house. It's the same consultant that produces the numbers for the city. Those ideas are baked into our system. So it's not that we're not doing that already. They're there. That's baked in.
I guess what I'm getting at, Mr. Malhotra, we don't have to get through big back and forth here, is that we have some of the very, very lowest single family home development charges in all of Ontario. We're right next to very, very, very small towns. All the other larger cities are much, much higher, double it or triple. And what I'm suggesting is if the concern is about getting more housing and more units, I assume GOBA, based on that concern you're raising, would support a higher single family home development charge, both within the Greenbelt and outside of it, and a corresponding lowering of the multifamily development charge. And that's what I'm trying to get at.
Well, so from GOBA's position and my own personal position, I would, in this particular environment, I would challenge anything that's going to increase the cost of housing. At the end of the day, to be honest, the people that are going to be affected the most by it, it's Jeff's list on Twitter this morning. People aren't being represented here. Those are the folks that are going to be impacted by a higher development charge, a higher thing. I know you like to think it's coming out of developer profit. It's not coming out of developer profit. The developers are going to, at the end of the day, have a cost structure. Whatever those costs are, if you can't sell the unit for your cost, the unit's not going to get built. So you get into this challenge. Every time we tack on additional cash in lieu of parkland, every time we tack on development charges, you're making it harder for a renter to become a homeowner. You're making it harder for us to provide the rental housing that's required to support the marketplace. So we're adding people to the housing lists that are way too long to begin with.
Mr.
There is
Mahaldra,
a real economic effect of all
I'm
those
very
things.
specifically talking about you are going off about many other topics, but I'm specifically talking about the development charge for single family homes, which the list that Councillor Leeper put out today on Twitter, very likely not affected by that. But I'll digress.
Are you saying the people on his list don't eventually become homeowners, or can't? They shouldn't have the ability to become a homeowner?
Well,
Chair, I just want to debate back and forth about.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I'm not trying to do that, Chair. I'm trying to get straight answers about a development charge for single family homes versus multi-unit, and I'm not getting it, so I'll move on. The next question I just wanted to ask you is around the As We Heard It reports. The opening statement made by Mr. Burgraff. We in the As We Heard It reports, we didn't have any developer industry comments come back. So it's hard for the public to know the positions you were pushing to change in the official plan. I'm wondering your own take on that.
We submitted several, like many big stakeholders, we submitted line by line comments in many cases, certainly section by section. They are all submitted as part of our written submission in an appendix. We had many hours of meetings with staff, and all that, if it's not reflected in the As Was Heard, that's a question for staff.
Okay, I will raise it with staff. I think it'd be helpful to know where groups are pushing. That's all I'm getting at there. But I appreciate your openness, Mr. Berger. Thank you for that. I guess the last question I'll just ask you, because you're talking about affordability. The cost of living outside of the core area, and in some cases where there's no transit, not high options to cycle and walk, not a 15-minute community, which we have many. The cost of a car, the cost of that type of travel is extremely expensive. I'm wondering if you have a position on that.
You've heard testimony from earlier from Dean Tester and like we've said, others who aren't here today, that it's not just about the affordability operating every day, but it is the price tag of a house. It is the kind of lifestyle that they want. Some people do want that plot of land, and that is the choice. Everyone is going to choose between what they can afford, what they desire, and what the offering is out on the market at that time. And many people are choosing out in the suburbs, or even, like we've said, farther aflung to Rockland or Kempville or Arranpire or wherever you want to go. So it's clear that they're willing to make, they've looked at the balance of those factors and have decided outside Ottawa is the ideal solution for them. We've got to do something to change that. And that's why, we need more homes here.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Appreciate the answers.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. I'm going to come back to Councillor Menard's point on the sticker price for a home as the measure of its affordability. And I suspect that Neil and I will talk for a few years still to come about the $15,000 tree. That $15,000 tree paid for up front is going to create tens of thousands of dollars of energy savings for that homeowner over the life of the house. The DCs that people are paying to create sidewalks and libraries and transit are going to save them money in terms of reduced automobile use over the time that they're living in that home. I get that the upfront sticker price is a first hurdle to home ownership. But is that the measure that you're asking this council to consider when we're considering housing affordability?
It's going to, go ahead, Neil.
Yeah, so yeah, I think it's something to consider. I think all these issues need to be considered. I mean, I do believe design needs to be considered. I do believe the environment needs to be considered, and I think affordability needs to be considered. The challenge is your people are going to have to help their kids to buy the house. They're going to have to risk their own retirements to help them achieve that extra entry cost into ownership. For lack of a better term, it's a higher cost to enter housing ownership, which is not an equitable thing necessarily. And it's not great for the next generation. It's not great for new Canadians. It's not great for new Canadians who've arrived here, who've settled as renters, who ultimately want to either become homeowners, or even if they want to continue to rent, we're still having upwards pressure on the rents and we have these additional costs. So it's part of it. And those other issues are part of it. But at the end of the day, the upfront cost is the barrier most people have to deal with. And it's not to say that you can't have the higher costs, but at the same time, we're trying, staff, yourselves, you're trying to make a serious political, a serious policy shift in how people live, and reducing the option to live in the suburban single family home, and trying to induce people to live in more centralized neighborhoods in smaller forms of housing. But we're making those more expensive to solve some of the design and environmental issues at the same time. So you're asking to change the policy, you're asking people to change the way that has traditionally people have lived in the city of Ottawa. And that's fine. It's a good thing to ask for. It's a good, ambitious goal. But we're then tacking on issues that are creating higher affordability standards to get people to shift to live downtown. So these burdens are going to be on the intensification sites that are going to be a little greater than what would be on a greenfield site. That's okay. As a developer, I will figure it out. I will get the unit built. I will figure out if I can make some money. But the people that are being affected are the end users, and their cost of entry into this city is more challenging.
But their longer term costs are even more challenging.
How many people do you know worry about the 25-year savings when they're trying to buy the largest purchase of their life? They got to make that initial payment. They worry about their mortgage payment. They worry about the operating cost. They're not worried I'm going to get some of this back over 25 years because, you know, my roof lasted 1 year longer. That's just the reality, right? I mean, we've all bought, almost everybody here has bought a house. I mean, how many people considered, what is the operating cost of my house? How am I going to save money? I can spend a little bit more today because I can save some money later on. Most people in the first time they're purchasing a house are not really going to be in that financial situation. That's just the reality.
But I certainly didn't consider, when I was buying my first home and we didn't own a car, going anywhere near the suburbs. That would have been unlivable.
That's right. And that's a
we
choice.
would not have been able to afford the car that we needed.
Yeah.
But you know what? Scott is going to cut me off because we're debating.
Yeah. But lots of people make that choice, and that's awesome. That's great. Lots of people like to make that choice in the city. Lots of people make that choice. But at the same time, a lot of people have made a different choice as well. More people have actually made the different choice. And we're trying to change that behavior.
But our job as policymakers is
Neil, Jeff, please, we need to focus on OP. That's what we do.
Sure. So I think what both Neil and I are talking about is the thrust of the official plan in terms of constraining suburban growth, and yet not loosening the financial impacts on the growth in the core. I mean, this is fundamental to the official plan. How are we going to accommodate 400, and I think Neil would tell us 445,000 new people in the next 25 years with homes that are affordable, but with long-term costs that are affordable to the residents of Ottawa on an economic and an environmental basis? I mean, this is the fundamental discussion about the official plan. And what I'm hearing from, and maybe Neil and Jason can clarify, what I'm hearing from them is that we shouldn't be constraining, to the degree that we are, the greenfield addition to the urban boundary, because we are constraining it to a degree that the builders have told us is hurting affordability. And we should also be taking a look at trying somehow to reduce, in the course of constraining the growth, the costs to which developers are subject. This is the fundamental issue that the official plan is addressing. There's a lot of other things that we've heard about from delegates, but this is the most official plan centric discussion that we'll have had over the past 2 days. And I guess could you clarify for me what you are asking this council to do, Neil and Jason?
Right now, as you mentioned, we're fundamentally concerned that the OP is not going to produce. The OP is supposed to set itself up to build 195,000 homes. We're fundamentally concerned that it's not going to achieve that, specifically because the intensification targets, about half that number, 51% over the 25 years, is not going to happen for a number of reasons. One, the policies, the costs, as we've talked about, and also you've seen a number of delegates come on and speak about their want to protect, various heights and characters and the number of their neighborhoods. And you guys have had very, and I appreciate, very sensitive, very forthright comments yourself, Councillor Leeper, and a number of other councillors have kind of tried to have that probing conversation of how do you square the circle of intensification. But that is the concern, is that it's not, we're not setting ourselves up to produce the number of houses we need. That's what we want you guys to be really, aware that is the fundamental concern, and it needs to be watched very, very carefully over the next few years as we progress to this 5-year review.
Yeah. But I think what I'm hearing the builders ask for, and I'll ask you to clarify this, is one of the solutions to that fundamental problem that you see, and that I think councillors are recognizing as well, is to loosen the reins on urban expansion.
So
I think we need, go ahead.
I would say at the end, we're probably going to need more units than we're planning for in this discussion. If yes, you left intensification at the current percentage that's planned for in this plan, that would trigger some additional land. That would be the natural outcome of how you play with the intensification number. If you say there's a way to accommodate even more intensification, which may very well be possible, but I haven't listened to the entire 2 days, but there's been a lot of pushback on the kind of intensification that's planned for in this plan already. So, that's a political decision at the end of the day. I mean, that's a decision that needs to be made with good planning kept in mind. But that would be the outcome if you left the existing intensification ratio.
And
you need more houses, you got to put them somewhere.
And the clarification.
You need more dwelling units. I mean, dwelling units for less confusion.
Yep. The clarification, I guess, that I'm getting here, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding, is that the most affordable way in which you would assert we can add more units is through greenfield expansion.
No, not necessarily.
Can you explore that?
Well, there's housing typologies. Although I mean, there's a variety of housing typologies. Housing typologies are not limited by inner and suburban. I can build an apartment building in Canada. I can build an apartment building in Greely. I mean, we can do these things. So I don't think the typologies and greenfield and land expansion, they're not all mutually exclusive conversations. There's not only going to be small apartment buildings downtown. They're going to be everywhere. You've dealt with numerous applications in Canada, in Stittsville, in Orleans. So there's multiples of ways to deal with intensification. There's a way to do more intensified suburbs. There's a way to do more intensified urban areas. So I don't think I would not say that's the easy answer. But if intensification remained at its current rate as prescribed in this current plan, then it would trigger, because you got more houses, the calculation would trigger more greenfield land.
But yeah, and I guess the fundamental disagreement that we'll continue to have is that the affordability of those expansion area homes is very high to begin, because it's got a low sticker price. But that ultimately the affordability to the residents of Ottawa becomes extremely high from an environmental and a taxpayer consideration.
Wow, but that
This could probably go on. This could probably go on for a while.
Jeff and I could go on forever. We'll take it tomorrow night.
I will leave it there, Chair. Thank you very much for your latitude. Thanks both.
On the next episode of the Jeff and Neil podcast. Okay, we'll go to Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here. I think it's important to hear from the industry as well, and I appreciate your perspective. Perhaps, Mr. Mahalcha, I'll start with you. The current official plan. Can you comment from your perspective if the current official plan has contributed to the housing crisis that we're in now? And if so, can you elaborate?
When you say current, you're talking about the existing, not the draft one we're debating?
The current, the one that's in place right now, yes.
Has the current one, yeah, I would say it has to a certain degree. So it's not by design. It's not by design. The reality, I think if you read some of that population data work that Mr. Moffat had been speaking to yesterday, something happened in Canada 3-4 years ago, population patterns really have shifted, right? And I think it's students, it's immigrants, but we've had a drastic growth rate in the last 3 or 4 years, right? And so our populations are punching much higher than expected. So in that way, it had an effect. We are short on houses. Our houses per 1,000 people has been reducing, not increasing over the last 5 years. So there's some issues there. There's more things that go into that, but it has a contributing factor. Fact of the matter is we've been talking intensification for 2 or 3 rounds of OPs over the last 10, 15 years, as long as I can pretty much remember. Never had an implementing zoning bylaw. Never have had a bylaw to implement zoning. It was all, okay, here are the policies, here's a community plan. I mean, I think the Centertown CDP is a great example. We've done a plan, but we're not putting the zoning in because we want community benefits. When you come for your zoning application, we don't want to give it to you for free. We want you to pay A, B, and C to do it. So those things all have contributed, 1, to cost, but 2, a lack of supply, because we've never implemented zoning. You know, I think it's fairly ambitious that everyone thinks zoning is going to get implemented in the next council. That would be fantastic. That would overcome a big hurdle that's existed in previous OPs and has led to less housing supply being built.
Thank you. I also wanted to talk about the larger development companies in Ottawa own a significant amount of land for a number of decades going out. Given again the housing crisis, why haven't developers simply added to supply? Why haven't you increased your numbers? What are the complexities again in doing so?
Well, I'll give you an example. I'm involved in 2 projects that were brought in the last major urban expansion 10 years ago. One of them was able to get through regulatory approvals this year and just started getting a shoveling in the ground. One is 2 to 3 years away from getting through the regulatory approval process. So development approvals are slow. There are other challenges in housing production. We have an aging workforce. We are going to have to increase our workforce to bring up the housing production. But there are a lot of challenges, right? You're dealing with changing mortgage rules that have an adverse impact on people who haven't been able to buy a home previously. You're dealing with a bunch of other issues outside of here. What we can discuss in this group are the factors that council can control, where we can help get more development done. And part of it is planning to have enough development.
Fair enough. I appreciate both of your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Neil, and thank you for coming to a committee today. It's not everyone that would have the comfort and ability to come and speak to the matter from an industry perspective, and that's greatly appreciated. Maybe following up on a couple of previous engagements. So you're sort of seeing both ends. You're building in the core high rises, more recently near LRT stations, which meets our goal and is obviously easier to unlock. And you're also, as I think Councillor Brockington was highlighting, on lands on the periphery as well. Where I'm interested is, the outer urban area and the potential there. How do you see us meet the intensification targets that we approve? I'd like to understand from an industry perspective, what's the feeling towards that? Because we're hearing a number of mixed feelings relating to moving from R1 to R3s, maybe R4s, and then we hear concerns around main streets and heights on main streets. So, and I think where there is commonality is around LRT lands. Those are, again, I'll restate that, very obvious, but the others, how do you feel that we can meet those intensification targets while maintaining neighborhood characters? So
I'm going to take my GOBA hat off here. I'm going to sort of give you my personal answer for a sec, because this answer is not going to have been cleared with anybody else. So I'm just going to speak for myself. I've heard a lot about local planning, community planning over the last 2 days. And that seems to be a real sore point with a lot of the community members, regardless how they feel of our R1 and R3 zonings. If we're ever to resolve this conflict between the community, the developer, and the city and the politics, which are not easy. I mean, you guys all are the ones who have to live it. You're the ones managing it. You got to navigate it. If you're ever going to do that, what we have to do is we have to have a real discussion about what intensification means to each neighborhood. So it's fine to hear that the Glebe Communization has done a community plan, but we've never done a community plan where we increased intensification to 51%. So what does that mean to each neighborhood? How many people do you have to accommodate? Now do your plan. You're getting 5,000, you're getting 10,000, you're getting 15,000 people. Now let's do a plan. We've never had that conversation. I've sat through a lot of secondary plans, CDPs. There's never a discussion about how much is got to go into the neighborhood. So whether you call it the modeling or doing that exercise, that is the solution that solves it all. If you want buy-in, the first thing is to say, hey guys, okay, you don't want urban expansion, or you want limited urban expansion in these particularly, I mean, it's going to radiate from inside out. It's more central to the neighborhood, the more intensification it's going to have to take. This is what it means to your community. And it's not just the Glebe, but it's, it has to be Sean's entire ward. You have to plan out the entire ward and say, these are the spots that we're going to accommodate all these extra units in. And get the community buy-in with that is fine. And I think the development industry would love that, to understand what it is. I don't enjoy writing the checks I have to do zoning and applications. I really think Claridge has probably written $1 million in zoning application checks to the city of Ottawa that I never should have had to write, because those zonings were meeting secondary plans and official plan policies. And those are things that should have been implemented through a zoning bylaw. We've avoided that. We've avoided that for 20 years. That is the hard part. Doing this at the official plan level is actually relatively easy. There's no appeal rights, there's none of that stuff in there. But to implement the zoning means you have to really get into a dispute with your community on what that zoning is going to mean for intensification. That's going to be a really hard conversation for the next election cycle for you guys. Like that, just the reality, having sat through enough of those meetings as the proponent for a zoning application. That is where it has to go if we're going to have, if that's what I'm hearing. That's a takeaway from 2 days of these meetings. Establish how much a community is supposed to take in population and then let them figure out where they want it. But they're going to have to understand they're getting it. You're not doing CDPs to prevent growth. They're community development plans. They've always been about doing growth, but for 20 years in Ottawa, they've been used as a way to stop development, not find out how we want development.
Keep your GOBA hat off for my next question again, please. I like your perspective and understanding where you're coming from and those limitations. We hear the plan talk about affordability, and you and I have sat on a number of tables, inclusionary zoning, and a number of things over the years. And I know there's a range of perspective on what affordability is. If my question to you is entirely on rental, if the city wants to build rental apartments and to meet the housing needs, what does it look like? What does it look like from your perspective in today's market?
The city wants to build, or the city wants the industry to build more rental?
The city wants the industry to build, because we can control what we want at OCH or other non-for-profit housing. I'm talking really from your industry perspective, your perspective at Claridge, Frank.
For the first time in 20 years, we actually have some rental housing construction. And you're not going to like this answer, though. The reason we have rental construction is because we are mostly in this industry anticipating house costs that are too expensive to own. And that's reinforced in this plan. I mean, my family's building 2,000 rental apartments right now. And so we make housing ownership too expensive. We're going to create rental ownership. We're going to create rental buildings. Now, the flip side, the part that's a little concerning to me in the plan when you talk about affordability and rentals is it does become inclusionary zoning, which is not really, I guess, for debate here. So I won't go too far into this, but at the end of the day, we're asking all of our small scale 1 and 2 bedroom apartments to primarily go into hubs, in high rises in hubs. We want all the missing middle and intensification and to be kind of what do they call it, ground oriented family units, or ground oriented family dwellings, essentially. So what's going to happen is those apartments, where those rental apartments and those larger, cheaper condominium projects are going to be oriented towards transit hubs, and that's the right place for them. But there are policies coming forward that aren't 100, that are hinted at in the OP, but they got to be vetted out over the next year. So something like inclusionary zoning is going to be applied on a hub, but that's where all our affordable apartments are going to go. So essentially, people who are in the 30th and 40th income percentiles, who can maybe barely afford to rent or buy a downtown apartment, their unit's going to get $10,000 or $15,000 more expensive to help accommodate the needs that the inclusionary zoning policy is trying to get. So, at the end of the day, again, it's easy to say, hey, the developer's paying for it, but no, the costs pass through, or the supply stops. So if we want to build more rental housing, we have to be very careful how we use tools like CBC and inclusionary zoning. Make sure we're not just putting it on all the 1 and 2 bedroom apartments that have to go in hubs. It's going to be really challenging. You're going to push more people on, like inclusionary zoning, in my opinion, will put more people on the housing list than take them off.
My last question, Mr. Chair, and Neil, I know we're tight on time, so please just very short answer.
I'll go shorter.
On the rental supply front, what could we do differently in this plan?
In this plan?
Yeah.
I think this plan will produce rental housing. If there's one thing that will come out of this plan, it will produce rental housing. The question will be, well, how expensive will it become? The housing of the ownership affordability here is going to be greatly damaged. Just so everyone's clear, since the GMS decision was made, land prices in the suburbs and on intensification sites have gone up 50% in the last year and a half. That's substantial. Suburban land's gone from $500,000 an acre to $750,000 an acre. It wouldn't be intellectually fair for me to say it's entirely the GMS decision, but it's a big contributor.
Thank you, Neil, and again, thank you for having the courage and speaking candidly here today.
Thank you, Councillor Hughley.
Thank you, Chair Moffat. Thank you both for your presentation. I just got one little area I want to touch too on this. There's talk about the single family homes, and I have single family homes in my area as well. So I think a lot of those 2,000 apartments you're building are also in my ward. And congratulations. I look forward to seeing the finish. We need to get a higher percentage of rental property out here. But on the single family homes, what I'm seeing myself is they're not all single families moving into these homes. What I see a lot of, and I want to hear from you if this is something you're seeing outside of my ward, is a couple will buy a house and they have their parents and their kids living with them. There's 3 distinct groups within that single family home. The parents probably couldn't afford the single family home on their own, and certainly the kids, and when I say kids, I'm talking about 30 years and under, they likely can't afford a single family home, but together that family unit is buying a single family home because they want that lifestyle. They want the yard. They want to get together in the backyard, have a little barbecue, do whatever they choose to do on their own property. And they need the parking, because a lot of the townhouses are, 1 parking spot really, because within months people are living in their garages. It's a fact of life, at least that I've seen. And so they buy the bigger single family home because that allows them to have 2 or 3 cars. So is that something you're seeing as a trend, or is it just happening out here?
Well, I think we see it happening. That's a nature of the multicultural country we are in Canada, right? That's multi-generational living is particularly significant in Indian culture and some other Asian cultures, and it's common, and that's part of it. I mean, those are choices, right? Lots of people make lots of different housing choices. There isn't a housing typology that hasn't been occupied by somebody, right? And it's again by location or whatever, your unit typology. People make work what makes work for best situation. Some people will prioritize the size of the yard and the size of the house. Some people will prioritize the location to a LRT station. Some just want to live in the middle of the woods and live without power. I mean, that's just how it is.
The other one I want to touch on, again, it relates to intensification pieces here. As you said, the targets we're setting may be hard to achieve here. Something that I'm noticing in my ward, and it's brand new, so I don't think any plans could have been put in place to prevent this, but it seems to be driven by housing prices as well as the intensification numbers. I'm seeing like 1,100 square foot homes being renovated to have 8 bedrooms and 10 bathrooms. Like that's not a family moving into that home. And it's nowhere near transit or anything. So it does, I remember going through this issue and supporting Councillor Fleury when he was dealing with rooming houses basically in the school district around Sandy Hill. Just doesn't make sense in the middle of Canada So any thoughts on that? Like what exactly is driving that besides the fact they don't even have to come to planning committee?
Well, to be honest, housing affordability. I mean, it's a discussion that I don't know if you guys are having or not. I mean, it's covered in your official plan, but rooming houses are part of the solution for affordability, and they're developing legally or not is the market's going to kind of figure stuff out. If there's ways to, if there's demand for people who can only pay so much for a unit, the market's going to figure out how do I make a unit that's going to match that price. And the result is it happens first in student neighborhoods, and you get all sorts of rooming houses coming out of heritage houses, but it's going to grow to other places, right? The reality is there is lots of people who need cheaper housing, and rooming houses is part of that solution.
So one of the ways to address that is to try to keep houses as affordable as possible, is the message I'm taking away from that. And try to have the rules a little tighter against these things, which I guess is a discussion for another day. But okay, look, thank you both. I appreciate hearing from you. And if you ever get any stats on that trend, I'd like to see them. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much to both of you for coming out today. We usually see you on the other side at meetings, and by the time there's a meeting with the community, the way things are going right now is a plan has been put together with developers and city staff, and then once that's put together, then neighbors, community members get to see it, and that's where people feel like this isn't part of our community. We never had any input. And I know you've heard this, and especially when it's challenging zoning that is in place. Do you feel there's an opportunity with this official plan that we can change this, that we can work? And I know we're not going to deal specific with zoning with the official plan, but in the future, we can work together so that this is worked out with the community earlier in the game.
So I would say, I just don't want to be rude. So I would say the first thing is I don't think it's fair to city staff to say they are baking plans with developers in the back room before they see the light of day of the community. Okay, there are several areas here in the city that have pre-consultation processes, community members are involved. There's not some big hidden agenda that occurs in those meetings. Any community member who's now had an opportunity to participate in those will tell you, essentially a list of documents is handed over to the developer. These are the things you need to have a complete application. I don't think it's fair. I don't know of one application where a zoning solution has been solved before it's ever been shown to be your application. Discussion simply does not happen until there's an application at this stage. So I don't think that's fair to describe that. And I think that's actually part of the time. Sometimes it's part of the problem. It's like we politically suggest these things are happening and they're not. And I don't think it's right. I do think, listen, consultation is always helpful in development applications. There isn't a development application I think I've been involved in that consultation generally didn't come up with some kind of outcomes. You always learn something a little bit more about a community, even if you know the city really well. So some good ideas do pop up in some of those meetings. So no, I think continued consultation is fine, and through the process, I just don't think that the idea that projecting the idea that something's baked between the developer and the staff is helpful.
Well, that's the view, and it's perception. And if it's perception, that's the way people feel about it. And the big reason is because it's always challenging the current zoning because we haven't got it updated. And I think that's part of the reason that it becomes problematic. It's zoned for 6, you go for 11 or more or whatever. And that's where the conflict, and it's hard to defend when it on black and white on in the city zones, it's less. And so to get that, to get a change, the community is, feels that shouldn't be. They usually want less. So
zoning is definitely the solution to that. I mean, implementing zoning to implement whatever OP is passed is critical to reduce that conflict.
I agree. And I think that's going to continue until we do get that straightened out. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Now, episode 2. Let's keep it tight, gentlemen.
One word answers, I promise.
So on housing affordability, one other question, which is, to what degree should the municipality be trying to address affordability versus the larger question of how much Canadians bring home and can afford in terms of income? You know, is it our job to try to compromise on environmental and taxpayer sustainability goals when, you know, other policies in place are compromising Canadians' ability to afford not just housing, but the gas in their car and the kids on the clothes on their kids' backs?
Yeah, so I think that is unfortunately the challenge that faces you guys. I think if we're going to have a globally economic competitive city, being able to attract employees to the city who can afford to live here is really, really important. You know, if you ever have a chance to look at the Canada BIA's website, the thing they harp on about the Canada Business Park, the biggest advantage to tech companies to relocate there is the fact that most of the population can live within 5-10 minutes there, as opposed to a San Francisco where you got to travel an hour to get to Silicon Valley. So that's where the layers start to come in. There isn't an easy answer. There isn't an easy solution. What we can be conscious about is about how much more we're adding to the cost. I'm not going to pretend to say you guys can bring cost of housing right down. It's not possible. There are other global issues to it. There are supply chains, there's labor, there's a whole bunch of other issues. But we can be cautious how we're implementing so many little policies that we just don't even necessarily realize the cost impact that they're having at the end of the day to a unit cost. And especially these unit costs, like my projects are pretty big. Most of the bigger developers, right? Bigger projects, some of the costs you're absorbing them over more houses. You know, that tree issue, if I got to put 10 of those trees we discussed on a high-rise project with 200, units, it's a rounding. In that regard, it's a rounding error. But when that tree has to be implemented on a unit, if it's going to be the 613 flats and to accommodate that footprint to get 3 units on a R3 on a former R1 zoning, that 15,000 is 5,000. It has an impact. So it's a challenge of, we've got the economy and it got to keep the city competitive and or we just stop growth and we stop everything and that's it. And we don't have we don't have some of the great entrepreneurs in the city and relocating here. I mean, most of our best entrepreneurs in the city are actually immigrants. Most of the top performing guys are immigrants in the city that have created some really great companies here. Some of them would have a hard time living here. I mean, my father moved here in the mid 70s and he was able to buy a house for like $70,000. He'd never be able to build what he's built and employ 1,000 people and do all the positive stuff that nobody wants to talk about. I don't think it could happen today. I
don't not enjoy this, but our OP
sorry,
has
I said one word
removed,
answer. Yeah, sorry.
Our OP has removed storytelling. So I think we should remove storytelling from the OP discussion.
That's the line I crossed, sorry.
Neil, how much do you need to be able to sell a house for in order to keep somebody from moving to Carleton Place? What's that price point? What would that
We'd have to come back. We'd have to come back to you on that. I don't know the house prices in Carleton Place that well.
Okay.
It's a relative scale though. It's relative, right? It's more about, it's an incremental difference I think you have to look at.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Councillor Tierney.
Great. I won't get into storytelling unless it's about Burritts Rapids, of course. So Neil, thanks for coming out, and Jason. I will have questions of staff when we get to that point about the numbers specifically. I guess it really comes down to, are you going to be watching how everything plays out, obviously before the 5-year? I share similar concerns. I'm concerned about the upzones in areas and Beacon Hill, out in Jeff's area, the south end, even in Riley's area. There's going to be plenty of areas that we have to start cranking those numbers up. Are you going to be chasing us around the entire time saying, I told you so, for every time we reject one or there's a community issue?
No.
Okay,
no,
good.
No. I don't know too many of our applications that have been rejected because they're generally in compliance with what the official plan's asking for.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anyway, I just want to thank you. I echo other council colleagues for being so honest and coming out here today. Thank you.
I will add to that though, Councillor Attorney, that I will at least look at the numbers periodically every 6 months, 12 months, and remind people where are we on track or not for that first 5-year increment.
That's good. That keeps our feet to the fire too. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Malhotra, I'll be quick. You referenced something called a GMS decision in the conversation as it having a bearing on costs.
Yes.
Please tell me. I don't know.
That's the growth management study, which was approved 2 meetings or 3 meetings ago for this joint committee.
Yeah. Thank you for the click in the head. Thank you. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you.
Also, storytelling is permitted by the chair. It's actually in the procedural bylaw. And if you don't see the procedural bylaw, just look harder. Okay. So our next speaker
Challenge.
is sustained. The next speaker is Heather Amos.
Hello, everybody. My name is actually not Heather Amos, but because it wasn't changed on the list, I figured I needed it to get recognized.
You can tell me your name.
Yes, I will. My name is Marjolaine Provost, and I'm a vice president on the board of OCA, Overbrook Community Association.
That's very different.
Yes, it is.
Very, very different.
She's our president. She was supposed to attend, but then couldn't make it. But I guess your team didn't get the memo. All good. So I will be quick and I will refrain from storytelling. We do have a deck. Next slide, please. This is our presentation. So this is just a little bit of a map of ward. I was going to say ward 13, but I think now we are 17. This map still says 13. Anyhow, we are located between the Rideau River on the west, Highway 417 to the south, Saint Laurent Boulevard to the east, and Vanier to the north. For reference, the baseball stadium and Saint Laurent Shopping Center are in Overbrook. Next slide, please. So basically, what are our priorities? And I just want to take a second to thank the incredible volunteers who have been going through this humongous document that is the official plan to carve out what are some comments that would be useful for our community. It's a huge job, and there is specifically one person, Stephen, on our association who is a champ. So thank you to him. I think he may be listening. So all that to say that our priorities are really to maintain access to affordable housing and to make spaces for families. We do have a very diverse community in Overbrook, and there are a lot of big families around. We also need to preserve urban trees and increase the tree canopy coverage. We actually have a deficit of trees in Overbrook. Active transportation facilities, also super important. And we also want to address our social infrastructure deficit. Next slide, please. So this is a little picture here of a new build that is a couple of streets away from where I am. And basically, we want to see more policies that better address social housing affordability in the plan. We are concerned with the loss of affordable housing, especially for families. And the reason why we have that picture there is because that is a new build that does not have any apartments bigger than 2 bedrooms. And when you have a family of 6, 7, 8 people, it's doable to live in a 2-bedroom apartment, but it's pretty tight. So our recommendation and our ask to the city is that there's some kind of threshold. If you have a building that is such size, then you must have at least 1, 2, 3 units that are 3 bedrooms plus, to make sure that while we are, renewing the buildings in the area, and there's a lot of renewal going on in Overbrook specifically, that we still carve out a space for the families that are in the neighborhood to stay in the neighborhood and not be driven out to potentially the suburbs. Not that I have anything against the suburbs. Yeah, so specifically, we'd like to see a direction in the OP that the new zoning bylaw also require a threshold minimum of units with more than 2 bedroom units in such buildings when they are of a certain size. Next slide, please. this is a beautiful Overbrook tree. Basically, our recommendation is that we, do everything we can to increase trees and parkland. We definitely support a 40% tree canopy cover at a neighborhood level, not just city-wide. We'd like to see some stronger policies to preserve current trees, and specifically for the whole city, and specifically for Overbrook, we would like to see policies that allow us to make up our current park deficit with some new or enlarged parks. We also understand that at this moment, the FCA is requesting that a number of motions be adopted that support the points I've just mentioned on tree preservation and tree canopy coverage. We definitely support those motions, and we want the joint committees to also support them as possible. On the issue of making up the deficit of parkland per 1,000 persons in Overbrook, we'd like to remind the councillors that this will take new money in future budgets, because any new parkland or cash in lieu of parkland from new development takes care only of the needs of the new developments, but doesn't address, past deficits like the ones that we have in Overbrook. Thank you. Next slide. Thank you. So yes, recommendation 3 is about the evolving neighborhood overlay.
30 seconds.
Yeah, okay. So basically, we would like to see that basically we understand that there may be a motion from city planning staff to address this concern of ours and our community associations, that the 150 meter apply to hubs and corridors, main streets, but clarify that it's not minor corridors. Like in our neighborhood, that would be Donald Street, Lola Street in our community. If this is so, we ask that you approve the staff motion. Next slide, which is our last slide. Basically, we support the 15-minute neighborhood, but we'd like to see more direction outside the plan on how to monitor and guide the creation of these neighborhoods and ensure that social infrastructure needs are taken care of in those plans as well. That is all. Thank you.
And I see there's a question from your councillor, I believe, Councillor King.
Yes, and thank you, Chair, and I'd like to thank Marjo for that wonderful presentation. And I would also like to thank, I know that you were expressing thanks to Stephen Boyle for all the hard work that he does. But the questions I wanted to ask surrounded ensuring that we have more social infrastructure provided. We know that Overbrook has challenges as a high priority neighborhood. So I'm just wondering, what does that mean to you and what does that look like to you?
So to us, social infrastructure would be like a concrete example. We don't have a health center in Overbrook. The closest one is in Sandy Hill. So to us, that is one type of social infrastructure that could be useful. Community spaces, youth spaces, something akin to a community kitchen. Again, there's a lot of this infrastructure that is present in Vanier, but just not specifically in our neighborhood in Overbrook. And even, redeveloping, there's a program right now to redevelop one of the parks, Gilles Au-Julien Park, that's in Overbrook, and they basically plan on creating a kitchen and some kind of educational spaces where local youth can spend some time and, learn some new skills. So those kinds of initiatives are definitely a priority for us and would also help to raise the level of living in Overbrook generally, as we are one of the denser and poorer neighborhoods in the city. So any kind of infrastructure that helps our population acquire new skills and then move on up is always good.
Well, I appreciate that. And I appreciate the work that the OCA does around advocating for people who often don't have a voice in front of these committees. I know that you also were asking for monitoring and guidance around the creation of 15-minute neighborhoods. I know that you had 20 seconds to kind of just outline that. So I want to give you some more time. What does that look like to you?
So I guess we just like to know exactly, are there criteria? Will the city be assisting us in working with developments and figuring out, what does that mean specifically at a local community level? Because it's an interesting concept when you see it in the official plan, and it makes sense. Everybody would like to be able to walk to the pharmacy or the grocery store, sorry. But it seems that when you get down to that granular level, you know, what are the tools? Who do we speak to? How do we make sure that that grocery store is built close enough to some existing apartment buildings so that it is within a 15-minute range? So I guess, you know, we are looking for guidance and resources from the city that we can use as a community association to speak to the various people who are developing our neighborhood, to make sure that they take that into account as well.
Well, I appreciate that. I know that my colleagues have been working hard on different motions that will be before this joint committee. I know that Councillor Brockington was working on, I know, a tree motion that would deal with looking at that by community. I've been working with Councillor Kavanagh on issues around social infrastructure with a motion that will deal with social equity. So I just want you to know that you are being heard. You know, we are listening, and we want to make some changes to the plan as proposed so that they better suit the needs of some of our high priority neighborhoods in the city. So I really do thank you for representing my hood so well. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you all the councillors and council for all the time you're spending on this. I understand a 2-day meeting is a long time.
Thank you very much for waiting. I know you wait the longest in the waiting room, but thank you. Merci beaucoup. And I see no more hand up. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ronald Dorsey. I see you, Ronald, in the queue. Good afternoon, sir. You're on mute, Ronald.
Sorry about that. Hopefully you can hear me now.
Yes, we can, sir.
Okay, great. What a wonderful exchange the last 2 days have been. It's been a delight. It's probably the best form of engagement that I've seen between stakeholders in the city in the time that I've been following civil affairs in Ottawa. Firstly, thank you, all of you, for your engagement in this. My name is Roland Dorsey. I'm a longtime resident of Kitchissippi Ward. Like many across the city, I want the next OP to make Ottawa an even more livable city. And I'm very pleased to see that that is the primary goal of the official plan. The focus of my presentation today is quite narrow, actually. It's section 11.9 of the official plan. It's the one that provides direction for monitoring. Slide 2, please. As Alain Miguel said yesterday, the new OP is bold, it's ambitious, it's transformative, and that, in my view, is a very good thing. The right targets, the right metrics, and a robust monitoring and reporting framework are key to getting the city where the OP wants it to be, the most livable city of its size in North America. Unfortunately, the scope of section 11.9 is very narrow. It talks about tracking the inventory of land needed to accommodate growth, and it acknowledges Council's direction to develop a monitoring plan to do that. There is so much more that can and should be monitored, tracked, reported on, and continuously managed. Basically, if a policy objective is important enough to be in the official plan, progress towards achieving that objective is important enough to be measured, tracked, managed, and reported on. I know that staff's work plan includes a monitoring report, and I'm very much heartened that it does, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. I suggest, however, that it would be worthwhile to lay the policy foundation for that eventual report in section 11.9 with a few additional words, something that sets out an intention to develop a monitoring and reporting framework aimed at tracking progress towards achieving the OP's livability goals. Slide 3, please. I'm sure I'm not saying anything new when I say that measuring and monitoring is important. This slide speaks to the question of how should we decide what to measure. The short answer, in my view, is measure those things that matter most to get us to where we want to go. As to how to go about it, consult widely. One of the wonderful lessons of the last few days is that there's a lot of impressive knowledge out there for the asking. As Brian Tansey said a few minutes ago, it's even free, to which I would add, it's worth a lot more than you're paying for it. I'm confident that staff will want to consult broadly. I just want to underscore how important it is that they do so before finalizing their monitoring report. Setting criteria for deciding what and how to measure it is one thing. What to measure is another. And slides 4 and 5 are the POP group's answer to that. I'd ask you to go through first the slide 4 and then slide 5. It's a fairly long list. My take on it is that their list makes good sense to me, and I recommend it for your consideration. Slide 6, please. Daniel Buckles, Paul Johannes, Alex Cullen, Robert Brinker, Rosalind Hill, Laura Urachega, among many others, have spoken eloquently about the need for good evidence-based decision-making. That, in essence, is what their respective motions are about. I hope that they will all be tabled, and I encourage you to adopt them. Final observation, if I may. Collecting data, doing simulation modeling, grasp timely and useful information is not easy, and it requires a sizable investment. It's an investment worth making. The cost of being ill-informed, or worse still, misinformed, risks being higher still. That admittedly is a budget issue outside the scope of the official plan. But as I said in my first plan, a plan without the resources to achieve it is just a wish. Thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Rowan. Let's see, no question. Oh, I see. Spoke too soon. Councillor Lee.
No, very quickly. Thanks for the presentation, Roland. And could you please check your email for a quick note? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Councillor Beaver. Our next speaker is Salma Al-Shihab. Good afternoon, Salma.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for all your patience listening to us over the past 2 days and all the work the staff have done for this official plan to be here. I want to address a couple of points under 4.2.2, but first I would like to ask you to consider directing staff to provide a financial cost analysis for all the growth management strategies in order to help the city make a more informed decision prior to adopting the official plan. I understand this was not provided by staff due to time constraints, but it should be done and it should not be overlooked. In the next slides, I will explain why using an example. Next, please. Barrie, Ontario adopted an official plan in 2009 based on intensification. This slide is a snapshot of some of their presentation, and I won't go into the details of Barrie's plan, but what I'd like to highlight in this slide are the following. 1, the objective of the plan were similar to ours. 2, under livability, the aim was to create a city that was home for 4 to 5 generations. And when considering the challenges, housing affordability was not even on the list. Next, please. Fast forward to 2021, you can see that the average residential house prices in Barrie have more than tripled in less than a decade. The city has declared a housing crisis, and just last month, it was ranked the 3rd most expensive Canadian city to rent in. Clearly, this is not in line with provincial policy statement to protect the long-term housing affordability and the provincial goal to enhance the quality of life for all Ontarians. Intensification is a complex method, and if it's not done right, it will exacerbate the housing crisis, thereby negatively impacting the quality of life for our residents and leading to billions of dollars in retroactive spending on housing and homelessness plans. It is therefore imperative that we seek to have the financial analysis completely done prior to this plan's adoption. Maybe intensification is cheaper in terms of immediate infrastructure cost, but it may turn out to be more costly when you add the cost of housing and homelessness plans to the overall cost. Next, please. Which brings me to our $1 billion housing and homelessness plan. When we review the ministry's feedback about housing, the importance of having an adequate housing and homelessness plan cannot be stressed enough. The housing and homelessness plan adopted in March aims to have between 5,700 and 8,500 affordable options by 2030. When I proposed in March that we need more than 50,000 units by 2030, I was told by staff that the city does not have the capacity to build that many units. And reflecting back on the growth management strategy, the majority of units were to be built by 2030. How will the city meet its housing targets set in this OP if we don't have the capacity to build? If we don't have a working plan, we really need to rethink our growth management strategy. And with what that means will for our city's housing availability and affordability. In the official plan under 4.2.2.4, it was stated that 10 to 15% of the units will be affordable. Putting that in numbers, that will only create between 20,000 to 30,000 affordable rental housing units. And what does that really mean or do in a city where in 2016, including homeowners, we had 1 in 4 households living in unaffordable housing? More than 60% of existing affordable housing stock is old and will most likely be lost over the lifespan of this plan. And operating agreements for the RGI units are coming to term within this decade, and home ownership is slipping more out of reach. Finally, how will the number of housing options be impacted if our house prices were to triple by 2030, like Barrie, for example? Additionally, in 4.2.2.1a, the OP states that an adequate and affordable supply of rental dwelling unit is to be provided and maintained by ensuring the city will maintain a residential rental vacancy rate of at least 3% among all categories and dwellings and all survey areas. How is that going to be possible if we're going to be taxing vacancy with the proposed vacant unit tax starting 2022? While the vacant unit tax is a different issue from the OP, we as a city cannot consider these policies in silos. The introduction of an empty home tax in Vancouver has led to a vacancy rate of 0.1%. Do you know what that really means for residents? It literally means that less adequate housing, less affordability, and that it will be more challenging to move or find a suitable house for the household, leading many residents to live in substandard conditions or land in our emergency shelters. This is why I have opposed the VUT framework in June 2021. Next, please. Planning policies have contributed to our housing crisis. Our official plan is a major key to get us out of it. Housing is an anchor to people's ability to reach their full potential. It's important for economic stability and society's safety and well-being. It's our civic responsibility and provincially mandated obligation to plan a city in such a way to protect the housing affordability for the long term. And if we do so, we don't have to spend money on housing plans that are expensive and inadequate.
Thank you, Salma. Thank you very much, Salma, for your presentation. See if any questions for you. There's no question from my colleagues. So thank you very much, Salma, for your patience to be here with us. Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Next speaker is Angela Keller-Hurst and Joanne Freeman. So first we'll go with Angela. I see Angela, you're on the screen.
Okay, you can hear me? And there's my presentation. Okay, good afternoon to all councillors and members of the public following this August meeting. My name is Angela Keller-Herzog, and I'm the Executive Director of CAFES, which is Community Associations for Environmental Sustainability. CAFES is also a co-convener of the People's Official Plan and coordinates with the FCA. My comments will be in 4 areas: 1, reconciliation; 2, fixing the tree problem in the OP; 3, climate; and 4, financial implications. My colleague Joan Freeman will follow me with more of a deep dive on climate issues. Next slide, please. I would like to recognize that we're meeting on the unceded Algonquin territory. There are OP issues on this at 2 levels. One is that there is a requirement for consultation with the Algonquin Nation, which spans both sides of the river. This is difficult, as is our colonial history and terrible harms that have been done. But I think the record of this meeting contains reference to a council motion for council to reach out and meet with Algonquin leaders from Quebec. I think this needs to be followed up. You can see it as the right thing to do, or you can see it as a legal risk to the OP. The province certainly is aware of the issue. Regarding the Tailwind development, again, there's a missing consultation and conversation. Can we understand this as a public-private partnership where there are two public entities, the Algonquin Nation and the City of Ottawa on one side, and on the private side, the partnership between Algonquins of Ontario and Taggart? I think that Ottawa now knows that there are issues of transparency and considerable legal and financial risks to the municipality coming out of P3 arrangements. And we've heard in other delegations about risks. So while the annexes presented appear to put all the risk on the side of the commercial partnership, I think this should undergo at least a very serious legal and risk assessment review, including the Indigenous issues. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Trees and green space. We have heard so many delegations touching on this problem in the OP. So councillors, are you ready to undertake a clear, bold fix on this issue? I think there's been overwhelming sentiment, and let's not let these 2 days go to waste. I think here's 3 steps on how you can put the fix in. A, you need to specify a canopy target, not just globally, but 40% per neighborhood. This goes against the staff recommendation, but you have the option. B, you need to specify a no net loss policy per neighborhood. And C, you need to connect the tree and green space policy requirements with the planning and intensification policies. Look to the FCA recommendations on how to do this. And with so many motions to be tabled, please clarify amongst yourselves who will carry the water on this. Third issue, climate. There are huge gaps in trajectory between the climate plan, which is to 2050, and the OP, which is to 2046. But both are about how we're going to build and how we're going to grow. So 2 quick recommendations. Put in the renewable energy targets from energy evolution to the renewable energy section of the OP so that you set up the same goalposts. B, for energy efficiency, ensure that the high performance building standard has a chance to get traction. As this is linked to site plan requirements, make sure this is not exempted totally out of traction. Next slide, please.
1 minute.
My background is in economics, and I'm just stunned that there's no long-term financial analysis, however high level, to accompany this plan. We have new analysis to affirm that growth does not pay for growth. But what about the other big moves as well? In my estimation, to make the city transit system affordable and convenient and accessible, it's going to take a lot of coin. So I would love to see a motion directing staff to produce a financial plan to 2050 that gives an overview of costs of OP implementation, transit expansion, implementation of climate, and the long-term housing plan. Let's do the responsible thing and be clear about the financial implications of the OP. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. And I see there's a question from Councillor Menard. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Angela. I just have one question for you because it was a good presentation and very clear. There are some motions speaking to what you were referencing. I'm wondering on the response that the wrote to the municipality. I had a chance to read that because you've referenced one of the items in there and what your views of that is.
Sorry, Sean, you broke up just a little bit. Can you repeat your question?
Sorry, Chair. Can everyone hear me okay? Am I breaking up?
Yeah, you did break up like a few seconds. Maybe that's what you missed. Can you try again, Sean?
I'll try again, Chair. Sorry about that. Angela, I just wanted to ask you the provincial response to the municipality's submission to them. And if you had a chance to look at that, you referenced one item from there around consultation with Indigenous people. And I'm wondering if you have anything to expand on in terms of that document that we received back from the province.
I think that there was 2 references. One was in the cover letter of the province's review of our draft OP. And that cover letter was only 1 page long. So that the fact that there was a reference to the requirement for meaningful consultation with Indigenous communities, I think was like a big flag. And then in the body of the document itself, I think it was it's been a few days that I looked at it. It's like item 21 or 31, where there is, again, a specific reminder that there are requirements for this meaningful consultation. Now, the thing is that the issue obviously is very, very fraught and difficult. We've got 3 different levels of government involved. We've got the provincial boundary, which is a colonial boundary. The Algonquin Nation does not necessarily, like, they have different levels and they have politics. There's no doubt about that. So I'm not saying this is like an easy snap your finger thing, but it's something that needs doing. And the fact that this came up in January, I think this has been an issue that's also been to some degree in the media. But I think that responsible governance in this day when we have committed to reconciliation, I think we need to reach out. I have heard in my capacity as ED and with also fellow board members of cafes, where we have had communications with Indigenous leaders, and POP actually also reached out in connection with the January discussions. Like, we need to have those conversations and try to work things out, because otherwise we're going to have this aggravated sort of living in stovepipes, asking Indigenous leaders to come for ceremonial purposes, but us not having the meaningful conversations that I think that the different levels of Canadian government are saying we are prepared to engage in.
Thank you very much, Angela. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Menard, and thank you, Angela. And now we go to Joan Freeman. Good afternoon, Joan. You're on mute.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, there you are.
Okay, thanks. Just want to thank all of the councillors and all of the delegations for their diligence. It's been a fascinating marathon and lots of amazing ideas are being put forward. I'm speaking today as a private citizen. My background is environmental management and monitoring. And sorry, I've just lost my text for a minute here, just a sec. So my background is environmental management and monitoring. And I've worked, oh gosh, I'm having trouble. I've been working closely on climate change issues with Angela and other cafes members, with the People's Official Plan and my community association. Just as a footnote, I just want to say that I moved to Ottawa over 30 years ago from Vancouver, intending to stay here for 2 years, but I'm still here. Ottawa is a beautiful city and it's a very nice place to live. So I hope the official plan continues that. Next slide, please. I will be speaking about whether the mitigation policies in the official plan will get us to climate neutrality by 2050, and the adaptation policies will protect us from climate risks. There are over 100 climate change policies in the official plan, so it was a really daunting task to figure this out. Sadly, my conclusion is that the good general policies and intentions at the start of the official plan aren't followed through in the guidance and implementation afterwards. So the official plan as it is now doesn't direct either our land use or development plans to achieve climate neutrality by 2050 or robust protection from climate impacts. My comments from here on are about some of the gaps and why I've said that. Next slide, please. To achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, the official plan needs to have 3 critical directions. First, new greenfield developments must be built right from the beginning as complete communities. That is not the plan so far for the 66,000 new greenfield dwellings to be built on existing urban land, which is over 70% of all new greenfield development. It's very costly in land, greenhouse gas wastage, and a lot of investments in infrastructure to not do it right from the beginning. We heard from Taywin delegation yesterday that it's both possible and most cost effective to build compact from the beginning. The second big gap on carbon neutrality is that all intensification development must have energy efficient and green standards, but that's not the case. There are some huge gaps. The high performance development standards, which have been developed, will mainly apply to hubs and corridors. All of the low-rise buildings are likely to be exempt and this means that most of the new infill, low-rise housing and mixed-use buildings won't have standards. That's more than 50% of all the intensification. Another gap is that all the renovations and expansion of existing buildings won't have standards, and there could be tens and tens of thousands of these. This is very significant. Finally, regarding the suburbs, I think we need to acknowledge that it's very difficult to transition suburbs to a built form from their built form, but other communities are tackling this, having success and improving livability at the same time. I think the official plan is very unambitious regarding the suburbs, and they will continue to be car-centric 25 years from now. Okay, let's skip along to slide 5, please. Skip slide 4 onto slide 5. I want to talk a bit more about the high performance development standards. New low-rise residential and mixed-use buildings are likely to be exempt. This exemption will be based on the meeting intensification objectives only. Yesterday, we talked a bit about site plan control exemptions, and it's related to this. But the important point for all of us to think about is that only intensification objectives will be used. There will be no consideration of trees, which we've heard a lot about, or other livability standards. But the challenge of the official plan is how to balance between intensification and competing livability objectives.
1 minute.
Excuse me?
1 minute.
If we don't do that, then we will not have complete, delightful, walkable communities. Okay, I'm going to skip forward quickly to slides. So the conclusion is that I'm going to skip forward to slide 10, please. With what I want to say here is that the same issue applies for adaptation policies. That the city and citizens take them seriously. Go on to slide 11, please. Adaptation to climate must be a priority, and yet it's not. And finally, in conclusion, if we go to slide 14, having looked at all these 101 policies, what we discovered was very disconcerting. There was a downgrading, not an improvement, between the draft and the final plan. And that's very discouraging for almost 70% of the policies in the plan. So that I don't understand. And final slide, if you just go to the final concluding slide, we can just put that up there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joan. If I can see the screen, I see my colleague, Councillor Menard. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Joan, for your presentation. I just wanted to, because we've been running motions by city staff as they come into us. So I just wanted to, thank you for the work you've put in, and I guess get to the very core bottom line for you, because staff are sort of saying we support some of the notions and other notions not. So is there a top line most important motion that you want approved based on all the analysis you've done? Maybe if you take it that way.
Well, certainly all of the POPA motions are linked. In the climate change ones that you have there, I think there's 4. Daniel Buckles talked about the one yesterday for greenhouse gases and the importance of that. I think sorting out and filling the gap in the infill and all the standards there is very important, and that's a motion. It requires clarifying the procedures for defining objectives. It can't just be intensification, and that there should be some simplified way to do that that includes intensification. There's a motion on that I think is worth considering. And in terms of the adaptation ones, those just require clarification and providing guidance. And these things are all possible to do, I think, in the official plan over the next couple of weeks. They would really move things forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Freeman. That's very helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Ar, and thank you very much, John, for your presentation. And we go next to Mr. Tom Van Egan from the Elk Ranch.
No, he's not on, Councillor.
No, he's not on. Okay. What about Miss Shirley Dolan? Is Miss Dolan on?
Yep.
Okay. So if Tom comes back, Mark, can you let me know, please?
No, he won't be.
Oh, he won't be. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm trying to start my video. It's not starting.
But we can hear you, Shirley, very
You
clear.
can?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'll just try. Oh, I can see myself, but you can't see me, unfortunately. I can do the presentation like this, or I don't
It's
know why
okay.
it's
You
not-
can do it without the video if you like.
Okay,
We can hear
I'm
you
not
very
sure
clear.
why it's not working. I'm sorry about that. Okay, we'll do it without the video then.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll start now. I want to thank staff and councillors for your work on this new official plan. This is very well done. And also to the many individuals and organizations who have commented and contributed. A special thanks to official plan ambassador Ken Holmes for his help and assistance. I will be speaking to those parts of the official plan that reference renewable energy, and specifically to section 4.11 generally permitted uses. Wind turbines should never be a permitted use on farmland or anywhere near where people live. They do not contribute to a livable community. I first got wind of the energy evolution document in April 2021. I was very concerned to see that the plan called for 710 industrial wind turbines to be constructed in rural Ottawa, starting with 3 or 4 of them in 2025. I talked to family, friends, neighbors, anyone I could, to see if they had heard about the wind turbines. No one had, and with few exceptions, no one wanted them in Ottawa. The energy evolution document is not easy to find, yet it signals significant change in rural Ottawa. There has been scant discussion of the placement of industrial wind turbines in rural Ottawa. I appreciate that the city is following the IPCC guidelines to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. But I believe this can be achieved without destroying our beautiful rural countryside, without impacting the health of rural residents, and disrupting the congenial culture we currently enjoy. Other jurisdictions such as Michigan, California, Texas are discovering that turbines are not a good solution, and too much reliance on them leads to blackouts, brownouts, and higher energy prices. A recent court decision in Michigan supported the use of gas plants over wind and solar, saying the latter were not green, not cost effective, and not in the best interests of the people. In Ontario, we are still paying for the failed experience of the former government's green energy program, which heavily featured industrial wind turbines. I don't see any evidence that the province wants to repeat this. Closer to home, we have the experience of the Nation Rise wind farm east of Ottawa. I have visited the area and would very much hate to see our Ottawa landscape disrupted in the same manner with the construction of hundreds of wind turbines. Surely you know that industrial wind turbines have not lived up to their promises. Wind turbines are not green, nor are they clean. Each wind turbine is constructed using rare earth metals, mined often under harsh conditions and environmental devastation in China. The massive concrete base of each industrial wind turbine may extend as many as 50 feet into the ground. Concrete manufacture releases vast amounts of polluting mercury into the environment, and the toxic components of concrete set into the earth may contaminate aquifers. Acres of farmland is lost to the turbine base, access roads, and generating stations. And then in 20 years or so, they must be deconditioned, which adds a significant burden on landfills.
1 minute.
Industrial wind turbines, oh yes, and also they gobble up quite a bit of oil, requiring as much as 600 liters every 1 to 2 years. Industrial wind turbines are disruptive to the community. People report health problems. There's an investigation going on by the province related to Nation Rise. Host property owners quickly realize that the wind turbine company now has a say over how they use their lands. They divide a community. They are not cost effective and they contribute little energy to the grid. Large wind turbines require a vast amount of external energy from the grid to start and stop, manage the blade pitch, keep the blades, keep the oil, and keep the lights on. I ask that council and staff revisit the plans to host industrial wind turbines in Ottawa. I hope you will do the right thing for the environment and the people of Ottawa. Make the right choice. Just say no to industrial wind turbines in Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shirley, and thank you for waiting. I see no question from the committee. Thank you.
I will comment briefly though, Shirley, because you have engaged with me on this matter before. We have discussed it recently, so I don't want to duplicate what we've already talked about at council and committee, because we did discuss this at environment committee and on council just last week. So, but I have your email. You asked me some follow-up questions, and I will get back to you on those.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shirley, and you and I will talk about this as well. So there's no need to repeat. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is where are we? Brian Casagrande. Hello, Brian.
Brian Ennis first.
Oh. So did we miss somebody?
Sorry, Casagrande, not yet. Brian Ennis first, number 70.
Yeah. Brian, you go ahead, sir.
Oh. We can't hear you, Brian. You're not on mute, but it must be a microphone issue on your end, because you're not muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you, chairs. My name is Brian Ennis, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the City of Ottawa's Environmental Stewardship Advisory Committee. I'm pleased to be here because many of the actions in the official plan touch on the mandate of our committee, which is to look at the environment for today, tomorrow, and for our grandchildren. And we support the spirit of the official plan, especially around intensification and around 15-minute neighborhoods. But we also believe that more is necessary to protect our environment for future generations. So further to our letter of July the 21st, I'm here today to speak to the importance of more ambitious commitments around tree canopy, around climate change, and around accountability. First, on tree canopy, which I know you've heard a lot about in the last couple of days. It has a major impact on the quality of life for residents, and it's instrumental for our city to be able to deal with the really hot weather that we will get as climate change advances. So while the canopy target of 40% in the urban area is good in the plan, it's unfortunate that this target is only on a citywide basis. There's no ward-specific target, no socioeconomic target, and no equity target that would address the significant lack of canopy in some wards, like Somerset, that's only at 22%. Often the areas with lower incomes have less canopy. More effort needs to be made to plant trees in the areas that need it the most. And our committee believes that the rural residents also deserve a canopy of 40%, whereas it's only 30% in the plan currently. That's why we support the People's Officials Plan's motions on tree canopy, especially setting and reporting targets on a neighborhood level and requiring no net loss in any neighborhood as we intensify. We also request that the city ensure that the trees and green spaces we have are protected wherever feasible, and that we look after these and put the funds necessary to make sure we take care of the trees we plant. Second, on climate change. You've also heard a lot about this. It's imperative that we do our part to prevent further climate change and act to mitigate the change we know is coming. So we as a committee firmly support the carbon emission reduction targets set by the city through the Energy Evolution Framework. They're ambitious targets and they should be the guiding light for this official plan. We support the People's Official Plan motions in this area related to climate change because they would require real reporting on urban expansion, reporting on intensification and urban expansion as part of the climate change master plan's annual update would make us focus our efforts and identify when more effort is needed. In addition, all new developments in both rural and urban areas should include active transportation and be designed as 15-minute neighborhoods. Urban sprawl is happening in our rural villages too. And we believe that more could be done to take action on climate change in the plan, but we know that a journey of 1,000 steps starts with a single one. And finally, we support more robust accountability. As we said in our letter to the official plan team, you can't manage what you don't measure or you don't measure. And targets need to be set to measure issues such as, when is a neighborhood dense enough? And I suppose you could measure it by the number of people who don't like a new infill project or who don't like a new tower, but where would that get us? We support the idea of an annual dashboard, reporting to all residents so the city can change course if it needs to. Combined with an evidence-based process of how we're meeting the vision set out in the plan will help us achieve success and motivate success for the 5 big moves of the plan. This is how we'll get progress, by measuring progress, not by measuring opposition to change. So in closing, we recognize as a committee the immense effort that it's taken to get the OP to this point. It can be very positive towards a future of environmental sustainability for our city. And we're here today because we want to create a sustainable city for our grandchildren and their grandchildren. And it's imperative that the official plan promotes livable neighborhoods, because that is what has motivated us to live where we do here in Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ames. I see Councillor Menard has a question for you. Councillor Menard.
Thank you, Chair. And I know I'm the one who wants to not go too late today. So I just want to say I recognize the duality of that, I guess. Anyway, thank you very much, Brian, for your presentation. I just want to thank you for all the work you've been doing on ARAC and the committee's work this term. I think it's been helpful. The input you've given has been very, very helpful. And we've been hearing a chorus of voices today and yesterday on climate in particular and our tree canopy. So just want to send you a big thank you and keep up the good work with ARAC. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor. And certainly we've had a lot of discussions around canopy and tree planting. And we're grateful to see the target in the plan, but certainly are looking for as much attention as possible going forward.
Thank you both, Councillor Menard and Brian Ames. And now we go to another Brian Casagrande. You know Paul Casagrande. So Paul, Brian, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, co-chairs. Can everybody hear me all right?
Yes, we can, sir.
And members of committee, of course. My name is Brian Casagrande. I'm a partner with FO10 Planning and Design. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I do want to also thank and congratulate city planning staff. I know this is a lot of work. I can't even imagine how much work is involved with a document like this. So despite, I think, some of the challenges you're hearing and the concerns you're hearing, I know that I don't envy the task at all. So I do want to I send kudos to them on that. Today I'm representing Fengate Asset Management, and Fengate have asked us to speak to concerns regarding corridors, the corridor designation in general, but with specific interest in lands at 1047 Richmond Road. So you can see from the image that's on your screen, there's an existing car dealership at this northeast corner of New Orchard Boulevard and Richmond Road. And Foten is of the view, I should say first actually, that this particular property is within the new Sherburne New Orchard secondary plan, which is basically a reinvention, if you will, of the Cleary New Orchard secondary plan. And that plan supports up to 20 stories on the subject property. And so it's Foten's view that additional height should have actually been rationalized and could have been rationalized when the secondary plan was originally created. And that's based on the PPS policies at the time and the existing future high-rise context, as the closest low-rise to the subject property is really to the south, which is beyond Richmond Road, beyond the Transitway, and beyond the Byron Avenue right-of-way. Since that secondary plan approval, PPS intensification policies in general have only strengthened. And in fact, the rationale for increased height on these lands, in my view, would exceed that of most high-rise rezonings that staff and council have in fact supported in similar locations, such as Scott Street in Westboro, where the high-rise buildings are effectively on the same side of the traditional Main Street as they relate to the low-rise residential. In other words, you don't have such a wide right-of-way separating them from the low-rise residential as you do in this case, even though they're right across the street from the Westboro Transit Station. And I guess what I would like the committee to understand is such amendments to secondary plans, which would be required for these lands to realize height in excess of the 20 stories, generally rely on two key documents, the PPS, which I just discussed, and the parent OP policies, which is why I'm speaking today. In this case, the parent OP would actually limit the height of these lands to just 9 stories. So the secondary plan helps it to potentially realize the 20, but if you didn't have that, it would only be a potential for 9 stories, even though it's right across the street from basically the future transit station. And this is because policy 5.2.3.2, which deals with corridors, references right-of-way width as the determinant for appropriate height on corridors such as these in the cities. So in other words, if your right-of-way is wide enough, you get more height. If it isn't, you don't. And the logical reason for this from a planning perspective would be to avoid concerns over canyon effect. So when you get narrow right-of-ways, you don't want buildings that are too tall on either side because it doesn't feel appropriate from a pedestrian's perspective. But in this case, the policy is actually stipulating that the right-of-way needs to be 30 meters. And if you can exceed 30 meters, as little as 30.1 meters, 40 stories is appropriate. So you go simply from 30 at 9 to 30.1 to 40. And it's all related to this right-of-way notion. And so I'd ask you, do you think this makes sense? Do you think that there should be some gradation built into those policies? And beyond that, what if you have a right-of-way condition like this, where you effectively have a single loaded corridor, a right-of-way that's less than 30 meters, but it's flanked by a transit corridor and the Byron right-of-way that add up to over 50 meters of separation? In this case, my client accepts that any aspiration to exceed 20 stories on these lands will require an application and a detailed planning rationale to amend the zoning bylaw and the secondary plan. But they respectfully ask that committee consider amending this policy such that a combination of right-of-way and other publicly owned lands may also be considered in that 30-meter width reference for consideration of those increased heights on corridors. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Brian. We have a question. I could have sworn that Councillor Kavanaugh put her hand up first, but I got Jeff Leeper on the screen first. I'm just going to go Councillor Kavanaugh just because that's what I think I saw first.
Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, thank you very much, Brian. Obviously, that's in Bay Ward, and we haven't met yet on it. I believe we have a meeting scheduled on this development, so I feel like I'm getting the whole committee's getting an advanced view of what you want to do. And of course, what I'd like to do is talk to the community at large. There is a secondary plan that was in for New Orchard, and I think we have lots to talk about. It is a situation where everyone expected there's going to be high rises in this area. I don't think anyone's going to miss the car dealer about a van from them once, but you know, times are changing, and this is a better use of space near a transit station, which is across the street. But I think this conversation is actually better suited for the community first. So, and hopefully we'll have that conversation soon. And notwithstanding, but I guess it's nice to have an example in front of the, you know, as we look at the official plan of what we can expect. But anyway, it's a lot to digest for the community. I have many specific questions, but they're not official plan questions because this is a specific project, and we'll certainly talk about that when we meet. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
You wanted a response at all to that, Councillor? Was really a question, but I guess what I'll say, Councillor, is it's super early days. Like, we really started talking about this property less than a month ago, and you know, our clear advice to them is you've got a secondary plan in your way, and you know, I think this is an appropriate location where more height could easily be realized without, in my view, really negatively impacting anybody. Like, you've got a 20-story sort of permitted height. I've always been of the view, once you're up that high, going higher doesn't necessarily create impact, especially when you have a lot of separation from adjacent properties. But it's all about the design, it's about the consultation, and we have a major obstacle in that secondary plan. And we recognize that there's a process and there's a heavy rationale that has to be put forward in that. All we're simply saying is, you know, if this right of way in a wider one is normally okay to say, you might want to amend your secondary plan in these conditions, or you might want to open the dialogue for it. What we're saying is, why would you close the dialogue when you've got a right of way that's 30 meters or less than 30 meters, but all this extra land next to it? To me, it doesn't make sense to have a policy that it's already problematic. I'd have to amend that policy as well as the secondary plan. And there's a pure logic to it. I mean, anybody can look at that right-of-way situation and say, that doesn't make sense. And that's really the case we're trying to make today is, let us have that dialogue, but let us not have to amend a policy that really the logic behind it should be a wider publicly owned space so that you don't get the canyon effect if you do go higher than 9 stories.
I understand. It's also a lot of density in that area already because of the Amblesides and many large apartment buildings. So, and one thing the community is going to be asking for, and this is part of the official plan, is to make more of a 15-minute neighborhood, especially with the transit station there. If you asked Wood Park what they wanted in nearby development, they'll tell you a pub or a coffee shop. And so they're looking for commercial development in the ground floor, which is something I hear a lot, so that it blends in and offers something to the community. So these are things that we can talk about. But that's the kind of thing that makes it feel like a 15-minute neighborhood, not just a place for more people to live. You know, and like I said, there's plenty of big apartment buildings in this area already. So it's not like you're just moving into an area that's just single family homes. But I look forward to talking to you. And that's why I like when staff go over it with us as well, so that we can look at all the ins and outs on this.
Okay. All right, thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. Good morning, Brian, or Good afternoon, I guess. It's been a long couple of
Counselor?
days. I'm sorry, I just want to understand the mechanics here. So your client has got a property. They're asserting that it can take greater height than what is in the secondary plan. Which part of the plan are you seeking to amend? You're seeking to amend the official plan?
Yes, so under policy 5.2.3.2, 5232, you're dealing with corridors in this particular transect, which I think is the in outer urban area. And what the policy says is you're a 9-story height on corridors in locations that are across the street or within 100 meters of a transit station. But you could be higher if your right-of-way width in front of you is wider than 30 meters. And that's recognizing that if there's a secondary plan, it can make different rules, right? And so what we're saying is we think the secondary plan should have anticipated more height at this location. You know, I understand there's different reasons why it might not have at the time, but you know, as time passes and we start to recognize the context and the conditions for council's appetite for and supporting density at transit locations, we look at this and go, well, if I'm doing, you know, 25-story plus buildings across the street from Westboro Transit Station on Scott, which is a single loaded corridor.
But sorry, rather than the rationale, the actual amendment that you're seeking is to.
So the actual amendment would simply be to say that that policy should recognize that it's not just right of way in front of you that can be the trigger for once you're 30 meters or more. If you have a transit corridor and a right of way, that could be included in it. In this case, you have a transit corridor right of way and then another right of way.
Okay.
So you think that makes sense?
You've confirmed my understanding of what you're seeking then. I mean, that Byron Linear Park with Byron next to it, next to Richmond, goes from Golden, from Golden to Richardson.
Yep.
Are you suggesting that surely this would have an impact on Richmond Road, on the north side of Richmond Road, throughout that entire corridor?
So I'm not suggesting this for every site. I'm saying this one that's within 100 meters of the station, which is the critical trigger for saying 40 stories is okay, only if you have a right of way that's wide enough, right? So if you get beyond that 100 meters, this whole thing washes away. It's really for this area that's within 100 meters of the station. And I still have to amend the secondary plan later. So there's a whole other obstacle there, but I'm simply saying, you know, if this is okay throughout the city in these contexts everywhere else, where you actually have naturally wide right of ways across the street from a transit station, it should be okay when you've got more than a right of way.
Okay, so I understand the nature of the amendment you're looking for. I think it's wholly inappropriate, and I'll ask that not be. I don't know if anyone's going to actually move that at this point, but certainly I don't want to open that door for the residents who are along Richmond Road. And then I guess my other question is, one of the things that we've been told, and this is, you know, I don't think it's any secret, I'll be voting against the official plan because I don't see any of the geographic constraints being followed through on by way of adhering to secondary plans. A few weeks ago, we took a vote on 979 Wellington, and we said this brand new secondary plan is no longer going to constrain the height. We are going to entertain higher heights. And if this secondary plan, which is even newer than the Wellington Street secondary plan, goes through, you know, what message are we sending to residents about how much we can trust the city and council to constrain heights and constrain densities on a geographic specific basis?
So is that a question for my opinion on
Yeah,
that?
like exactly. To what extent should residents trust that we intend to adhere to secondary plans?
So I've been listening as much as I can for 2 days, and I heard a lot of that discussion. And I was hoping you would ask me this question, Councillor, because I don't know that there's a perfect way to do secondary plans. So I want to acknowledge that right off. But one of the challenges that I think needs to be solved when secondary plans are being done is really making sure that you have engagement, and not just the community and the residents that are obviously there and concerned about intensification, but also about the owners of properties that are really appropriate for intensification like this one. So I guarantee you that this owner didn't know about this plan, the significance of that secondary plan when it was happening. I can't guarantee you, but it's more than likely the case, because I was at those meetings and I looked around and I saw two other like developer interested owners there, and probably about 24 of, community representatives. And every time a policy was coming through on sites like this, I was gritting my teeth saying, you're not looking at the places where you really should be focusing on intensification, because as was talked about by Neil earlier, right? It's like when you do these secondary plans, he's totally right, because if you say, oh, this area should take X, however you determine X, then you start to look at these locations and go, well, who's really going to be bothered by a 40-story building on a car lot that's across the street from the transit station and backing onto no low rise? And that's where you should hyper focus, in my view. So when you don't do that and you have a community involved process that doesn't have a lot of representation from the development community and doesn't have that overriding emphasis, then you get a document that underwhelms on certain locations, not all of them. People come to me about this secondary plan all the time along the corridor where you've got those old retail spots that back onto the low rise, and they say, well, we're near a transit station. We should be able to do 25 stories. And I say to you, like, wait a second, you're right up against these low rise residential, the shadowing, the privacy. It's a major challenge. I'm not going to be able to support an amendment there. But they come to me on this site and I say, they didn't do this right on this site, with respect, because the objectives were not there.
I know we don't want to go on too long, but
we're getting a little bit in the weeds.
Yeah, no, it is in the weeds, but it's not in the weeds with respect to residents' concerns that geography appropriate constraints on the high level language of the official plan shouldn't be a worry, right? Residents have been told we're gonna put in a comprehensive zoning bylaw review that is going to constrain growth from the language of the OP, that secondary plans, guidelines and policies for traditional main streets. And I think residents are right to be nervous. So this has been helpful. Thank you, Chairs.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Brian.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, our next speaker is number 81, Neil DeRuiter, followed by Mo Garahan and Phil Mount.
Good afternoon, chairs, members of the Joint Committee. My name is Neil DeRuiter. I'm a planner with MHBC Planning. Quickly, I just want to recognize the work of all staff in this pretty monumental exercise, and that includes the policy team, but also the committee coordinators and as well the councillors in discussing this really important matter. I know a lot of hard work's gone into it. It only took the 81st speaker for somebody to talk about what you haven't heard already about aggregate pits and quarries. I'm here on behalf of the Ontario Stone, Sand and Gravel Association, or OSGA. And OSGA has been actively engaged in the new official plan process. We greatly appreciate the city's efforts in meeting with OSGA and its member companies and discussing matters related to aggregate. Just for some quick context for the committee's information, the city of Ottawa is the largest aggregate producing municipality in Ontario. And in 2020, this amounted to about just over 12.5 million tons of aggregate produced. And the majority of these resources that are produced are either consumed or purchased by government agencies, including the city. What I want to focus on today is really what comes down to transition provisions and what's highlighted in document 6 in front of you. Based on what staff have proposed, it would appear that transitions are only proposed to apply to active applications for which a final decision is made before the province approves the new official plan. OSGA is concerned what will happen to existing aggregate applications in progress, matters under appeal, and new aggregate applications requiring an official plan amendment. In summary, the implications to aggregate applications would include new applications requiring an official plan amendment would not be permitted for 2 years from the date of the province's approval of the new official plan. And the second thing is for applications or appeals in progress where a final decision is not made by the time the province issues a decision on the new official plan, which is anticipated by March 2022, these matters will then have to start over, but only after the expiry of the 2-year period. So this potentially means new studies, consultations, agency reviews with all of the additional costs and risks associated with undertaking a new aggregate application. This would have significant consequences to aggregate availability for Ontario's largest producing aggregate municipality and would potentially result in a blackout period where new official plan amendment applications could not be considered until early 2024, and applications in progress would have to restart the planning process in 2024. OSGA has recommended that the Joint Committee consider passing motions to specifically address 2 matters. The first is that active aggregate applications currently under consideration by the city will continue to have a process moving forward. The second is that new aggregate applications under preparation will still be able to apply to amend the official plan within the 2-year period following the approval of the new official plan. And the recommended motions were included in our October 13th correspondence. These motions would ensure that applications in progress can continue to be processed and would not have to restart. And secondly, it would not introduce a blackout period for new aggregate applications requiring an official plan amendment up until 2024. I just want to specifically note for the motion regarding aggregate applications in progress, this approach has been used by other municipalities that are similarly dealing with new official plans that repeal and replace existing official plans and ones that were approved by the province. In those cases, the new official plan is now in effect and existing applications can continue to be processed for those matters that specifically qualify for the transition. So I apologize for the very detailed and technical merits of transition provisions, but it's very, very important. It could be otherwise with what's in front of you. We're going to be forced to have applications start over and after a 2-year sort of blackout period. So what we've developed comes up with options to specifically address that for aggregate applications that are currently under consideration. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak before the Joint Committee, and I would be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Neil, for your presentation. And we do have, I believe, 2 or 3 motions came from the industry, and our staff, we are working with our staff about some of those motions. My question to you, and you switch us. My question to you is, most of those quarries and aggregates you're talking about, they're already properly zoned and active. What you're trying to say, that blackout period for 2 years, you would like to continue the activity. And that's also benefit to the city because we have phase 2 of LRT and we need that aggregate as much as other people do need it. But we are talking about the same thing here, or there's other, because there's other requests as well. But I'd like to know from the group industry, what are you looking for other than the existing aggregate? They already have the proper zoning. You just want to make sure that blackout area, it doesn't require to reapply again. Is that my understanding correctly?
Correct. Through you, Mr. Chair, that it's kind of 2 fronts. The first is to ensure that those existing applications that are currently being considered by the city can continue to be considered after the new official plan comes into effect. And then secondly, it allows new applications to amend the new official plan can still come forward. And all of this has a direct correlation with aggregate availability for the city and supplying those important infrastructure and other projects. Otherwise, we do risk having a blackout period in which producers will either have to restart or wait until after 2024 to apply. And, you know, just for the committee's consideration, there's a lot of effort that goes into preparing aggregate applications. They're not simple applications by any means. There's extended review periods. So that's really at a fundamental, Chair, what the aggregate industry is looking for.
Okay, so we have, I believe we have more than 2 motions about the item. I know staff are listening to you as well, so I will follow up with staff and we'll get back to you at some point. I
Thank
see
you.
Councilor Durus has his hand up. Councilor Durus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I know you asked the part of my question, but just Anil, in real, kind of, what would happen to the aggregate application if we didn't accept the ASCA's request?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councilor Ruse, what would happen then is when the province approves the new official plan, which is expected in March 2022, that application would have no effect and they would have to start over and apply to amend the new official plan. So that means all the work that's gone into the application that's currently before the city would have to start from scratch. And obviously there's questions about having to start new studies, new application fees, et cetera. So it is quite a substantive potentially issue of having to start from scratch with those applications.
Yeah, I hear. I know. I hear what he's saying. And so, in your opinion, would this open the door to all sorts of amendment before the new official plan comes out? Is that kind of what I'm understanding?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the motion that's been recommended is specific to matters involving mineral aggregate operations and licenses. What's been suggested would not open the door to consideration of official plan amendments right before the new official plan comes into effect. It's intended to be specific to a very specific issue that affects the aggregate industry. And I believe that the recommended motions make it clear and specific that it only pertains to mineral aggregate operations.
Thank you for your answers, Neil. And I know I second Councillor Shantiri's. We've been working for a while now concerning some of the motions, and I'm sure that the conversation will continue. I know staff heard from you, and I know Councillor Shantiri will follow up, him and I, after. But thank you very much for your presentation and for you coming and do the presentation for the committee.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Director. Just a quick, if you have an application in now, it's under the current official plan. An updated official plan does not negate applications that have already been submitted. If you have an application for a 50-story tower and we go and change the OP to say that you can't have anything higher than a 10-story tower, the 50-story tower still applies. You still have that application. We can't then rule it out of place or say that we can't approve it because the applications submitted under the OP are the ones that are relevant. Changing the OP halfway through an application does not change your application status. Further, on the need for amendments in the 2 years that follow approval, you'd be talking about amendments of lands that are not designated or zoned for aggregate resources. So we have 120 years zoned of land for quarries in the city of Ottawa. We have 60 years supply zoned for sand and gravel pit. 60 years and 120 years on quarry. So how does a 2-year window where you can't apply for an official plan amendment to take lands that aren't currently zoned or designated aggregate impact your industry?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I've got 2 parts that I heard in there. The first part is a legal perspective in which if the new official plan comes into effect, that repeals the existing official plan and any amendments there too. So that does mean we would have to start over. The city can't continue it without providing some sort of specific transition. The second part with respect to supply, the city is in receipt of updated aggregate resources mapping from the province. Not all the resources that are significant are currently identified and protected. I would note that the supply number that's been made available to the city is based on the assumption of several sites that are no longer producing and have been surrendered and are developed. That number was based on resources that were identified by the former regional municipality in the 1990s. So, and I understand the province will have discussions about that as well with the city regarding how much of those areas are properly identified. So respectively, Mr. Chair, part of it is in ensuring that those resources that do have high quality materials that the producers are able to have a process in which to apply to make those resources available. It's not a guarantee that the applications are approved, but it provides a process in order to bring that application forward.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Director? Seeing none. Thank you for your time. We move on to our next speaker, which is Mo Garahan.
Thank you, Chair, both chairs. Engage Ottawa says that the City of Ottawa's official plan provides a vision for the future growth of the city and a policy framework to guide the city's physical development. Just Food, along with many other community groups, genuinely working with and bringing forward the interests of our broad communities, has read every document, made it clear that we're here to provide proactive support on solutions, have the expertise, not only have identified areas of concern from the outset, but have provided solutions, followed along the process that you've requested of us to find at the end that commercial development is proposed to go forward without even evidence of the ability to implement at times. And yet tried and true community development solutions are consistently being identified as outside of scope, even though addressing your diverse goals and involving zoning, access to city-owned lands, tree canopy, genuine farmland preservation of diverse lot sizes, access to food assets, and ability to grow and raise food, all at the core of OP broad decisions and directions. Some staff and some councillors have focused their efforts on telling us where land-based decisions about food don't fit, rather than leading a joined up policy approach, emphasizing where food and farming does fit. 3 examples. As you all know, I requested during the Parks and Rec Facilities Master Plan discussion to add community gardens as a core service, so it would be given the same level of consideration in parks and as other core services instead of the secondary status it has had for 24 years in determining the facility space for gardens, not programming, the physical space of it. Why do we only have 18 parks with community gardens when there are thousands of people waiting to get space and a lot of suitable land alongside other recreation activities available in the parks portfolio? Stated as out of scope, has to be elsewhere. Now they're suggesting that gardens don't fit into the official plan either, even though it's meant to be directive, and fit instead in the green space master plan, where we are told it also does not impact parks. And round it goes with no answer on how these plans are directing more City of Ottawa land to be used, given you have council direction to support them. There is more interest in identifying, like I said, where it doesn't fit, than embedding it in each plan per its unique role in bringing food solutions forward. Example 2 is edible perennials that need to be directed to be a significant part of the tree canopy with targets set. Staff has said targets can't be set as more studying needs to happen, yet other aspects of the OP are moving forward that require further study. Why can't that direction be set with targets forthcoming, working with community and residential stakeholders to do that? Again, I've been told forestry thinks edible perennials should go into parks, and parks thinks it should go into forestry. Everyone is playing hot potato as opposed to seeing each department as part of the picture, joined up policy. Example 3, I've been told today that the OP is silent and does not explicitly weigh in on the residential poultry question. However, in the accessory uses for residential zones, there is only an allowance for plants, not livestock. With direction from councillors that it will not be entertained until the next term of council due to bylaw backlog, which we understand, and that's not the discussion today, what we need is assurance that this OP, nor any other plan attached to this, even implicitly forbids a favorable policy coming forward, given this is supposed to be the framework to guide land-based decisions into future planning. We can't be told in 2023 that a residential poultry policy won't work if it isn't in concordance with the official plan or other plans alongside this. The critical issue that I'm trying to outline is this. In 25 plus communities across Indigenous Territories Canada, we have local governments who have adopted a joined up policy approach embedding food policy in each and every department. And these aren't just the major cities, Montreal, Vancouver, Toronto, Edmonton, but cities much smaller than Ottawa. In relation to other capital cities of nations, we aren't even close to being at the table. This official plan is meant to guide towards an innovative, livable city over a 25-year period of climate change emergency, income and housing instability, all with serious food security implications. Your residents are primarily concerned about living in a healthy environment, having an affordable roof over our heads, living in a 15-minute community with walkable amenities, including these community food assets in every neighborhood, community gardens, bake ovens, community orchards, greenhouses, farms, residential poultry, edible landscape in the tree canopy, all of it in every neighborhood. considered a priority use for city-owned lands. Please join communities across Indigenous Territories Canada to embed a food lens directive for all plans, including those just passed as part of this official plan process that are apparently not subjected to it, that directs staff to show where food does fit into their plans, their department, as opposed to allowing a shuffling of duty. I'm unclear where our motions are that we brought forward last week, other than being shuffled out, and ask that these be taken up in the ways required to demonstrate council leadership on directing the outcomes requested. With World Food Day tomorrow, please ensure food fits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. I believe the two people with their hands up are actually dealing with one of the motions, specifically the one on community gardens. So I'll go to Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thanks, Mo. I appreciate you coming out today, and I share your disappointment that this was not considered to be have a place in the official plan, yet it's talked about in the official plan. There's many references to community gardens in terms of enable sustainable local food production. It's listed right there. So it's something that is growing. It is, pardon the pun, across the city, it's becoming more popular. The pandemic actually had quite an effect on that respect, where people learned the being local has great value. So I'm still optimistic that we can work together on this. Like I said, I share your disappointment that it was not that what we put forward was not considered to be able to be part of the official plan. I know Laura worked more closely with staff on this, and she relayed that information to me. I'll let her speak next, but I still believe that there's got to be something we should do.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to add to what Councillor Cavanagh mentioned, Mo. It's been, a bit exhausting for all of us to work together on this and to find out to where it's come. I do have a motion coming forward that I believe is still being worked upon by staff that will place this where I understand from staff's interpretation where it belongs, which they determine is the urban forest and green space master plan. So this, I know this is an imperfect solution. I do hope that my committee colleagues, when they see this motion, they'll be able to support it. It has been worked on in collaboration with staff to get to a point that we can set the framework within the official plan, not just reference it, but set the framework for the inclusion of what was the original motion in the conversation at the end of 2022, 2023, to have it established in that green space master plan. So, I would really have liked to have seen that we could have moved forward with what you had originally proposed. I wanted to thank you for your work on this, Phil, as well too, and Teresa. But once again, I'd rather not shoehorn. I think I said that in a couple of emails. I'd rather not shoehorn policy into things where it doesn't belong, where it can't be enacted. And I do respect staff when they come back and say, this is a very high level general document, not general, but a high level document in terms of the official plan. So I am taking them at their expertise. I do think that this isn't the end of the conversation. That motion, if it's not in these shared files right now, will be over the weekend, according to staff. And it does speak to the need to preserve, promote, and enhance our healthy eating, active living, and food security through community gardens. So I do apologize. I have to step off this call now, but I just wanted to thank you for all your hard work on this, and Teresa as well.
Thanks for bringing that portion of it forward. I just need to stress the expertise among staff is not complete. And I really appeal to you as City Council to use the community stakeholders that you have that expertise as well, because it isn't being properly utilized, and we'll demonstrate that on the next delegation as well. This is, every other community is embedding food policy in all departments, all plans, including official plans. This is not something that is outside of the scope. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh has her hand up again. Go ahead, Karen.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to get Mo's opinion if she saw the motion that Councillor Dudas had put forward. I wasn't sure, or if you'd seen it yet.
Yes. Can I just respond to that just to keep going? Can Phil speak and then I'll respond to that after that, just to keep you going?
Okay, sure.
Have you seen the motion?
I believe, Laura, I believe you sent it.
Councillor Dudas had to step away, but it refers to the urban and green space master plan that we discussed at the Parks Rec master plan meeting.
Yes, I have it. Again, I can be better at reflected in the, yeah. So that's great that it's reflected in the new official plan direction for consideration. The issue around it being embedded only in urban, forest, and green space master plan is that this has no bearing on the mandate of parks. So we're excited to work with urban forestry and green space master plan. I'm concerned about the, again, the hot potato value around edible tree canopy as part of your tree canopy. A percentage needs to be directed by staff. Again, if targets can't be set, you can set the direction for a significant impact and we can work out the details later. But these issues are being tossed back and forth across your staff with, I would suggest, incomplete information, and it doesn't embed itself in one of your plans. There's jurisdiction and responsibility across all the departments. So that this part is I appreciate Laura and Teresa, your work on ensuring that that's getting added to the official plan. This will not impact parks, and we don't understand why.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Thank you, Mo. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
We go right into Phil Mint, who is a close associate of Mo, involved with Just Food as well, but also one of my former colleagues on the Lear working group so many years ago, 4 years together. Phil.
Thanks, Chair. Councillors.
Oh, you're a little bit quiet there, Phil.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, that's great.
I'm speaking today as a private citizen with a PhD in sustainable regional food systems and as a farmer who sat on the latest City of Ottawa Lear. I'm here to speak to two agriculture-focused motions shared with you last week through the People's Official Plan team on the preservation of farmland and the promotion of local food and minimum severance. And I want to focus on the scientific principles behind these motions, resilience and sustainability. I think this is necessary because the new official plan includes all the right words: the protection of farmland, regional food security, diversification of farm operations, increased supply of local food in its broad goals and aims, and yet contains no targets, no reliable mechanisms to achieve these goals. And in fact, many practical policy prescriptions that we know based on the application of these scientific principles have historically produced outcomes that run counter to the OP's stated goals. It's not enough to say that we want to encourage farmland preservation, local food production, and food security when the official plan includes policies that, by focusing on one, actually work against the other goals. For example, the new OP unnecessarily favors large parcel size, and that's not a euphemism. In fact, it includes a minimum parcel size for severances, 36 hectares, that is 50% larger than the current average farm parcel size in the City of Ottawa. The provincial policy statement contains no minimum parcel size and no requirement to set one. This unnecessarily limits land access for farmers looking to market diverse commodities directly to Ottawa residents and who have little access to appropriately scaled farm holdings or lots. I'll come back to that in a second. In a discussion about an official plan that lays out big picture principles that will guide our city's development for a generation, you've heard the terms diversity and resilience thrown about. Folks know they need to use them because these principles have been identified for their critical role in sustainability science. Research in sustainable regional food systems has for over a decade identified a clear connection between the diversity and resilience of these systems, diversity in scale of operation, diversity in agricultural outputs, in farm practices, in rationales. In fact, diversity in our farm and agricultural systems is as important as biodiversity is to our ecological systems and our soil systems. 2 years ago, how many of you would have said your constituents would have shown an interest in food grown by our region's farmers? How quickly did that change? The pandemic has made the benefits of a thriving, diverse set of regional farmers much clearer to all. It's great that we have large-scale farmers in the city of Ottawa, but this is particularly the scale and approach to farming that resonates with the next generation of farmers, exactly the folks that we are disadvantaging through explicit preference for policies that attempt to preserve farmland through the size of the parcel. Ottawa is blessed unlike any other city of our scale in the world, not only containing large amounts of viable active farmland within our city borders, but also an incredible amount of farmland right next to suburban, village, urban neighbors, farmland that most cities would see as valuable to the future of food production for their region. The Ontario Federation of Agriculture has identified this as the very farmland most at risk in our province. We don't need to become another Toronto here. We need this official plan to prioritize and value agricultural land as a unique peri-urban resource that is preserved for the food security and livelihoods of future generations. We need this value to be embedded in the official plan with firm commitments to no further development on prime farmland, whether it's through an urban boundary shift or a village expansion or through the loss of prime farmland that is currently zoned rural countryside. We need to ensure that prime farmland, class 1, 2, and 3 soil, is protected for agricultural use as a first priority in rural countryside. The OP is silent on this. We need to commit to explicitly and completely prohibit removal of land from the agricultural resource areas, other than through the LEAR process, which right now in the OP is still a possibility, that is removal. Since another LEAR is likely to precede the new version of this OP must contain clear, unambiguous direction on farmland preservation. We also need to clearly outline that every planning tool available must be put towards enabling diversified local farms. I know that by working together, we can build an official plan with the power to protect farmland and promote diversification and resilience in Ottawa and our regional food system, establishing targets, appropriate monitoring. I'm asking councillors and staff to work with us to improve the motion so that together we can achieve these shared goals. Thanks for taking the time to reflect on these points and for trying to make our new official plan stronger.
Thank you, Phil. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate your support on. I know that you were heavily supportive of the motion that was brought forward to exclude agricultural lands from the urban boundary consideration back in 2020. Obviously, you know, that changed slightly, but yeah, no, obviously I appreciate that. I mean, aside from that approximate 106.29 hectares of land, the urban boundary is strong against agricultural land in all other areas, Orleans and Barhaven and the Canada, Stittsville. So we have done that. We did achieve it. Again, it's aside from that one amended motion from that council approved last year. It is still maybe not as strong as I wanted. I think I've made that obvious, but it does do that. So we have a question from Councillor Kavanagh for you.
Thank you, Phil. I'm by no means an expert on rural or farming, but I do see that that there's more farmers markets popping up and wanting to pop up, and this is we have NCC land being used for farmland. That's what I have in my ward. I actually have farms in my ward, but I didn't know about this this issue in terms of the lot size, and I don't know if any of the urban or the rural councillors want to chime in, but I think it's important if we want to grow more food that we have it so that it's appropriate. So anyway, I do hope we can move forward on this, because I see it on a small scale just in the Greenbelt, not far from where I am, also in College Ward, and it's very successful to have that kind of growth of fresh products, etc. So I hope that we can work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's one, it's interesting. So I've talked to Phil about this before in Mo about severances, about that look for, because right now the PPS and the official plan says you can't have more than a 2-acre lot severance. And then on the surplus farm severance, it has to be as minimal as possible. So we've seen actually properties go forward in committee of adjustment and seek small or larger lot severances, and some of them have been approved. The challenge is they're against the provincial policy statement. So even if the official plan was to recognize them, we're up against this provincial policy statement, which says that we're not supposed to do that. We're supposed to minimize the amount of land. I don't necessarily agree with it, but it is a bit of a weird spot that we find ourselves in.
Also, OMAFRA agree with the provincial policy statement. So you're against two.
Yeah.
With that policy.
Yeah, it's such a conversation. It's just that I've never been able to find a landing spot for how we can actually embed that to make it easier for those severances to occur. Even though I know there's examples where they have occurred and it has been finished. It has done. There's one over on 4th Line Road near North Fort, and they have an organic farm on the front side of it, but then the rest of the land is farmed for cash crops.
Well, I mean, interestingly, chairs, the provincial policy statement is actually silent on the actual size. They talk about appropriate scale to the surrounding region. And as I mentioned, like Ottawa is sort of unique in that we have actually a fairly small parcel size in this average farm parcel sizes in this region. And so, we're not like Southern Ontario or some of the other regions, and certainly, where the Ministry of Agriculture is familiar with establishing, average parcel sizes. We are allowed to set our own targets. The provincial policy statement doesn't say you have to use 36 hectares. That was something that staff did, right? Based on a recommendation, not from the provincial policy statement, but from OMAFRA, from the Ministry of Agriculture and Food. So, yeah, there is a way of doing it. We just have to recognize the unique circumstances of Ottawa, the appropriate conditions, and not just the conditions that exist on the ground currently, but also the conditions that we'd like to get to. It is, after all, a policy document, that we're supposed to be charting the future here. And if the future includes multiple diverse farm sizes and approaches and practices, as well as diverse products that people want to buy in the city of Ottawa, consumers want to buy directly from farmers, then we're going to have to find ways of not getting in the way of that happening. And I think that's exactly what's happening right now.
All right, thanks, Phil. I'm happy to revisit that a little bit over the weekend with staff, just on a view of the severance policy. So I can do that. All right, any other questions for Phil Mount? Seeing none, I appreciate you being here today. Thank you for the patience. I know you probably expected this maybe speak yesterday, but who knows? So thanks for taking the time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is the former number 58, who got traded down, Grant Dingwall.
Hello. Everyone can hear me okay?
We can hear you. It's a little faint, but we can hear you.
All right, well, I'll try to speak up if that helps at all. So hello, council. My name is Grant Dingwall. I'm a resident of Queensway Terrace North, and I'm addressing you today to discuss housing supply and affordability. A few weeks ago, after reading the official plan, I teamed up with my friend Dean Tester, who was gracious enough to trade with me today, to launch an advocacy organization, Make Housing Affordable. I was lucky, and I'm now a homeowner. In our early 30s with great jobs, my wife and I spent a year and a half living in her mother's basement rent-free so that we could save enough money to buy our first home. When a global pandemic came, the Ottawa housing market hit pause for a whole 2 weeks, and that gave us a chance to jump in. It's perverse to think that if the pandemic hadn't happened, then we might never have had a chance to buy our home, as prices in our neighborhood have jumped 20% or more since. Ottawa has a housing shortage, plain and simple. There are plenty of statistics that prove this to be true, and I will get to some of them in a moment. But do I really need to? You've all seen and heard the stories that prove that this is true. You list any house on this market, withhold offers for a week, and you will get a dozen or more people that are clamoring to buy that home. The bidding wars that we've all seen and heard about illustrate that there is simply not enough supply to meet demand, and that is driving up prices. So how does this relate to the official plan? Well, the official plan, as it is proposed, will continue our housing shortage for the next 25 years. The plan is to approve 162,000 more homes over the next 25 years. At that same time, the city projects that the population will grow by 346,000, and the province is projecting 100,000 more. So looking at residents per household, this means that the city's population projections, if they hold true, we will very, very mildly move in the right direction. Right now, the city has 2.48 residents per household. And if the city's projections work out, in 25 years, we will be at 2.39. And if the province's projections check out, Ottawa will move in the wrong direction and we will have 2.54 residents per household. So for context, the average number of residents per household in the G7 is 2.12. As city staff have helpfully pointed out to me, Ottawa will also have an older population in 2046, and older populations require more houses per capita, making our situation even more dire. Now, Dean and I have spent the last few weeks engaging with city staff and council, and I want to take a moment to address some of the things that we have been told. We have been told that city staff are happy that housing affordability is not as bad in Ottawa as it is in Toronto and Vancouver. That is, to put it bluntly, leaping over a very low bar. Toronto and Vancouver were recently rated to be the least affordable cities in North America. And Ottawa was listed number 6, which was less affordable than New York City. We have also been told that the official plan has little impact on housing affordability. But given that it regulates the supply of housing that will be available, that is completely absurd. We have been told that other factors, such as labor and materials, play a larger role in prices. This may be true for new housing, but it does not explain why 60-year-old homes in my neighborhood have increased by $200,000 or more over the last few years. And lastly, we've asked staff if the new plan will raise the price of building new homes, and we were told that yes, it will. But they tell us that those increased costs are for community good, things like parks and sidewalks and stormwater. But isn't that what property taxes are for? Why should those increased costs be passed on to someone who moves into new housing, everyone from new homes to new apartments to new condos? How is that
30
fair?
seconds.
And how does that help address the city's housing emergency? I'll jump ahead here and just say that in February 2020, this council unanimously declared a housing emergency. And I will ask you all what the point of that declaration was if you're going to vote for a plan that will continue our housing shortage for generations to come.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Dingwall. We have a question for you from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thanks, Grant, and it was a pleasure to talk with you earlier. Are you suggesting that we don't have development charges? Is that your solution? I'm not clear on.
No, I'm merely pointing out that the question that we put to city staff was the changes in this plan, are they going to have a net increase in the cost of new builds? And they weren't able to provide any details for me, or at least didn't provide me any details, though their answer was, yeah, it is gonna, there is things in here that will increase cost. And the fact that that's an acknowledgement, and also that there's no details, and here's exactly how much we expect them to go up, that's alarming to me, right? Like the concept that, you know, they know that this is going to increase the cost of building like an apartment building. And that in turn will increase the cost of rents in that building. But they're sort of like, yeah, well, it's going to be for the good. Well, if we need parks and stormwater and stuff, and I know we do, like, you're my counselor, you know, they're blasting holes in the road 10 feet from me to improve our stormwater. You know, that is something that is needed, obviously. But why should new residents pay a disproportionate amount of that cost, as opposed to everyone in the city should be paying for stormwater to be drained in this city?
Well, that's a big question. It's mostly because they're setting it up in the first place, and that's expensive, including schools and roads, sidewalks, everything. I actually have more of a problem in a place like Queensway Terrace North in terms of getting funds, because we don't have those development charges anymore. So it's looking after old areas that becomes the problem, because they do age and everything needs to be replaced. So this is a bigger discussion. But I'm trying to see what you see needs to be done in terms of what direction, because that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, I would just say that, you know, if we are going to be increasing the cost of new building, we need to know how much we are increasing those costs in the long term, and be, you know, transparent about what that plan is. But I think mine and Dean's larger issue, and I think, you know, you and I talked about it quite a bit this morning, is the fact that, you know, we simply are not building enough, right? And that's our primary focus on this campaign, is that there is no plan here to build enough homes for the people that we want to live in the city.
And these are questions that on Monday we'll be asking questions to staff. And I can put these forward so that they can answer it. Part of the cost, and I'll just, you know, ad lib with their answer a bit, is that if we do more intensification, it's more expensive to build in older areas, and it's frankly cheaper to go on a greenfield. But the cost in the long run of for the city is not good, because you have more sprawl, you have more transportation needs, you have you keep getting bigger and bigger. We're trying to rein it in. Initially, that's more expensive. The whole point is that hopefully in the long term, it brings costs down, having walkable communities. So that's the way I see it. And that's what we're working on. QTN's a great example. So, but we can bring those questions to staff just so that you can hear the answers on those.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much for coming out.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Thank you, Mr. Dingwall.
Thank you.
Next speaker, number 87, Ray Noyes. If I'm pronouncing that correctly. I've seen, we've heard from you before, right? So it's good to see you again.
Yeah, with some Acorn colleagues, we talked about internet at one point.
Yes, thank you.
So thank you, councillors, for letting me speak today, and also incidentally for putting in so many hours to hear so many people speak. My name is Ray Noyes, and I'm an Acorn member living in Vanier. Acorn is a local and national community organization of low to moderate income people fighting for social justice. We are membership driven and membership funded, and we have over 32,000 members in Ottawa alone, around 140,000 across the country. Our small team of staff organizers knock on doors in low income neighborhoods 4 hours a day, 5 days a week, to identify community issues people want to see change. And consistently for the past 15 years, housing has been our members' #1 issue. Now, today I'm here to speak about the need for real affordable housing in the official plan, and about my experience and situation as a tenant in Vanier. I've lived in Vanier for 20 years, and I've lived in my current building for 16 years, since 2005. This long tenancy, combined with rent control and no above the guideline increases, have put me in the unusual situation of living in a market rent apartment at a fairly low rent of $637 a month. Now, this is an older building on Mayfield Street. My apartment is a bachelor, which is basically one room with bathroom and virtually no kitchen. I'm concerned about the official plan's definition of affordable housing and of low to moderate income people. Using the standard of 1/3 of total household income for those in the 60th percentile or average market rent for affordable rent is ridiculously out of line. Those in the 60th percentile for the Ottawa area make about $100,000 a year, a third of which is just over $30,000. If that is considered affordable, the question is affordable for whom? Certainly not for me. My present income is about $1,700 per month for the combination of Canada pension, old age security, and guaranteed income supplement. Even my current rent of $637 is more than a third of my income, which is a standard indicator of poverty and poor housing need. But that is now. Until this past February, I was getting by on Ontario disability benefits of $1,269 a month. When I turned 65, my income went up somewhat. But as I said, my rent is still more than a third of my income. But on ODSP, prior to February, my rent was over half my income, an indicator of deep poverty. As an ACORN member, I've been interested in what happened to the tenants of Harringate and the amendment to the official plan, which was agreed to by the firm that is undertaking a huge development. Only 10 to 15% of the new units being built will be affordable, in quotes, and that is according to the absurd definition of affordability in the official plan. ACORN demands that the percentage of affordable units across the city be 25%, and that real affordability means 30% of household income, with targets for those who need housing the most. This council has declared a housing and homelessness emergency, but is doing relatively nothing about it. To return to my own personal situation, I realize that my rent is lower than that of many Vanier residents with similar units, although again, it still leaves me in poverty. But changes have been happening in my building that concern me. For about the last 18 months, there have been constant renovations going on, both in the units and the common areas. Many tenants have left, but as far as I can tell, none have moved in. There's only there's only a small number of tenants remaining here. This makes me concerned that I might become a target for rent eviction. A new building of about 10 stories has gone up right across Mayfield Street from me, not more than 30 meters from our front door. Just in case I'm forced to move, I called the number of the new building's management, asked about bachelor apartments, and I was told that the cheapest unit is $1,289 per month, which happens to be $20 more than my total income was on ODSP. In terms of my present income, it represents over 2/3 of what I receive. Deep poverty again. This means that, like many parts of Ottawa, Vanier is being gentrified beyond the reach of its residents. In closing, I would simply ask that council take seriously their declaration of a housing and homelessness emergency with special attention to the percentage of affordable units and the definition of affordability itself. Surely developers and landlords can earn a good living while providing homes to low-income people at a fair cost. Thank you for hearing.
Thank you very much, Ray. Councillor McKenney would like to ask you a question.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ray, for coming out. All of ACORN, of course, for the work that you do in the community. You bring up a lot of very good points, Ray, and obviously for somebody like yourself who is precariously housed, you know, the fact that you are sitting here in our city today and worried that you could get rent evicted and there really is no other place for you, you know, within your neighborhood or who knows where that you could afford. I just want to make a point on that, the targets. And I think we're going to try to raise them in the official plan, but in the end, it's just a target and we've never met them. And until we have something that's really solid that we, you know, perhaps in our inclusionary zoning bylaw, it won't just be a target, you know, we'll ensure that we really do have inclusive neighborhoods when we're allowing rezoning and official plan amendments with, you know, near our transit corridors, but in terms of on the ground, what happens to people who cannot afford or are precariously housed, could lose their housing? You said you spend over 50% of your low income already on rent. Do you feel that your health needs, that your food security is often at risk or ever at risk month to month?
To get a bit more personal than I expected to, I was on ODSP because of bipolar disorder. And the last few years I've been in the downside of that, which ironically has meant that I spend very, very little. In order to help me with the problems of acquiring and preparing food, I get Meals on Wheels, which I pay for myself. But at the moment, especially since my income went up slightly, I don't feel food insecurity. I feel housing insecurity. And I know what happens to people in my position when things turn bad. And that is that they either end up in shelters or living on a relative's couch, or if they're in shelters, they end up opting out of shelters because they're terrible places to be. And COVID is rampant in shelters, of course. And so they often end up in tent encampments, which this time of year is not a very good option. So to answer your question, I happen to have very little concern about food insecurity at the moment, but housing insecurity and the general point that affordable housing is not 30% of $100,000 a year. That's $2,500 a month. If we're looking at affordable housing for people like me and people on less income, we have to go down to the 30th percentile or even lower. So I can't stress enough how serious the housing affordability and availability crisis is right now. And I was very glad when council declared it an emergency, but I don't see, apart from the commitment to inclusionary zoning, I haven't seen much to really address it. I watched and listened to some of the Herongate discussion, and the amendment to the official plan that was agreed upon in that situation was very inadequate for tenants. And I'm afraid that's a pattern. That's a pattern. And that pattern
can I just ask you quickly if, because what happens, exactly what you say, it's really hard to really comprehend that somebody in front of us today fears, living in shelter, like that is your consequence of somebody else's decision. So I'm very sorry for that, Ray. And often our housing homelessness emergency is made worse because we allow people to fall into homelessness. So we're trying to, spend money, build, housing on one side, but people continue to fall in. And it's not just on the city. The federal government really has been exceptionally inadequate in addressing housing and homelessness, exceptionally inadequate.
I agree with you.
If you had the funds necessary to fill that gap in terms of 1/3 of your income, wherever it was, if you had to move and you had to pay $2,000 or $1,200 or $1,500 a month, if you were able to get a housing allowance that allowed you to live comfortably and affordably, would that keep you from worrying about living in shelter or living outside in our city?
That's a very good question. It would have to be a substantial housing allowance. And I think that for someone like me and many people like me, the housing crisis in terms of house prices is not really relevant. We're talking about what's affordable for renters mostly. And as you suggest, if there were a housing supplement for me, it would have to be a significant amount of money if I don't get to hang on to my relatively affordable place. But when I say relatively affordable, I'm still officially poor by the standards of what percentage of my income this apartment costs.
Yeah. No, I understand that, but I'll just say this, that even though it would have to be substantial, maybe $1,000 a month, it would be a fraction of what it would cost to have you live in a shelter or to have you live outside. So it's, yeah, I just want to point that out, and thank you for coming out, Ray. I really appreciate it.
Every person
Appreciate you telling us your story.
Every person who is unhoused costs a lot more money than what it would take to fix the problem.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Ray. See you again.
Okay, thank you.
So we had a number 86 was having difficulty logging on to the meeting, but he is here now. So Mr. Doug Johnson, go ahead. And then after Doug Johnson, we have Alex McDonald.
Hello, thank you. I'm sorry my head is so big in the screen. I don't know how to adjust that, but I'm not that big-headed or big-egoed normally. Is the committee assistant ready with our...
Just bear with us here.
Has he gone out?
Yeah, he dropped.
Oh.
Just got moved back to attendees by mistake. I think we're just bringing him back.
Do you have his presentation, Mark? Is it in the folder?
It might be in the folder, but I don't recall.
I'm back. I was kicked off for some reason. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Yeah, we don't.
My head is still big. Are my submissions available?
I'm not seeing it in our folder. What did you submit it under? I mean, usually they're listed under your name, but we're not seeing the your submission.
They were submitted to Mr. Desjardins, and he acknowledged receipt of them.
Was that a PowerPoint, Mr. Johnson, or was it just a submission?
PowerPoint.
If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Johnson, if you want to just wait, we'll look to queue that up, and then I'll go to Alex McDonald, and we'll come back to you. Okay.
All right, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So Alex McDonald, I believe you're in here.
Yes. Hello, committee members. My name is Alex McDonald, and I live in Ottawa, and I've rented here since 2012. I'm the treasurer of the Ottawa Centre Acorn chapter. Truly affordable housing is essential, and the new official plan does not sufficiently ensure low-income people in Ottawa will have access to it in the future. I currently pay $820 a month in rent for a one-bedroom apartment, which is approximately 50% of my income. I'm retired and I live off a pension. Paying such a high percentage of income in rent greatly impacts my ability to enjoy leisurely activities, such as going to a movie theater or a concert. I have to concentrate my budget on necessities like food, phone, internet bills, transportation, and largely rent. For example, I have prescription glasses. Over a year ago, my optometrist prescribed new glasses for me. I did not get them. Because of the cost, I decided to use my current glasses for another year. The official plan wants to create a world-class livable city, but it misses the mark if people cannot afford to live in and partake in what the city offers. What Ottawa defines as market affordability is not affordable for me. Of the 10 to 15% of affordable housing the OP wants to see in the city, 65% is for deeply affordable housing. And the remaining 35% is the average market rent, or 30% of one's income for those in the 60th income percentile. That's approximately $100,000 a year. 30% of $100,000 is $30,000 or $2,500 a month. 3 times what I'm paying right now is not affordable housing. Unlike many renters, my rent has not significantly increased since 2012. But my landlord has received offers to sell. Should he decide to sell and the new owner demolish the building, I would not be able to afford a 1-bedroom apartment on the market. Affordable housing options are needed in the city, and the new official plan falls short of planning for enough truly affordable housing options. While the city plans to have deep affordable housing, there is no definition of what this means. A widely praised definition of affordable housing is rent representing 30% of a person's income, which the city uses. However, it is not households in the 60th income percentile who most need affordable housing. It is unacceptable that deep affordability is not defined in a plan for the city's 25-year development. Instead, the city defines core affordability, which is rarely referenced. However, it still primarily targets those in the 30th income percentile who earn close to $60,000 a year. This does not capture those on assistance who are surviving off of $10,000 to $15,000 a year who are not in social housing. There are currently over 12,000 people on the social housing waiting list. People in these income brackets should be addressed first, not those who make $100,000 a year. Last year, the city declared that there is a housing crisis. What they have written in the official plan clearly indicates that they don't believe what they said last year. They said there is a housing crisis, but the official plan does not reflect actions a city should take to combat a housing crisis. This is why I support Ottawa Acorn's demands for changes to the official plan. 25% of affordable housing with targets for those in the 5th, 10th, 20th, and 30th income percentiles. These tenants to pay no more than 30% of their income on rent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. McDonald. I don't see any question or any hands up for you. We're still waiting for the presentation. We have it now? Okay, so we have it now. We'll go back to Mr. Janssen. Doug, are you still with us? We have no question for you,
Yes.
Mr. McDonald. Thank you.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and your presentation is going to be popped up. There you go.
Perfect. Thank you. And I apologize for my big head. I don't know what I've done. I've never had this big head before on Zoom. It's not who I am. I'm speaking on behalf of Fisher Heights and Area Community Association. I am a member of the board of the association, and the concerns I raise are supported by the board chair, Hans Moore, but because of tight timelines, the association board was not able to review the submission. I have participated as a community representative in several confidential pre-consultations for this area of Ward 9 concerning development proposals prior to formal application to the city. Our community is the northeast corner of the Old Nepean, bordered by Baseline, Fisher, Meadowlands, and Maribel Clyde. Page 4, please. You are familiar with Schedule 3. Before you, we only recently discovered that the text of the official plan as presented conflicts with the map boundaries for the evolving neighborhood overlay on this schedule. 2 pages further, please. This is the blown up part of Schedule B3 in our community. To orient you, Baseline is the left-right street in the middle. The experimental farm is to the top and our community is below. And to say this is the blown up part of our map. Next page, please. This figure shows you how deeply the map of the evolving neighborhood overlay extends into our community using the Geo Ottawa interactive map tool. At point A, it is 420 meters, 5 blocks in from baseline. At point B, it's 387 meters. Point C, it's 480 meters. These distances are well over the 150 meters cited in section 5.6.1.1.1 bracket 1, which states that the evolving overlay shall be generally applied to lands 150 meters from the boundary of a hub or corridor designation. This mapping before you extends into almost half of the Fisher Heights neighborhood. At first, we were going to request that the city ensure the overlay mapping matched the text. However, we informed by the city that that in fact is the case, that the text has precedence over the map. But just this past Wednesday morning, the city advises that there was actually a drafting error in the text we are dealing with. The next page, please. Again, regarding 5.6.1.1, you will have received this documentation at some point. In fact, the evolving neighborhood overlay wasn't just 150 meters from a hub. It would also apply within a 400-meter radius of a rapid transit station. So I note with respect, this proposed change has had no community consultation. Presumably you members have also just learned of it in the lead up to this meeting. Next page, please. Figure 4 shows, again using Geo Ottawa data, how deeply a 400-meter buffer will extend into our community. We find this amount of inclusion to be unreasonable in our circumstances. The only route along this part of baseline is the 88, which apart from weekday evening rush hour, generally offers 15-minute service. That is 4 buses per hour in each direction for most of the week. Thus, our neighborhood receives significantly less service along this proposed rapid transit than do other neighborhoods along what we would call transit ways, which carry numerous routes with significantly more passengers. We support intensification, but we're not convinced that the inclusion of even 150-meter overlay along our section of baseline road is appropriate now, although it may or may not be appropriate once transit volumes on this section of the proposed busway are determined. But to prescribe an inflexible overlay distance only of 400 meters from rapid transit stations is unreasonable and unfair. The OP should recognize that conditions vary between neighborhoods and should provide for overlay distances of up to 400 meters from stations. We also agree with the points made by City View residents, delegations 52 to 55. The baseline busway is a long way from fruition, and it is premature to assume now what sorts of transit volumes will ultimately occur along it.
1 minute.
Once the baseline busway is in operation years from now, if bus frequencies in this section of baseline road do increase, the appropriate buffer can be determined. Second following page, please, and I'm winding up. Next page, thank you. Because of the confusion over this policy, we endorse the People's Official Plan motion on the screen in front of you now to suspend the application of the evolving neighborhood overlay pending the neighborhood studies described. This is essentially the same position as you've heard from the City View and Carlton Heights communities. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson. We have a question for you from your councillor, Greely.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Doug, and for your patience over the last 2 days. It's been a long time. I think you're number 86, and we're displaced somewhat, so I think you're number 88 actually. So thank you for your perseverance and your patience. The issue you raised, as you know, I've been going back and forth with you and with Corey Peabody on this, who also helped put together the presentation, as I understand it. So thank you to her as well. I have been talking to staff, and I will have questions for staff around this when we get to that, probably on Monday. Though one of the things that we have talked about with staff is a secondary plan being put in place for this part of the community, and to make that a priority, to look at, as you say, a more granular look at your particular community and how it could unveil or unroll. So I don't really have a question. I just wanted to make you aware of that, Doug, that we're alive to the issue. I've talked to senior staff as high up as Mr. Willis, and I'll be following up with it when we get to the questioning on Monday about that. But my understanding is that we are looking at putting a fast tracking, if you will, a secondary plan for your community.
If I may briefly respond, I thank you, Keith, for that work and those suggestions. I, of course, can speak only for myself, but the board is hoping to meet soon to consider your proposed proposal. And in my view, it depends very much if the secondary plan would address the issues we raise. And not address I do not know the details of a secondary plan, but we would want it to actually address the issues we raise, and that it would be protected from being overridden by the official plan or by zoning bylaws. I'm just saying we welcome the opportunity, but I myself am not aware yet of the pluses and minuses, pros and cons of it.
I appreciate that, Doug, and those are the sorts of questions that I'll be posing when we get to staff. And I would certainly want to see the community heavily engaged in the development of the secondary plan. And I think staff are open, obviously, to having community consultation and engagement on it. So we will keep you posted, but it's definitely on the radar, and we're looking at how to resolve this for the community.
Thank you, Councillor Eglai. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Our next speaker. The question first. It's 5:20. Our next speaker is number 90A. We have 8 speakers left. Originally, we had talked about taking a break at 5:30. I want to know what committee would like to do.
Keep going.
Power through.
Keep going?
Keep going. Yeah.
Our next speaker is number 90A, Agwant Sandhu.
Hi, thank you very much. As noted, my name is Bhagwan Sandhu. I live in Dow's Lake area, and I also participate with the Glebe Community Association's planning committee, along with my colleagues, Carolyn McKenzie and Joan Freeman, who have already presented to you earlier today. I'll start by saying that notwithstanding the various critiques of the official plan, I, for one, found it to be a very good read. The penmanship, the flow, the layout, and the aspirational principles. Together, they do tell a very good story. I do, however, think that the language and the lexicon used in the document is somewhat ambiguous. It is, in fact, vague and imprecise, which, as other speakers before me have noted, renders the whole document open to individual interpretation. Let me illustrate this very quickly. On page 75, when referencing variances, the official plan instructs the reader that the Committee of Adjustment shall have regard for the size of the lot, which such that the effective unit density is not significantly increased. Similarly, on page 131, under growth management in downtown corridors, the plan reminds us that generally up to 12 stories are permitted subject to appropriate height transitions. The problem is that every developer, every politician, every community group, and in fact, every city official will have their own understanding of what it means to have regard for, or to be generally up to 12 stories, or my personal favorite, appropriate height transitions. These are in fact, I should rather say, there are in fact over 80 instances of the word generally in the draft plan, over 120 appropriates, and 70 plus significance. These are arguably wishy-washy and, frankly speaking, weasel words. They're open to manipulation and, to be honest, unenforceable. Why not replace, for example, generally up to 12 stories with no more than 12 stories? The fact is that council is regularly accused of favoring developers, and when confronted, they've often claimed that their hands were tied by the ambiguous open to interpretation language, and that many development proposals were difficult to appeal because of the lack of precision in the official plan. Even city officials have frequently defended their advice by evoking the latitude and leeway offered by the plan's inexact jargon. As a policy document, I believe the official plan can and should promote cooperation and build trust and goodwill amongst competing interests. It should not set up conflicts and anxiety. It should therefore be exact and meticulous with the rules spelled out clearly and explicitly. I recommend as such that you go through the whole document with a fine-tooth comb and replace all the loosey-goosey cliches with deliberate clarity using plain, active, and prescriptive phraseology. Now, all that said, I do understand that you may well wish to ignore this advice, and I say that in earnest, and retain the wiggle room that the current language offers as perhaps a guard against the pressures of specific applications. If that is indeed the case, then at a minimum, I would suggest that you amend the official plan to allow for issues such as height, massing, density to be decided only by local neighborhood plans, not by non-binding guidelines or zoning bylaws, which can often take years to alter, let alone enact. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Sandhu. Councillor Menard.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Thank you very much for being here. Bhagwant, it's so nice to see you. You've done a lot of good work in the community on the Civic Hospital, in the Dow's Lake area and beyond. So really community service. I did want to ask you about the specificity of the areas that there's two potentials here. One is the wording that has been put in there by our city staff is the exact intent.
Sean,
oh,
can you hear me?
Sorry. Yeah, I'll.
There you go.
Okay, sorry about that. I'll turn the video off and keep on chugging here. Okay, and now Eli's frozen. Or is that me? Okay. Okay, so I was going to say there's two options that we're thinking about here. One is that staff have intended exactly the language that is there, and the other is that perhaps there was some other issue, that there was not enough time, or that they haven't been notified of the specific areas that you are referencing. So I'm wondering if you have a list. You mentioned how many times those words are used, but I'm wondering if you have a list of specific areas where clarity could be used.
Yes, actually, believe it or not, I retired in January, so I've got tons of time to do this sort of nerdy stuff. I do have a list, actually. I didn't want to, cite you a gazillion examples. I think the point was made by just with a couple of examples. Now, I think typically what happens is that, when these things are written, it's not through malintent or anything as such. I think you sort of, rely what you've always done. And again, as I noted in my opening, that it reads very, very well. It's only upon close examination, right, that you say that, oh, wait a minute, what does that word mean? What does that word? So it could well be that, it was just a kind of an oversight on the part of the consultant or whoever actually wrote the document. I think that the problem is that this isn't just a sort of a strategic document or a vision, layout of, this has consequences in very practical nature. And again, as I said, my point is we want the city to work. We want people to get along and to be able to discuss back and forth and, arrive at mutually satisfying conclusions. And that happens best is when, we have clarity. So I think that, I have no problem in listing and even forwarding to you some of the examples that I found, but really this would take, my personal suggestion would be to perhaps just take a step back, whoever is sort of writing this, and go through these things, It doesn't have to be a fine tooth comb, frankly, but you know, where you can notice that, okay, well, that could be contentious. You know, let's see if we can, you know, generally 12 stories. Do we really mean no more than 12 stories? Maybe we do mean that, right? So I think it's sometimes in the bureaucracy. I'm a former bureaucrat. I can tell you that, you know, we're generally used to these sorts of jargony languages, right? And terminology. So it could just well be just getting an outsider to have another look and saying, okay, wait, where we can fix this, where we can tighten up the language, you know, that sort of stuff.
Mr. Sandu, I appreciate that. So I really appreciate getting your list. I can send it to staff. And I also know, you know, staff have been noting the implementing bylaws that follow this will have a large effect as well. And that in some cases, they're telling me there is ambiguity as a result of that. For specific situations, they'll bring out in detail in the implementing bylaws. But we do know the official plan is the, you know, presiding document. That is the one that takes the cake. So I will send the document you send me on and engage in some discussion on Monday about the points you're raising. Thank you for being here.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Menard, and thank you, Mr. Sandu. Our next speaker is Mr. Tony Miller.
Hi, committee members. Good to see you all and councillors. I'm here speaking today on behalf of the Ottawa Small Landlord Association. And I guess first off, I just want to say thank you to Alain Miguelez and the official plan staff who worked on it. Extremely helpful. And it's a huge complex document. I've learned a lot just reading parts of it that I have, and just want to thank them for presenting to our membership earlier this year. It was very educational and well received, so thank you. I just have a couple of quick comments, nothing too in-depth, and it just has to do with accessory dwelling units that can be found in section 4.2.1 of the draft OP. Accessory dwelling units include coach houses and secondary dwelling units. So under the Planning Act states that an official plan shall contain policies that authorize the use of additional residential units by authorizing the use of 2 residential units in a detached house, semi-detached house, or row house, and the use of a residential unit in the building or structure ancillary to the detached house, semi-detached house, or row house. So the Planning Act essentially says that the OP should contain policies that allow for 3 residential dwelling units on one property. If I go back in time just a little bit to November 2020, to the draft OP of that date, the draft OP did contain some language to support the Planning Act language. It actually said a coach house is permitted on a lot in which the primary home also contains a secondary dwelling unit. So that was great, but somehow that language was removed. My guess was just an oversight, or there's been many drafts of the OP out there, so I'm thinking it was just an accident or oversight, like I said. So I was just requesting that the language be reinserted or inserted or clarified as well, so that the official plan has the ADU policies that are required through the Planning Act. And that's it. That's all I got.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. And we have a question for you from Councillor Gowan. Councillor Gowan?
Not a question, but just confirming that I did check with staff earlier. It was not an intentional omission, and it's going to be included. The language change will be included in one of the technical amendments coming on Monday. And I will make sure we share that with you so you have a chance to look at that, Mr. Miller.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you. Our next speaker, Josh Kardash from Regional Group. Josh, you're on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, all chairs and councillors. Thanks for the last few days. Sorry about the background noise. I'm home with the kids. I'm here. I'm an employee of EQ Homes, but I'm representing the regional group. EQ Homes is the the home building arm of the regional group. Regional group is one of 5 impacted owners that have acquired lands in what is known as the South March cluster. identified in the growth management plan. The other impacted owners include Claridge, Minto, Uniform Construction, and one other Quebec-based developer. I'm here representing them, though they have not screened my words tonight, so I'm generally speaking on behalf of Regional. I think everybody is aware of what transpired. Again, I apologize for the background noise. Our lands were recommended by staff in the growth management plan and removed by a motion of this committee back in January. They were not included in the adoption of the growth management plan, and I'm here today on behalf of the owners to ask for inclusion in the official plan. A couple of pieces of information that I think are relevant to the discussion that did not come up when this matter was discussed back in January and February, and they have to do more with land use planning matters. So if you recall, the motion that removed these lands focused mainly on technical matters. There is a document prepared by our engineering firm, which will be circulated to you this weekend, that speaks to some of those technical matters. I'm not going to cover those now. I'm going to talk a little bit about some land use planning matters that I think are important, relevant, and I do think warrant some debate and discussion by committee and council. Effectively, if the plan proceeds and is adopted as proposed, this council will bring in gross 72 hectares of land in all of Canada, Stittsville. Since we use land basically at a net 50-50 basis, that means that this plan will bring in 36 hectares of land for land use for the next 25 years in all of Canada and Stittsville. At the way that land is consumed right now, based on the popularity of these communities, that is less than 1 year land supply. So when this exercise is completed, we'll officially bring in about a third, the needs for 1/3 of 1 year land supply in all of Canada and Stittsville. I think we can all agree that Canada and Stittsville are important communities, and what happens in Canada North is fundamental to the economy of the entire city. So going back now and thinking a little bit about the impact of that small addition of land on future growth needs for Canada and Stittsville, it takes the development industry about a decade to bring a new community through the planning approval process. So when you say go, when you designate a parcel of land, we begin our master planning exercises. And on average right now, it's about 10 years from when that process begins until we're actually able to even file a plan of subdivision application, after which we can then service communities and build homes. So it's a long slog and it takes a long time, and it means we have to be prepared for those realities. Based on just simply reviewing the vacant urban residential land survey, which is a piece of data that the City of Ottawa staff publish on an annual basis, we have less than 8 years of land supply left in Canada Stittsville. We're going to add 1 or less than 1. And if we do not, as a city, look seriously at bringing some additional land into these areas, what we're basically signaling to the marketplace is that we're going to allow Canada and Stittsville to run out of land during this planning period. I think that pertinent information was never debated when the decision was made to remove these lands. And I'm not going to debate the discussion or what happened. What happened, and that was a matter for this committee to decide on its own, and you have. I'm just going to focus on on these other relevant pieces of information that were never debated and discussed at the time. So that's really the gist of the presentation. I think we've spoken to many of you individually. I've made these points to you separately. Other than that, I think I'll close. That's the entirety of what I wanted to speak to today.
Okay, before you go, Josh, we have a couple of council with questions. We start with Councilor Menard. Councilor Menard.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Hi, Josh. I wanted to ask you. Hello. I wanted to ask you about the provincial response that we got back after the lands that were switched over in the Taywin Taggart lands. I assume you had a chance to read that submission and the risk that the province is sort of telling us this could represent. And I'm wondering what your take is on that.
Okay, so I mean, my just to, I think maybe to echo the point that I'm trying to make, Councillor, is it takes a long time to get new communities approved, right? And in my experience, new lands that have come into the official plan, it's about a decade of planning. And those communities have, for at least the last 25 years since the adoption of the 2003 OP, have been adjacent to existing communities. So a lot of the issues that we're wrestling with when we're doing the planning for those existing communities have to do with ground truthing. So what happens on the ground, how we deal with stormwater management, natural heritage features, and then how we tie into existing services. And one of the big unknowns in Tuin, at least from my perspective as a seasoned veteran of the development industry, is how long will it take to get through those issues for an entirely new community? So I guess to sort of tie the two ideas together about the note that was received back from the ministry and the point that I'm trying to make about the undersupply of land is, I believe if I was sitting in your shoes, I would be concerned that the decision to put all the eggs in one basket risks exacerbating the issue of land supply and its compounding effects on the affordability of housing. I'm not criticizing the decision. I'm just pointing out that there are ancillary issues associated with it. Does that make sense, Councillor?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. And Josh, please just answer that question, and the council will ask you a question. Councillor Gower, please.
Yeah, in your presentation, you almost make it sound like we're never ever going to expand again or pick any more lands in the next 25 years. We may not as a council, but I have a hard time seeing that there wouldn't be any more expansion lands added at all over the next 25 years. We're even doing a check-in in just a few years. What would be wrong with just waiting for that check-in before we make a decision to add any more expansion lands at this point?
That's a fair question, Councillor Gower. I think my point that I'm trying to make is that given that it takes 10 years to bring lands, even to the point where you can file a plan of subdivision, and a plan of subdivision still takes 18 months, based on what's available and the way that we're using land in the West End, there is a very serious risk that we will run out of land supply in Canada and Stittsville.
On the other hand, having that scarcity of land for expansion, if the contention is that people want to live as close to work as possible and Canada North is a focus area for employment, could it, on the other hand, that encourage more intensification, more smaller, more dense types of housing close to the workplaces in Canada North, or even along Hazeldean Road or along the future LRT corridor?
It is entirely possible, Councillor. There isn't a long history of suburban intensification in the city of Ottawa. And I think if you go back to how old some of these communities are, they're only 20 or 30 years old, right? They some of them actually quite less, right? They're just built out. So they've already reached, in many cases, their maximum intensification. I don't think banking on that as the way to ensure stable land supply for housing in the communities is really a prescient way to plan for growth in the West End of the city.
Okay, thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. I see no other hand. Josh, is the regional group part owner of what's called today Canada North?
The regional group is not an owner of the active part of Canada North. The regional group bought land in the area that is defined as the South March cluster in the growth management plan. That is correct, yes.
But you know the history of the area, correct? The Canada North, and we waited in the last 11 years and we haven't seen any house being built there. And we can blame the city as much as we like, but if there's no application and no movement and reneging on widening the road from what was originally agreed on, well, Councillor Gower, maybe we should wait a few years and we will review the land supply, and we'll never say never, because that probably be the next land go to the urban boundary. But thank you very much, Josh, and stay tuned. 3 years is not very long. You're just saying it takes 10 years to go through the process. Maybe we'll expedite the process next time.
You're not asking me a question though, Councillor, are you?
No, I'm not. I just want to say thank you for being here.
Yeah, right.
I see no more questions. Thank you.
You're frozen there, Councillor. Or not frozen, but unmute.
You've lost your mic.
Sorry. Okay, that's I think we've gotten hungry or we've gotten late, one of the two. Anyhow, our next speaker is Devet Nayota. Here you are.
Yeah, hello.
I think that Councillor Moffat can relate to that one. He's working from home.
Yeah. So my name is Davet. I live in Ottawa South, and I'm a member of ACON. I have rented for 7 years, and I currently pay $1,200 a month in rent. My rent is adjusted to represent 30% of my income. I have children and other bills to pay, so I have to stay on a very tight budget. I am concerned with the official plan definition of affordable housing, especially deep affordability. Well, it sounds great that 65% of affordable units will target households with need full and to deep affordability. There is no definition of what deep affordability is. It's hard to give an opinion when there is no definition. The official plan outlines Ottawa's development for the next 25 years, and there should be definitions for these plans so the public understand them. The quality and condition of affordable housing also concern me. I and many others I know live in the housing that is in poor condition. I often have to call my landlord all the time to get issues fixed. It's not comfortable. The cost is significant, but the quality of housing also matters to me. I repeat this, the quality of housing also matters. If people cannot afford rent, they may have to move into housing that is low quality and in bad condition. The official plan discussed making affordable housing units that will fall under market affordability, and that could mean that rent at $2,500 a month will be considered affordable. Give me a second. $2,500 is not affordable, and it's more than double my rent right now. It may be for rich people, but not for those of us who need real affordable housing. This city declared a housing and homelessness emergency last year. The official plan needs to do more to address this issue. Please review all part of affordable housing in the official plan before voting. Consider people in the city who need a true effective plan for affordable housing. Put yourselves in these people's perspective and have empathy for them. Affordable and dignified housing is important. Thank you for your time, and I hope you consider everything I have said today.
Thank you very much. We do have a question from Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Devet. What you just did, here you are, number 92 out of 94, and you hung in there to tell us about your personal experience, and we sure got it in full view with your child and everything. You've got so many demands on you, and housing should not be a worry for you. This is something that we have to look at. I am the counselor who is the liaison on women and gender equity, and the number one issue is affordable housing. That is particularly if you are a sole parent and leading the household. So I appreciate hearing from you firsthand. I think that's really important. I don't know if you're a member of Cowie or if you're familiar with them. I see you're a member of Acorn, but they are big advocates on this as well. And I work closely with the counselor who is the liaison on housing and homelessness, Catherine McKenney. We both are very concerned about persons like you, and I appreciate you coming out today and sharing this. That was really important.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanagh, and thank you very much, Ms. Neal. Our next speaker is Adele Farouk.
Adele, can you hear us?
Let's try this again. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Okay,
can.
Yes.
so I'm so sorry. You didn't hear any of that. All right, I guess I'll have to reiterate. I'm visually impaired, so what you're going to get on the video is the back of my notes. You're not going to see me because I have to hold it up to my nose. So, good evening, chairs, committee members, and councillors. My name is Adele Farrow. I am the secretary for the Ottawa West Nepean chapter of ACORN. I have issues with the definition of and plan for affordable housing in the official plan for a few reasons. The definition for affordable housing targets those with low to moderate income, which encompasses people with incomes in the lowest 60th income percentile. With Ottawa's high median income, this captures households who take in approximately $100,000 a year annually. People or households earning $100,000 a year do not need affordable housing. They really should be able to afford housing in the city. In 2018, ACORN did a report using 2017 data from the city's Housing Service Department. It found that 83% of households earning less than $10,000 per annum live in severely unaffordable housing, spending more than half of their income on rent, as compared to just 0.2% of renter households earning over $60,000 a year. My spouse and I have been renting for 6 years. In 2015, we started out paying $1,450 a month. We are now paying $1,800. That's fine as far as it goes. We'll be fine for now. But here's our problem. We're both disabled. We had to move to this particular building because I have COPD. We needed a building with central air. Our previous building didn't have it. Happily, we've both had good jobs and we didn't have to live on ODSP. I don't know what we'd do. Even so, we are on fixed incomes and our rent is going up. Should it continue to go up, we could be in trouble. There would be issues. I wouldn't say food insecurity, but we would have to count every penny. In conclusion, I would like to thank you for your time and for giving me the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Farrow. Any questions for Ms. Farrow? Seeing none, thank you for taking the time to be here with us today.
You're quite welcome.
All right, we now move on to Ms. Lynn Roseberry. I have to point out that Lynn Roseberry first signed into this meeting at the start of yesterday, and I saw her name on the attendees list the entire time. So well done.
Well done to you as well. Do you hear me clearly?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, chairs and councillors, for the opportunity to speak today. It's my first time speaking at a council meeting, and it has been a very informative process. Again, my name is Lynn Roseberry. I'm a board member of both the Fairhaven Community Association and the Fairhaven Quarry Association, and I'm here as well as an interested citizen. The homes in our neighborhood are nestled in a small area, just a stone throw away from Parliament Hill, near the Montfort Hospital. In 5 minutes, I certainly could not properly describe our neighborhood to you, and if I did, we might find many of you wandering our neighborhood this weekend to soak it all in for all the leaves fall to the ground. Our neighborhood has several uncommon urban features that astonish most visitors to our park-like setting. We feel protective of our neighborhood's dense and diverse forests, as well as our unique geological features that are of natural and scientific interest to experts and academics. I'm sure you would like our urban forest with its quarry and our moon rocks that we now know are called karst stone. I wanted to speak to you about 2 points, water and trees. However, so many have spoken before me and very eloquently on urban canopy and trees that I will focus primarily on the protection and safety of our water resources, with one small caveat. The unique perspective that we were going to bring to the tree conversation was the importance of trees in the water filtration cycle that contribute to the safety of water resources that feed our wells. That's right. You all know well that the inner urban and outer urban transects of our city have neighborhoods with private services, specifically septic systems and wells, no pun intended. One of those neighborhoods is mine. It's called Fairhaven, and you can find us on one of the maps in the official plan that shows private service enclaves in the urban area. And we're about one of 15 small areas on that map. We are very concerned about the fragile hydrogeological condition in Fairhaven, given the significant presence of karst stone. If I understood our city planners and hydrogeological experts properly, development and intensification activities like deep digging, ramming, blasting on lands where karst stone bedrock exist, there can be unpredictable and significant impacts on water resources and the aquifers that supply our homes with water, both in quality and quantity. Under the previous official plan and related, or the current plan, and related policies and processes, we've already experienced development projects around us that have affected the quality and quantity of our drinking water in a number of homes in our neighborhood. Think about E. coli and other contaminants. Fast forward to today and to the concepts that underpin this proposed official plan. Development proposals on properties adjacent to our neighborhoods are multiplying and changing in nature, bigger, taller, deeper, and we have concerns. To be more precise, we use well water. City services are not available, nor are they simple or affordable to install, even if they were wanted. So here are my questions considering the official plan before you for approval. The first, how would you, members of two important city committees, reassure residents in our neighborhood and those similar to ours that this plan improves experts and councillors' ability to ensure contextually responsible development that is safe for our water resources, particularly in assessing, recommending, approving, and enforcing development proposals? It's easier to prevent damages than mitigate damage once it's done. And honestly, if the mitigation plans are as binding as tree preservation plans, we should all be worried. How will the new plan, as a second question, provide or lead to new authorities or strengthen existing authorities of city planners, experts, and officers to protect our water resources? And will it lead to new functional guidance and tools for our city planners and other experts when assessing development proposals and making recommendations to you in your deliberations and decisions?
1 minute.
Third, okay. Does it increase the assurance, including mitigation plans and securities and penalties in the city's work with developers? Is the fine structure representative of the gravity of long-term implications for deliberate violations? And lastly, if approved, will the new official plan and related plans, policies, and bylaws help protect the city and its councillors in their legal obligation to protect our supply of groundwater in accordance to Walkerton inquiry rulings and others? I have a couple of motions to request that you strengthen the language in the proposed plan on pages 34, 71, and 77 to include the protection, preservation, and restoration of existing water resources, as well as considering implementing restrictions and site alterations to protect water supplies and sensitive water features and their related hydrological functions in accordance with other provincial policies. And I have some page references there. Some of these references might assure citizens that you are personally and legally motivated to be good stewards of our natural resources. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Rosemary, I believe your Councillor King would like to ask you a question.
Ellen, I really thank you for your informative presentation. As you know, I visited with residents and brought some city staff who were expert on hydrogeologists to really provide some input on some of the issues that are confronting Fairhaven. And we know it is a unique jewel within our city. So I really thank you for that opportunity that Saturday afternoon to come out and to listen to community members. And we want to continue to listen. So I would be obviously willing to receive those recommendations and take it up with staff and my colleagues ultimately. But thank you for your perseverance, and you're absolutely right. One of the things that I really experienced when I was out with residents there was the wonderful natural features within the core of our city, and they do need to be protected. And of course, if we're talking about retention of the tree canopy and also the protection of our natural resources, we really need to explore greater ways to protect that within our official plan. So I really thank you for your presentation, and if you can forward me that information, we will take it back to staff and have a discussion.
I will do that, and thank you. I wanted to take a minute to acknowledge recent efforts of a couple of our community members and of you and several of the city planners and experts, for your time and your dedication and helping us escalate our concerns around water resources and the canopy. Water's a funny thing. You only notice when it's damaged when you open the tap and the water is not as cloudy when it was clear, or when you can't flush your toilet because there's not enough water in your wells. We love our trees, but the trees are very visible to people when development means, a beautiful forested lot becomes a denuded lot, but you can't actually see, unless you're a resident, that the water's contaminated and that you need to worry about that. So thank you very much. And I will be forwarding that information to you, to all of you. Thank you very much for making this time available.
And thank you, Chair, and thank you for your perseverance, Lynn, for being online for the entire session. That's actually quite incredible.
Thank you. And actually, I'm pretty good at knowing the city, just based on that meter reader job I had. I've been pretty much on every street in the city. I've never been on your streets, and I just did a quick walkthrough on. I won't give it away because, as you said, I don't want to let the secret out. But it's a beautiful little spot. Thanks for
oasis that we actually have in Rita Rockcliffe. So we like to keep it quiet.
Yeah, I know. I'm not going to say anything.
I'm like the pond.
I'm not going to say a thing. I'm not even going to give the general vicinity. It's in the ward somewhere. That's all I'll say. All right. Thank you so much. Our next speaker, we finish off the meeting with a pair of Tims. We've been saying 94 the whole time, but it's actually a lie. It was 96. I got two Tims on to finish off the meeting. So Tim Mount. He lives in former Russell County, but is actually the president of the Carleton Landowner Association. We'll let it slide.
Hello, chairs and councillors. Since amalgamation in 2001, the rural residents and communities of Ottawa have felt their voices and the responsiveness from municipal representation decline sharply. At the same time, our burden to resolve urban problems and created mainly within the city have loomed as a larger and larger burden. This leads to the infamous urban-rural divide, and Council's recent decisions continue to contribute to the sense that the needs and well-being of rural residents are expendable so long as the needs of the city's urban residents are met. We've heard the concept of equity and inclusion repeated time and again by many of the delegations, but how in any way, shape, or form are the decisions of City Council demonstrating and fostering equity and inclusion for rural residents? In reality, we here in the rural areas can only see there's more hypocrisy at play, serving only to damage the quality of life we've enjoyed in the past and deepening the infamous rural-urban divide. Let us be clear, the rural residents of Ottawa carry far more than their fair share of solutions to support the lifestyles of the city's urban residents without compensation. We are a quaint pastoral setting whose main purpose is to support the city by toiling in the fields and forests in order to provide the city with its needs, including food, recreation, and oxygen. But don't dare allow our children to build a home on the farm so that elders too can remain in their rural homes. Allow rural severances by property owners and farmers. Who's going to run the farms you expect to feed the city? City policies are destructive to the rural lifestyle rather than protective. We have become slaves to the city. Farmlands and rural properties are not parks. The city residents' taxes do not pay for their upkeep, neither do they own the trees or other plants and or livestock that the farmer property owner grows on his lands. Through property rights erosion, farmers and rural property owners have seen their properties slammed with designations, often false, having less ability to have multi-generations on the farm, the City of Ottawa forcing bylaws hindering the right to farm, City of Ottawa and RVCA hindering and limiting normal farm practices, among other things, such as ditches and drains. So amongst all this, you now throw the energy evolution strategy at us. 1.6% is Canada's contribution to global CO2 levels. Is it fair to dump all Ottawa's actions on the rural areas? We are the ones who will have to live with the industrial wind turbines and solar farms. We will have to live with the urban suburban areas, forcing their demands on us as they did with the Carlsbad dump and the stormwater tax. Think of it again. 1.6% is a very small percentage, and that's from all of Canada, not Ottawa. Ottawa's percentage, I would deign to say, would be in the 0.000 something range. We are the coldest capital in the world. We need consistent, certain power in the rural areas. We do not believe industrial wind turbines are the be-all and end-all to all our energy requirements.
1 minute.
Definition, so I'm changing tact here. The definition of a farm must be the same provincially and municipally. Ensure that the province and municipalities are providing the same framework to allow farming and the experts in farming to farm. Talk with us, all of us, not just the 1,000-acre cash crop or 300-cow dairy or beef farms. People can make good livings from 1, 3, 5, 10 acres with specialty crops. Delay approval of the OP. Why the rush? We have seen many delegations concerned about enough key aspects that a re-examination is necessary. The impacts of COVID are not fully understood from a housing and planning aspect. Intensification of the city, more concrete and asphalt, is not what the urban suburban areas need. Grow up, not out. We do not need more flooding.
Please wrap up, Tim. Are you done, or can you wrap up?
Yeah, but I just have one more comment to make. An implied consent is not acceptable. Any questions?
Thanks. I will just say the energy evolution is a modeling document when it comes to wind. No one is actually saying that wind energy is the be-all end-all solution. It's pretty clear in the plan that that's not what it's saying. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Mr. Mount. It's nice to see you again. Thank you for your presentation. You know, my colleagues heard me speak at council a couple days ago with respect to wind turbine installations in rural Ottawa. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to revisit those comments. I will say, you know, I've been on council just over a year now, and the sentiments you shared that, you know, rural residents don't feel heard or considered in policies and city decisions on the major files. It's something that I hear quite often, and I don't think that should be interpreted that rural councillors aren't listening to their residents, but typically directed at, you know, the entity that is the City of Ottawa. So in your position as a rural resident, president of the Carleton Landowners Association, how do you think the City of Ottawa can better solicit feedback from the rural community to ensure that it's reflected in major policies like the official plan?
Well, when you they're starting to establish policies, which the official plan is, it's a policy. When you start to plan for other people's property, I think it's important that they have direct communication. In other words, that letters go out. There are hundreds, if not thousands of people in the rural areas that A, don't have good connectivity, B, don't have computers, C, even if they did have both of the above, aren't computer literate enough to be able to do the types of stuff you have to do. And it astounds me, myself and other members have talked to people around and no one knew anything about this. And that is as of the time when we first discovered the energy evolution strategy, which was Barry. So, and Scott, to answer your point, 710 wind turbines is not a small thing. And that's problematic.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mount.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine, and thank you for voting no the other day. Very much. Any further questions?
No, sir, we have no further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Mountain. And now we go to our final speaker, Tim Lash.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Okay. Thanks very much. I will certainly try to keep this short and at a high level. I want to really appreciate the work of both the delegations and all the councillors. The high quality, and it's useful. And I think that it bodes really well for cooperation between the council and planners and neighborhood representatives and individuals. I think we're moving in that direction. Neighborhoods are clearly ready and willing and wanting to be involved as authors in this, not simply as receivers. Secondly, I think that I agree that we need something simple for the plan, a clear kind of vision. It should guide the official plan at a high level, not to an endpoint, but with motion in a direction that's easy to get, understand, and visuals help that. A vision should acknowledge the partners and stakeholders to build trust. It should bring attention to the significant context for the plan within which we have to be creative together. I'm thinking, of course, of climate and environment. And it gives room and pathways for evolution. What I'd like to do is just offer a vision statement for you to consider that does this. It's certainly something that I'd agree with. I think having listened to 2 days of really good presentations, it also encompasses and maybe wraps up some of what we've heard today, these 2 days. So statement one, we will establish a long-term trend towards a compact, ecologically sound and resilient city of livable neighborhoods and villages. 2, the city is committed to collaborative neighborhood level planning and action in the context of citywide objectives and targets. That's a governance principle. 3, we will meet intensification targets for residents and businesses to manage our demands on the environment. That's acknowledging the context. Then 3 principles which are intended to build trust. Number 1, to guide actions, local plans for walkable neighborhoods are prior to plans and permissions for development in the corridors which connect and serve the neighborhoods. What do I mean by prior? I mean prior in time where possible. Do the neighborhood plans first. I think the neighborhoods are ready, but this principle puts pressure on neighborhoods to step up and act as communities. Prior in assumptions is also what I mean, and that has to do with where the onus for demonstration is. And the onus should be on proposed corridor developments to show, in the context of citywide objectives, why a neighborhood plan should be infringed on rather than enhanced. The second principle is that evolution towards the vision should be as predictable as possible and should be cooperative. A key thing in this is that shared plans and commitments made by neighbors and more widely neighborhoods are valued investments of social and intellectual capital. the implication is that we don't undermine them by facilitating exceptions to the plans. Principle 3 is that the city, for communication and to build buy-in and involvement, the city uses shared numerical and visual modeling as standard planning tools. I would be very happy to, this is a little different from the paper I put into you. I will provide these words exactly to you in hopes that it will be useful to you as you consider over the weekend and as council later considers that. Secondly, on trees and green space, there is an absence of biodiversity and ecological planning in this, which several people have brought up. And that means, sorry, 1 minute?
1 minute.
Okay. I will send you some stuff which talks about metrics for green space and for trees, and particularly that trees are not merely canopy as if it's a percentage seen from a satellite. Trees have a whole bunch of different functions, and the targets should include things for age distribution and density. They should include species that are suitable. Finally, I think that not quite finally, climate emergency the official plan should be tied together in detail with the climate change management plan, master plan rather. Joan Freeman gave examples. And then finally, there should indeed be transparent reporting. And I think I asked council to engage and support stakeholders in deciding what to measure for public reports and accountability. And there should in that be an emphasis on multiple interacting objectives of the official plan and the climate change master plan and affordability programs.
Time.
Finally, I think that I recommend establishing a senior responsibility for an annual evidence-based vital signs dashboard. Thank you so much. Generally, I support the 7 areas of motions by the People's Official Plan. It's been a wonderful 2 days, very instructive. Thank you all so much.
Don't go yet, Mr. Lash. Thank you so much for your patience being our last speaker, but we have our colleague, Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I won't take long, but I just want to thank Tim for being here. And Tim, I think your comments about us, collaborating on policy and the motions and working with the delegations is a good one. That's what we're trying to do here, and I think a lot of committees you can see that a lot of work takes place there. So I did want to just jump on one of your comments that you made. And just probe a little bit more. You mentioned targets for trees and green space as people experience them. And I just want to get more information from you on what you mean as people experience them.
Sure. There is in urban forest planning parlance, people try to get to easily remembered tags that point to the directions you need to look at. The one is 3, 30, 300. 3 is how many trees are in view? How many can you see from where you live, mature trees? 3, good, maybe good, at least that anyway. So then what also counts is tree canopy within each neighborhood, because that's what people experience. And we're playing with numbers of 30 to 40 in each. This has been well argued. And then you also want a measured walkable access to a usable green space. And the metric there is 300 meters roughly. So this is as people experience them. It will get you a long way. I'm putting in biodiversity as well, because what people experience in trees is also birds. They're pollinators, they're fruit and nuts. So there are a whole lot of biodiversity things that need to be brought in. It's not simply canopy. Finally, Sean, thank you. The advantage of having metrics that people experience is that they'll understand them and they'll get behind them.
Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you, chairs. Really appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Lash. And that's, I believe, our last speaker, correct, Mr. Desjardins?
That's correct, Chair.
Well, thank you very much. And thanks to all my colleagues for hanging there. And we will reconvene Monday morning at 9 a.m. We'll start with the motions and then question to our staff. So have a great weekend, everyone. Try not to spend too much time on the motions and back and forth, try to get some rest. We need to be back on Monday morning. Have a great weekend, everyone. Be safe.
Thanks, guys, for chairing. Excellent.
Yeah, great job, chairs.
What time are we
Have
on
a
this
good
morning?
weekend, guys.
9 a.m.
Have a good weekend.
9 a.m. on Monday,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
7:30, right?
Osgood time.
Thank you.
9:30 is my Sean Menard pre-meeting.